Hello, everybody. Hello, Shobs. It is exactly 10 o'clock. My apologies. Life be lifing. But I'm waiting for Maul or Manson to come up here. I'm tired. I know y'all tired of hearing me talk about this damn computer, but I'll spare you the same old, same old. But today, what happened was the housekeeper was supposed to come, and when the housekeeper comes, usually my dad will come down and pay her. But she never showed up, so he's here tonight. So my dad's here. I like to make sure he eats good food instead of eating out of cans, as I say, because he'll like eat a can of soup. No, I made sure my dad eats good. So I went to the Sprouts, of course, and I forgot something, and I had to go back and blah 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 blah. Daddy is fed, and now we're here. And let me see where Manson is because I want to talk about basketball wives, and I want to talk about my thoughts on the Diddy trial. Now, I've been following. Hold on, let me call him and see if he's still coming because it's until 9 o'clock. And let me pull up the StreamYard on my computer. Try to. I don't know, Maul's going to be joining us. He has some pretty strong opinions on the whole Diddy thing. But we'll see if he taps in. He's not answering. All right. I sent him the link. He didn't read it yet. Okay. So I have been keeping up the trial. For the most part, I've been keeping up with Armand. He was there first, and Tisa. If you want details, good details, Tisa takes a lot of breaks during the trial to share what's going on. And she, Tisa real newsy, so she gets like she be listening to the lawyers and stuff, and the stuff that's going on in between when they're supposed to be taking breaks and stuff. And she wants Diddy to burn to hell. So she does give a good give like a lot of good information, but it is biased. I like my news unbiased. So Armand gives a more objective point of view, but he's still, it's fuck Diddy. And I want to make it clear too, it's fuck Diddy over here too. I have a 22-year-old daughter, and I have a 22-year-old daughter, and I couldn't imagine. I just know that Diddy, I would be on trial now or whenever for Diddy. Okay, if that was mine. Um, Granted, when your kids are grown, they grown. Like Cassie said, she hid a couple things from her mom. But the first sign of trouble, you know. Uh, so, what y'all want to talk about first, Diddy or Basketball Wives? Bueller. Is anyone here? Did I post the link? No. Let me post it. He probably went to sleep on my ass. Let me check. So I will start with Basketball Wives just in case he comes into the hold on. One second. How do I have all these notifications? The dynamic duo. I don't know if Manson's coming. And there's another girl I've been following, Kadishalin. I'll pull it up. So I'm gonna start with Basketball Wives. Try them all one more time. Anybody in the let me put the link on Twitter. They're cussing me out on Twitter, per usual. Cussing. Comment. Diddy's daughter spotted leaving the courthouse. Okay. I don't think he is coming today. It's not answering. I probably took too long. But he said he plans on coming on this weekend. Hold on. Share. Copy link. So, uh, all right, let's do basketball wives since my hitters aren't in here right now. So basketball wives comes on. You hear, you hear, you hear. I don't know. I think I waited too long for Maul Manson. Maybe he'll tap in. Maybe he won't. But he said he plans on coming on this weekend to really. He really wants to talk about the Diddy trial. So, what do you want to hear first? Basketball or Diddy? Basketball wives or Diddy? So we could just do basketball wives, just in case he comes. I know I said that before. All right, so basically, basketball wives comes on. Second episode. Ty, Evelyn, and Brandy meet. Um, Evelyn wants to basically sit down with them because they had like a bad first impression of her at the uh, Thanksgiving Friendsgiving party. So she's sitting down with Ty and Brandy, and she said, "Uh-oh. What's up? I was just getting ready to go into basketball wives, but you're here. We're here and queer. Well, we're not queer, but whatever. So we will start with. Oh shit! What happened? Is he still up here? Maybe he'll come back. Here you go with that spotty internet. He's in. I guess I shouldn't say where he is.
Who you calling?
What kind of internet you got over there? Where you at?
I'm on the West Coast. I'm on the West Coast, and it's bad because I'm like kind of driving through a mountain, yo.
I hear the blinker.
Um,
I'm
so
pulling up
listen,
some Twitter stuff. So we're gonna start with Diddy, right? You don't care about basketball wives, I know.
not at all.
You don't have to say it like that.
Yeah. So has it been? Have you gotten information about the cross examining, or was no cross examining yet?
No, they still haven't cross-examined her yet.
Okay, because
Now,
that is going to
should
be
you want to go? Should I read the main tweets of the one of the what is it? There's a thread. I'm gonna read. I'm gonna pull it up and read through it about what
okay.
happened today
Okay.
and some things I know that you won't like to hear or that will strengthen your position. So let me add this screen. Share screen. So yeah, the prosecution is still. This is Cassie's second day of um, testimony from the prosecution. They haven't cross-examined her yet, and everyone's saying that the prosecution did good today. Diddy had a bad day in court today.
Okay.
Um, let's save our opinions until after I read this. Share this thread. Did it come up yet? No. Hold on. Add to the
But they
stage.
say they saying the day was a bad day for him though.
Yes.
Okay.
So let me go into. Hold on. All right. I like this. Okay. All right. So let's see. Hmm. Alexa private. At least this video can be traced at the US. Let's look at some other shit. Okay, inner city press. Let's do it. Now this person has been given like transcript. So the one I saw today, 5 hours ago. Okay, is it it? Or did you take it down? Okay, now here we go. So maybe that's not it. Hold on, just give me 1 second because I did bookmark it.
You have the actual transcripts.
Yeah, from this guy right here. I guess it was 7 hours ago. Film killer. Cause I read it. That was 10 hours ago. Hold on. The securities rule. What did that happen? Would you cover? How would you recover from the freak offs that take opiates? Blah. I'm sorry, guys. I think this is it. It says 10 hours ago. Earlier it said 2 hours ago. So we're going to the top of this. Okay, so 12 hours ago would be yesterday. All right, so let me do it like this. Where are my mentions? Someone sent me the thing from today. Y'all see how TMZ is taking Diddy's side? Yes. Hey, Amy. Amy, that Ma, that's Amy that was doing verses with us
What's up,
the
Amy?
other night. Y'all just give me 1 second. I know it's mad ghetto, but I don't know how to work Twitter from my computer or like that. Where are my mentions? Notifications. Okay, here we go. All right. I be gang warring on Twitter.
So wait a minute.
Okay.
TMZ, are they saying it's pro Diddy? Is that what people feel?
That's what people are saying. I think that Harvey is simply saying what a lot of people are saying is that people have I'm saying people should have to learn how to separate their personal feelings from Diddy. He is a monster. I wish I was saying earlier, I'm a mother of a 22-year-old and I would be on trial right now or then they will be, you know. So he's basically saying, like, where's the RICO? Where is the racketeering? Where is all of this that we're saying doesn't have anything to do with the charges. I think the last time I watched it is what he was saying. Like, he's not seeing the ground. He's not seeing, and he's a lawyer, so he's pretty much not seeing. He's not on their side as of yet, I guess. Um, I, that's what I saw, basically. Like, basically what your position is. Well, not completely what. Okay, so I'm going to read through this.
Hmm.
Okay. U.S. versus Sean Combs. Cassie still on direct cross. Um, she's on direct and cross. Press is covering. Blah 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 blah. He's trying to sell a book. All rise. We have a note from a drawer about a scheduling accommodation. It's not in the docket. What about Mrs. Ventura's husband? He will be removed from the courtroom before a certain issue comes up. So Tisa Tells had reported 2 days ago that Puffy's team was objecting to him being in the courtroom, and as a defendant, you have the right to object to who is actually in the courtroom, and considering that they had words and threatened each other's lives, I guess. So they wanted him out of the courtroom, but then they decided to change their minds and let him in.
Cassie's husband.
Cassie's husband. Take your
Hmm.
time, child. We're cleaning the kitchen. Okay. It's just obvious change from the narrative from TMZ. TMZ has been bought. Like, their Team Kardashian, you know, they are proving the RICO by asking Cassie about drugs being delivered to her and escorts crossing state lines. Now, when we say RICO, all right, well, I'm gonna come back to this. Let me start this. Thing, so we can come back to that comment. All right. So there also was another objection as to showing the video to the press. So they said they're not going to show it to the press. They're going to show it to the people in the court via iPads or whatever and headphones. And I agree. The press doesn't actually need to see that. I sent you that screenshot. I'll just read it from my phone, and it says, doesn't say that, but it says, here's the picture I sent you. The judge has ruled out that the freak off tapes will not be unsealed, meaning that the media and public will not be able to see the tapes. The jury has privacy screens on the computers, so only the jury will see the tapes. And I agree with that because my thing is, if Cassie's biggest fear, one of her biggest fears was her tape being exposed to the public, why would the prosecution even want to victimize her like that? So I'm happy to see that only the jury is able to see the tapes. How do you feel about that?
Um, I have no problem with that because, and I don't know if the freak off tapes, if this damages him for the charges. Because okay, you show she was talking in detail, and so now I'm going to see some of the most gruesome stuff done to this girl sexually. It's a everything she said is enough for me. Like, do I need to see it to stick it in my head? Does that really help her? I don't know.
Right.
You know what
Well,
I
for
mean?
the
Like, listen,
press.
when I see it, right, as a juror, right, when I see it, I might see some enjoyment in that on what she wants. You know what
From
I
the
mean? I might
press?
see no,
Or you talking
they
about the
don't want the
jury?
press, the jury. Cause see, all when I think about this case, I'm not thinking about what my opinion is, what your opinion is. I keep my mind on what is the jury thinking. How are they going to think it is? You know, that's all because that's how he's going to be guilty or innocent. Um, they don't have to send it to the press because
I
listen to this. That them tapes. Let me tell you something. Cassie can talk all she want. I guarantee you, tape might not be out this week, next week, but it's coming. Okay, them tapes will never be 100% hidden. Come on now.
well,
And I'm gonna tell you why. Because Diddy he got another stash of those tapes somewhere
well,
that
not
they
only
don't
that,
know.
Jonathan Odie, I don't know if it's Adi or Odie, he
Hmm.
said that one time that they were in the freak off and Cassie had passed out and it scared the shit out of him. So the next time he came, he said he went to a spy shop. Now, mind you, he's saying all of this on Fox News from jail. He's supposed to be the star witness. I thought like when you're in a legal case, my lawyers have always told me to shut the fuck up, but that's just my lawyer, top criminal lawyer. But anyway, he's saying this to Fox News, that he went to a spy shop and he got basically a hidden camera, and he set it up for the next freak off, or I don't know how many freak offs, just in case she dies or something bad happens to her, that he wouldn't be blamed. So he has a tape or more that Diddy
Uh-huh.
didn't know about. But right here, I'm reading and I heard Tisa saying that the defense is being underhanded and sneaky because they haven't presented all of their evidence to the prosecution yet, and they're just doing it now before they do cross examination to kind of basically spring this on not the victims,
The
the people,
prosecution.
yeah, the prosecution and their witnesses. So they don't know what's coming because the prosecution right here says the defense has sent us a zip file of text messages. We're reviewing them before raising it. Judge, I appreciate that. The defense still has not shown us exhibits they may use in cross examination of Mr. Ventura. We are worried this will continue. Combs is Anna Esther. We are making several chains of text messages. They had these documents in their possession for 8 months. before we got them. Judge, we are here. We were told there's half a day's left. We were told there's half a day left of direct. Could you give them at lunch? Defense, our paralegal is printing them out. AUSA, they should have turned over these exhibits to us on April 27th. Miss Garagos, did we we did have a schedule. As you mark them, why shouldn't you be required to turn them over? It's Combs's Agnophilia who answers. Rule 16 does not contemplate these carve outs. We are not behind the eight ball on this. We have complied with Rule 16. I would be surprised if the government only has 3 hours with Ventura, but whatever. Agnophilia. We don't think it's required, but we'll do it. Luckily, we have a sizable defense team, so we can do it. Judge, Miss Comey, what do you want? AUSA Comey, we want the exhibits, not by trial, not a trial by ambush. I want them now. I will find the cases. Judge, you don't have to put it in a letter. You can just email me the cases and I'll take a look at them. Inner City Press would ask, are these judicial documents going into the public docket? How much is being left off the docket in this case? Judge, we have a witness waiting in the back. Produce them before the cross-examination starts. You can email me cases during the trial. Let's get moving. Get Mrs. Ventura back. Witness entering, welcome back. All rise. You're still under oath. Blah, 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 blah. Ms. Ventura, I handed you 2 drives. What is on them? GX8. Ventura, messages and photos from my devices. I'm just going to say prosecution instead of AUSA. Prosecutor. Yesterday, you testified about Sean going armed to look for Suge Knight. Ventura. Sean took guns with him. Prosecution. And he told you to ask the escorts if they were cops. Ventura. I would begin by saying I was not a cop. AUSA. Sean told you to do that? Yes. Now, right here, I would say objection, leading the witness, because they're kind of feeding her what to say. But that's just the legal ego in me.
I want to hear, because I want to know what this him going against Suge Knight got anything to do with. Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
She's saying during a freak off, he got so mad at Suge Knight about something that they had to stop the freak off to go fuck with him and then come back and do the freak off. But like you said, what does that have to do with anything? All right. So it seems like a lot of stuff is also being left out. I don't know if this is inner city press guy because they have to write everything. They can't have devices. So he just skips to prosecution. What happened when you fought back? So we went to Sean told you to do that. Yes. What happened when you fought back? I did that, Ventura. I did that more earlier in the relationship. It would make him more violent. Want to push me harder. Defense. Objection to the speculation. Judge overruled. How would Sean react if you fought back? Anger. AUSA. I'm going to show you the LA Intercontinental Hallway again. Play from 146 to who enters? Sean. What's in his hand? He doesn't appear to have anything. Play 150 now. Now what's in his hand? My phone. How did he get it? Well, he took it. He took all my stuff. Where does he end up? Sitting in a chair in front of the window. And we all saw the video of. I hope we all saw the video today. They released a 15-minute video of the actual hallway fight. If we want to look through that, we can. We can skim through it. Who's in the video? Me and security. Is this one? Play 531. Where did you go from the hotel? To my house. I took an Uber. So they're skipping all of the in between of what happened on the video, I guess. So I guess at some point she leaves. She fucking leaves. Where did you go from the hotel? My house. I took an Uber. Now let's turn to the messages. Can you read page 4? Ventura, please call. I'm surrounded. Who sent that? From Sean. He was running around in a towel. I told him to put a robe on. Who sent these green messages? I did. I wrote Sean. Jules left. As long as you're quiet, you can stay. Peace. Who's Jules? An escort. Is this Jules? Shows a photo with a big smile. Yes. AUSA. Side by side. Cassie in big sunglasses. That's me. A selfie I took with a fat lip. When did you take it? In the Uber with one of my phones. What did you write here? I said, please stay away from me. And what did he say? He says, I'm getting arrested. Was he? I don't think so. What did you write back? Plugging my phone in and going to bed. Who was at your home when you got there? Carrie Morgan. She was upset when she saw me. She called the police. Did you speak with them? Yes, but I didn't say who I was talking about and they left. Why? I wasn't ready. So basically she wasn't telling on Puff.
Diddy.
Yes. Did Sean try to come to your apartment? Yes, he was banging. That was pretty normal for him, but this is a pretty private building. Did you hear from Miss Curran that day? Now, who is Mrs. Curran? Whoever Mrs. Curran is, that's not Kelly Morgan. Yes, and I went to see D Rock and his wife to try to feel safe. In this photo, what are you wearing? A gown and sunglasses. I had a black eye. What if any of the bruising was what if any other bruising was visible? I had several bruises on my leg, but I changed clothes. What is this? Me and Sean at the after party. So they're showing pictures of her at remember I said the next day she had to go on a red carpet for a movie she was in? Um
Yes.
so they're showing pictures from that. Her all dialed up um,
Mhm.
and some I did see the pictures before. You can see a little bit of bruising like on her arm. But she if you didn't know this was going on, you would have missed it. So
Okay.
Amy said in the chat, I have one question. How did Cassie use the excuse for her abuse towards Diddy, but Diddy can't be used the same excuse for abuse towards her? The dude was a junkie. Both of them were junkies. Okay. So let's get back to this. I'm going to show you
That,
escorts.
that's a
Go,
good question.
go ahead.
No, that's a good question that she asked, that Amy asked. Like, yo, like, yeah, they both junkies, man. Like, but go ahead. Go ahead.
I told you Bobby and Whitney, but okay. What without the violence? Um, I'm going to show you escorts. Do you know the name of this person? No. And what cities did you use them? New York. Who is this? Islander. He was on Latin Men. We used him in LA and maybe Vegas. Who is this? We called him Tommy. Who is this? Greg. Escort Miami. Who is this? Jonathan. We saw him in Miami. Who is this? Red baseball cap backwards. Ventura. I don't know. He looks familiar from one of the freak offs. Did you right here? This is what did you write here? This is all we do. I'm just getting back on track. I'm sure you can call Kim or something. What did you mean by this is all we do? Freak off. So she's telling Diddy that basically now I've been watching, like I said, Tisa go live in between this stuff happening. And she's basically saying that Cassie was tired of doing freak offs and she got to the point where her mouth has sores, her
I got, I got that. Yep.
Cuda cast, everything sore, open wounds, just worn out. And she says, maybe you can call Kim Porter. So this tells us Kim Porter was probably actively doing freak off the puffy at this time too. Because she says, call that bitch, okay? I'm sore. I'm just recovering. Get off me, please. That's all we do. Did you try to avoid anything in the freak offs? I tried to avoid kissing. It seems too intimate. That that's okay. That's the part that okay. It seems too intimate. But Sean told me to do it. Kiss the escort. What did he ask you to do on your 29th birthday? A freak off. Ventura. He had me pulled out of the blind dragon for a freak off. Some security. AUSA, what about the blackmail material? He wanted me to fear. Objection. Overruled. But why is it overruled? They're leading her. What about the blackmail? Hey, Cassie, let's turn about the blackmail. Overruled. When was Shaw mention the freak off videos to hurt me? So for her birthday, apparently, allegedly, um, she didn't want to do the freak off, so he surprised her with a surprise party with all of her friends there. And she finally, so when she's telling him, no, I'm just recovering, go do it with somebody else, she's really trying to recover from when you do, I know, like when you do ecstasy, I read that you're only supposed to do ecstasy like 3 times a year because it releases all of the serotonin, if I'm correct, from your brain at once. And your brain, you get brain damage if you do that too many times. So it's literally recommended to only use 3, maybe 4 times max, because it takes a long time for your brain to build up levels of serotonin. That's probably why she's still depressed to this day, because you can do severe brain damage with just ecstasy alone, and they're doing a lot more other drugs that I don't know shit about. So he makes this birthday party for her, a surprise birthday. She's starting to feel, smile, have fun with her friends, and then he comes like, knock, 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 freak off time, ho, and she didn't want to do it. He had me
Hmm.
pulled out of the blind dragon for the freak off with some security. What about the blackmail material? He wanted me to fear. Objection. Overruled. When would Sean mention freak off videos to hurt me? One time I was dating someone else and he threatened to release freak off videos. I'd have to answer to my mother. It's horrible and disgusting. No one should do that to anyone. What did Sean say the impact would be? Shame. So right here she says she's dating someone else. So let's just make a mental note of that for later. I'm gonna like this one. Don't
One
pick up
time I
my
was dating somebody else. Like, what's dating?
but
Your
how
mouth ain't
when
even healed yet.
yeah. Okay, yeah. So all right. Let me show you a chat. Who's on it? Me and Sean, July 2013. AUSA, read your message. I wrote, please delete the videos off your phone. Too many people have access to your devices, he said. He said, no, iCloud, all good. Ambien kicking in. So he's high. No, he said no. Oh, he said Ambien kicking in. Sidebar, Judge, yes. If you like to support 10-11. Judge is taking a break to change some things in the courtroom. During the break, Holmes sits at the defense table. His lawyer Xavier Donaldson leaning down to speak with him. AUSA. There's still some issues with the privacy screen, so we'll put that off and do something else now, Judge. Okay, we'll come back to Ms. Ventura. Bring the jury in. I offer more exhibits. What did you say here? I've been told that there was a sexually explicit video out there about me. I reached out to Sean. Then what? We were driving back to NYC from Atlantic City to talk to this DJ Who Kid. Did that happen at a restaurant? What was security's role? To intimidate. They were lining the room. Who was there? Uncle Paulie, James Cruz. How would you recover from the freak offs? Ventura. I'd take opiates. I wanted to feel numb. We get massages, IV fluid, the chef will cook or something. How often did you take opiates for freak offs? Often. I got urinary tract infections. Were the UTIs painful? Very. Antibacterials didn't work anymore. Damn. How did it feel during freak offs? Burning. I would not advise it. Let's read this out loud. I have all the sores. I have all these sores on my tongue. I have another UTI. Hold on. I have another UTI. Let me see the rest. I might have to go on my phone because this is weird on my. Let me read it from my phone because I read something completely fucking different earlier. All right. All right. I'm gonna finish that thread. Hold on. Um, how do I get to? Sorry, y'all. My profile, my likes. Let's pick up right here. All right. So were the UTIs painful? Okay. Very. Antibacterials didn't work anymore. How did it feel during the freak offs? Burning. I would not advise it. Let's read this aloud. I have all these sores on my tongue. I have another UTI. What sores? Friction. Friction in my mouth. From what? Oral sex. You said another UTI, then sad face emoji. I was open with him about them. So you feel sick. Why are you sorry? I took the hold on. AUSA says, so you feel sick. Ventura, why are you sorry? I took the blame for things. Which escort would go to the sex clubs with you and Sean? Jules, the escort from the Intercontinental in LA? Yes. Did you want to have sex with Jules ever? No. Laughs. She's laughing, but I knew him. Why did you do it? Sean, so wait, she says, did you want to have sex with Jules ever? No. Laughs, but I knew him. Why did you do it? Sean, who was present when Sean put his hands on you at the freak offs? Sometimes the escort was there too. In the same room? Yes. Jules. And in the same suite? Yes. Were they aware? Objection. Overruled. Yes. The escorts would ask me if I was okay afterwards. In what cities did he put his hands on you? New York, LA, Miami. So I right here it sounds like they're trying to establish the whole across state lines prostitution. How frequently? Too frequently. What's the Abbey? A gay club in LA. I went there with my friend. What where were you going? To a music festival in Canada run by Drake. Oh shit, wrong answer. By Drake. Sean came to my home and tried to attack me. I was thrown into the bed frame. What's this? A photo of my eye afterward. Who took you to the doctor? D Rock. Now they said it was a really nasty, nasty wound.
Right,
Um,
right.
did you send the photo to Sean? Yes, and I wrote, so you can remember, I wanted him to be sorry about it, at least. But you just send it to the police. Anyway, in the photo, where were you? In the green room in Toronto. I put my hair over my eye. Then we went to the Hamptons. So Armand said that there was the picture that they were shown. She had like the swoop bang like Aaliyah used to have over her eye. I think I remember that. I remember all Cassie's hairstyles, and I used to think they were so glamorous, especially when she had her hair shaved to the side. And to hear, I've heard that he had like ripped her hair out of her head, and that's why she shaved her head. But then there's a story that an interview that Young Jock did where he says that Diddy saw a white girl with her head shaved, and he said that Cassie should do that. He wants her hair done like that tomorrow. And he was like, "You really gonna do that?" And she said, "You know what Sean wants, he gets." So I don't know which one. Well, I guess Young Jock version is true. Sean wanted to have a freak off in the Hamptons. We got a hotel and an escort. Which one? Dave. I took GHB, and I think that's a date rape drug, if I'm not mistaken. I went into a G hole and blacked out. Yeah, that's what people date rape people with. I woke up
Yes.
nude in the shower. Dave and Sean were freaking out. I bugged out. It wasn't pretty. So this is one of probably the times that she passed out where I said Jonathan Odie, he had he started recording the freak offs because he thought she was going to die. Um, so this is probably one of those instances. Then what? I spoke to a friend of Sean, and then we had a freak off. So I guess after she passed out, they started to freak off. What is this? My eyebrow healed up a little bit a week later. I have a permanent scar on my eyebrow. What's this? Me at the Cannes Festival. What happened at Cannes? Sean accused me of taking drugs from his boat. He threw me off, but my passport was still on the boat. And you were on the red carpet the same night? Yes. Did you attend the movie? Yes. I want to like that one. How did you get back to New York? On a commercial flight. I traded my seat to get away, but he traded to get next to me. What did he show you? Freak off videos. He played them for me on one of his laptops. He said he released them. How did you feel? Trapped. When you landed in New York, what did you do? We went to dinner. Then he wanted to have a freak off. Come on, Diddy. So we had a freak off. God damn, like you just had one. Why did you do it? To make him not threaten me. Let's read these from June 13, 2013. Had Sean been violent with you before this? Yes. Had you told him before you didn't want to do freak offs? Yes. You said you needed GHB? Yes. And that two escorts were not available. Ventura, I wrote only Paul available or Jake, the white guy, but he can't do until 11. The other guy can do earlier. It's just one more person knowing our secret. What did you mean? The freak offs. What is SLS? A hotel in Hollywood. When would you take Valium? Before a freak off? When I had anxiety. Sean's driver was bringing was bringing me the Valium. It was Raheem, I think. Judge, jurors, you can take lunch now. Okay, the Slavic, there are still disagreements on the exhibits. Yes, the defense wants the exhibit to be longer about masturbation. They wanted me to cut it off at looking at my iPad. Defense. They wanted me to cut it off at looking at my iPad. Defense. We just heard this morning about the videos on his devices, so this is relevant. AUSA Slavic. We can agree to more, something less than the 10 pages. And now, Hecker Fink, for the witness known as Mia, he says there is a jury instruction about the victims. Heckler Fink, lawyer. Mia would have taken this to her grave. I don't know how to support her if we can't discuss her pain, what she's going through. We will not put words in her mouth. Her nerves are through the roof. Judge, we're trying to prevent witnesses being counseled on how to testify, what to say or not to say. Anything else? Okay. Would that be acceptable? Hecker Fink, lawyer. I'm afraid she'll have a moment, lose it, then ask me, did I forget something? I worry. Now, counsel to Jane Doe says, I am worried that Jane Doe will not know what she can ask me. Judge, as long as you don't coach testimony. Wigner, counsel to Cassie Ventura. I have nothing to add. Judge, Mr. Shapiro, we've spoken with each attorney. AUSA, we need more time to print the binders. Judge, will break. At 1:53, they are belatedly back. All rise. As Exhibit 619, the objection to the defense's proposal is overruled. The defendant's proposal is overruled. Let's have Ms. Ventura back. Then we'll bring in our jury. So the judge has denied some of this evidence, I guess. Anyways, Johnson, I have a binder for the court. The gallery will not be able to see these exhibits. Ms. Ventura, I will allow you some exhibits. Blah, blah, blah. Who is it? She worked for Sean, AUSA Johnson. We call her Mia. When you gave your devices to the government, were they working? No, they were broken. AUSA put up 602A for Ms. Ventura and the jury. What is jury only? What is on your skin? Oil. When did Sean first hurt you physically? It started in the first year. What staffer were present when Sean was physical with you? Objection. Physical is vague. Punching, hitting, AUS Johnson. When did Sean first use violence on you? In New York City. We were in a car with his security and he knocked me around. What did he do? He hit me on the side of the head. I fell to the floor of his Escalade. In January, AUSA, in January 2009, did you attend an event with LA and Sean? Yes. What happened after you left? I'd been speaking to a producer about music. Sean called me a slut. I hit him in the face. I had been drinking. Did you see any injuries? No. Ventura, I was on the floor of the car and he stomped on my face. How long did that last? 10 minutes. Then I tried to get away, but Sean's security brought me back. Who? Roger Bonds. What did they tell? It says me, but I guess you. To go to the hotel. They snuck up on me. They snuck me into the hotel, covered up so that no one could see my face. How long were you at the London hotel? A week, a little more. An assistant brought me ice cream. What was the assistant's name? Genevieve. How did you feel you could leave the London hotel? No. I understood his capability, his access to guns, and the threats he made. When you were taken to the hotel, when were you taken to the hotel after the assault? No. Did you know that this assault incident was reported? I know there was a blind item on the internet without our names. AUSA. Who raised the blind item to you? Ventura, my mother. Defense. Objection. AUSA. Not for the truth. Judge overruled. Um, it stops there, but there's more. Hold on. Overruled. Ventura. This was before FaceTime was very popular, so I could hide myself. She asked if it was me. What did you say? No, I did not want my mother to know something of that magnitude and to be in danger. When you went to a party with your girlfriends, what happened? I saw an executive from BET, then I heard Sean was there. What did you do? I left. I ran as fast as I could. Why? I thought he was angry. AUSA, did he come to the hotel where you were staying? Yes, he beat me up and called me names. My face was bruised. This photo, who is it? Scott Mascuti, known as Kid. We dated in 2011. Did Sean find out? Yes, and my phone. I'm going to so in between their relationship where she said she thought she was the only girl, this is the second person or third person that she said she was dating. Just to keep tabs. I'll get to your comments in a few. We're almost finished. Um, Ventura. Sean went through my phone during a freak off, during a freak out. He found an email about what? Taking my toiletry bag to Scott the next day. Sean put a wine opener in his hand and threatened me. I called Scott on a burner phone. Where did you go? To Scott's house. Then I talked with Capricorn Clark, one of Sean's assistants. Then what? I went to Sean I went hold up. Shit. I went to the house Sean was staying at. He told me he would release the videos and hurt Scott and I. What videos? Freak off videos of me. Ventura. Sean kicked me in the back. I got a bruise. Where did you go? To my hotel with a burner phone. The room was torn up. Someone had peed all over the floor, pooped in the toilet, and didn't flush it. It was gross. This was just before Christmas. Ventura. I sent an email to my mom and Capricorn for my flight to Boston and Connecticut. What did you write? That Sean said he would release a tape of me on Christmas, and he'd had Scott and I heard. He said he would be out of the country then. AUSA. What are these photographs? My mother took there in Connecticut of my bruises on my back. Were you entirely honest with your mother about the abuse? No. I said this was the first time. Did you tell her about the freak offs? No. Ventura, is it possible to take a break? Judge, yes, break. 3:09 p.m. They're back. Judge, Miss Johnson, any estimate? AUSA Johnson, an hour or more. The goal is to finish the direct and allow the start of the cross-examination today. Judge, bring the witness and then the jury back in. Jury entering. AUSA Johnson, did anyone come in to see you in Connecticut? Ventura, Scott did for a few days. I broke it off with him. It was too dangerous. Objection. Overruled. Sean said he would hurt both of us. Where did you go after Connecticut? I went to see Sean. He was in Arizona, his son, college. I told my mother I was going to LA for work. So she's dating this guy. I guess it's still and doing freak offs while she's dating this guy. She broke it off with him because she said because Puff threatened him, and now she's back to meeting up with Puff in Arizona. AUSA, did Sean talk about Scott's car? Ventura. Sean said he wanted Scott's friends to see Scott's car blown up. I guess Scott is Kid Cudi. Scott's car blown up. AUSA, what happened next? We met, Sean, Scott, and me. Scott said, what about my vehicle? And Sean said, what vehicle? And that was the end of the meeting. And I'm saying apparently his car was blown up.
Mm-hmm.
Put up the photo. What is this? Me and Sean in Kingston, Jamaica. I thought it said Sean Kingston. I was like, bitch. But it says me and Sean in Kingston, Jamaica for Sound Clash. Were you bruised? Yes. And in this photo, what is it? Me in Sean's bathroom, September 18th, 2015. So wait, right before that, what year was that? I forget. All right, so 2015. All right, 2015. Hold on. September 2015. What are you doing here? Recuperating from being beaten up by Sean in Las Vegas. We were having an after party in our suite. I talked to a producer and Sean tapped me on the shoulder, called me into our room and beat me. Kicked me as I tried to hide behind the toilet. What stopped it? D-Rock and James Cruz came in. It made D-Rock sad. What are these communications? From D-Rock to me, he said. Where you at? It's time to ice your face. Why? I had just been beaten up by Sean. Were these all the times he beat you? No, there were more. With who else did you see Sean be violent? I saw him drag an assistant out of bed. I saw him punch Eli in his head. One time in Turks and Caicos, he dragged a person. I believe we had freak off in Turks and Caicos. What floor did you live on in 875 Comstock? The 17th floor. Did a friend stay with you? Yes. Sean came in and held her and threw her onto the pad. Sean came in and held her and threw her on the patio furniture out on the balcony. So I guess she's saying she threw her and the furniture out on the back balcony. I saw Sean bring her back in from over the balcony, then throw her on the patio furniture. AUSA and Kerry Morgan, I saw Sean hit her in the head. Did you get drugs on your own? Occasional drug dealers, opiates, Xanax, Valium. Ventura. So she was buying drugs on her own. Ventura. Sean would put the pills in a vitamin C bottle on the sink in the New York apartment. He'd say, "You can take, you can take him." I guess he meant them. He had doctors who would write the scripts in his name of an assistant or my name. AUSA, your brother's birthday party in Connecticut, 2013. What happened? Ventura, my mother told me someone was taking pictures of me, and I went and punched her in the head. You testified your relationship with Sean ended in 2018. How was your health? I was sleepwalking. I had PTSD. Objection. Overruled. What's this? A photo of my front door in 2018. Publish it to the jury. Why is there a knife there? Sean was coming around a lot, so I had it. So I guess by now she's dating Alex. In 2018, what happened? We were having a closure conversation at a restaurant in Malibu. He was trying to convince me to go to Burning Man. Were you seeing anyone anymore? My now husband. At USA. What happened next? I don't want to say I can't wait for the cross examination, but I want
Hmm.
them to fill in
Uh-huh.
some more of these gaps because I feel like the prosecution isn't doing her any favors. What happened next? Ventura. This is almost over, I promise. Sean came into my house and raped me on my living room floor. His eyes were black. It was like taking something from you. AUSA, you cried. What did Sean do? He continued and finished inside of me. Then he got up and left. Did you ever have sex with him again? Yes, voluntarily. We had a good night. I went back to his house. Can you explain why you did that after he raped you? We had been together for 10 years. Who did you stay in touch with? Most people, though I pulled away. What did you message Sean about after that? Just checking in. What did he send you? That he had iPads full of images to get him his money. Get him money back for what? For having paid my now husband to be my trainer. What did you write back? Do you want me to tell the truth? It's much deeper than iPads. There was abuse, more than freak offs. So right there to me was like a threat from her. Like, bitch, you want me to really tell it? Tell it all?
To the
Um,
prosecution,
yeah.
which is crazy. Her
Ventura,
saying that is just crazy. But go ahead. Uh huh.
do you want me to tell the truth? It's much deeper than iPads. There was abuse and more than freak offs. And they didn't get into that. So there was a time I couldn't take the pain. I tried to walk out in traffic. My husband wouldn't let me. I had trauma therapy. Did you write? A book with chapters. My mom helped. What did you want with the book? That Sean read it. AUSA. What pain did Sean put you through? Shame. To carry things that were shameful for him. I took on a lot of responsibility. I took on a lot of responsibility for that I never should have. He brought the concept to me when I was 22. I was it was expected of me. I felt terrible. How did you get the chapter to Sean? Through my attorney. And I reached out to KK. I don't know who KK is. I think she works for Diddy. I asked her, oh, Kim, no, that would be KP. KK. I asked her if he read it. She said it was not taken seriously. How much did you ask for the book? 30 million. Did you sue? November 2023. I like how the prosecution just skipped. She just says, "Oh, you wrote a book." Up here, she says, "I wrote the book to show him, to, all about all the shame I was carrying." But now it's, well, how much did you ask for the book? Like she's selling it to him. No, Ventura. I'm home, niggas. Okay, Ventura, 30 million. Did you sue? November 2023. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh wait, they asked for the blind item. Hold on. Hold on. It's cutting off. Ventura, November. What happened with the lawsuit? It settled for 20 million in 24 hours. Why are you testifying in this trial? I can't carry this anymore. What is wrong is wrong. I tried people like they were disposable, escorts, anybody. AUSA, how many freak offs did you have with Sean? Impossible to know, hundreds. After you broke up with Sean, did you ever do a freak off? No. No further questions. AUSA, sideboard before cross, yes. So they did have a cross. So do y'all want me to stop here and we talk
No,
about this? Or y'all want to go into
just a little bit. I need to mention this, right? Because it was something that you read, and if you can, I want you to go back to it because I think this is going to be important. Out of all the shit she said, um, she smiled and
wait,
said,
time
"Yeah,
out, real
we."
quick, wait, hold on, because they don't do the cross. With the jury out, judge, why don't we put off the cross examination till tomorrow? We'd like to AUSA Johnson. They want to start now. Y'all are doing too much. We'd like to start now. To be sure to finish, Miss Esteville, Combs is Esteville. She will be finished by the end of the week. So no cross today. So y'all, why are they trying to rush it so much? But anyway, Judge Shamanian will make up for the time in other ways. Get the jury. The witness can be excused. Yes. Jury entering. Okay, so we can. This is really. This is just legal stuff. Judge, sorry to bring you to only out to send you home. We don't read anything about this case. Have a great evening. Really? Wait a minute. Let me go back. Okay, we'll make up for time in other ways. Get the jury. AUSA, the witness can be excused. Judge, yes. Jury entering. Judge Sumranian. Sorry to bring you out only to send you home. Don't read anything about this case. Have a great evening. All rise. Jury exit. Judge, Ms. Comey. AUSA Comey. Here's what the defense sent us about Rule 412. We believe that we had agreed that other sexual acts by the witnesses were not admissible. We believe we had agreed that other sexual acts by the witness were not admissible. So they're trying to, I guess Diddy's lawyers want to introduce other sex acts other than the ones they just spoke of introduced into court. They don't want basically her whole sexual history into the court. He said, but we understand they intend to cross-examine her about other relationship with texts about sex, about Miss Ventura fucking someone else. Why is that necessary? What do you mean, why is that necessary? Anyway, say call me. I don't want to read these. I don't want to read these into the record. Just keep skipping, y'all. That's why I keep getting lost. Let's see. I don't hold up. We believe we agreed. Hold up. But we understand they intend to cross-examine her about other relationship with texts about sex, about Mr. fucking someone else. Why is it necessary? AUSA call me. I don't want to read these into the record, so I'll hand copies up. I guess out. Defense? Question mark. Combs is agnophilia. These are messages about jealousy in the vocabulary of are you fucking that person? That's fair game. This is the real world. The way people expressed hurt. Anyway, say call me. The rule requires that this be sealed. Judge, let's proceed without specifics. Combs agnophilia. Saying are you fucking that person is just a vulgar way of asking are you cheating? Both sides opened on infidelity. This is not 412. Judge, we could do it in the robing room. AUSA, the defendant would have to be present. So in the courtroom sealed, Judge, counsel for victim one would like to be heard. I see his hand, Mr. Wigdor. We are entitled to notice. Judge. So tomorrow morning adjourned. Story. Okay, so that's the end of that. So they're fighting over. They don't want certain messages, about these other relationships probably to be introduced into court. So you were about to say go back to a certain message, something I said, Ma.
Yeah. So listen, this is important to me. Puffy comes in and he rapes her. Right? She tells her that.
So wait, when we're on
She,
YouTube, supposedly you can't say that. So say grape or S-aid, like
oh,
sexual
okay.
assaulted.
He took
Okay.
advantage of her. Right?
Right.
He took advantage of her. And the prosecution then asked her after he, you know, finished because she said that he finished inside of her, all this sort of type of stuff, and he just left, right? He took advantage of her, left. Then they asked her a question. Um, did you did you deal with him again? She said yes, right? And she also said, if you can remember, she says we had a good night. I
Yes.
mean, I but I've never been. I don't know the mind state of a person who gets taken advantage of and goes through this much stuff. And then she says something like, "Yo, we've been together for like 10 years." I I'm confused. So it's like, I'm confused. You go to your mom house, right, and you show her all these bruises and all that. You got money. Why didn't you stay at your mother's house? Did he when he
Yeah.
came to your mother house and got you too? That's all the way in Boston or Connecticut or whatever his mom was at. Like, so you like if
Well,
he's
it's
this
just
much
why
a
are you
monster.
dealing with him still after you told your mom everything? You the cat's out the bag. Why are you still going back? You have you have another boyfriend. You have another life, and you're still coming back. I believe that's what you're trying to say.
Yes, like and like and and she's coming back with more violent things. Like you got the jump off, right? But saying that he came to your house where you opened the door, right? Um, and then he took advantage of you, then finished inside of you. This is different from this is extra stuff. You know what I mean? I'm just
So he's saying that to say, where is the? She's not chained to a bed. She's not. Um. She's not. It's not against her will. Is that what you're
um
trying to say? Let me get into some of these comments.
yeah, read
Uh,
the comments, but I think she loves some of this stuff.
I don't want to say loved, but I don't know. I
Uh,
really don't know.
prosecution, right? It's another thing she said. Um
Candy
no,
loves TV payments, and oh, let me read some of the comments. My dude liked me. I don't know. That's what Amy said. Damn. Most of the abuse towards Cassie and Diddy was always under the influence of drugs from both parties. So I don't understand how Cassie is getting the most grace. Cassie admitted she attacked women. Um, can't post comments. Why not? She thought she wanted Diddy, and a large part of her desire to do freak offs so other women wouldn't do it. Yes, she's admitted that she willingly did this stuff because she wanted to please him, and she didn't want
mhm,
other women, someone else to take her place, basically. Most abuser, she thought she wanted to, okay, match him up.
mhm.
Y'all hit that like button.
Is
What's good, everyone? Hey, Malaya. It's only a few more comments, right? Hey, Bill. Let's see. How can that keep getting swept under the rug? Which part, Shelbs? Okay, Candy. Uh, so they were together for 10 years after getting S8, and you have a whole man that helped you get out, and you still going back. Okay, so that's the last comment right there. So what were you saying, Manson?
well, basically, I'm saying what everybody is saying, kinda in the chat. Like, wait a minute, like you keep going back to this guy, and then you say to us, "Oh, we had a good night." Nah, it's just not. These things are just not adding up to me, yo. You know what I mean? Like I just and I don't want to be victim blaming because one thing the prosecution never spoke of, and maybe I missed it. Did the prosecution ever speak of Cassie? How was your bills being paid? You know what I mean? You keep talking about yeah, my house. He came to my house. Like, where are you getting any money from?
Right. There was another post I wanted. I want to read a lot of the comments from the people actually because I listen. Puffy is a straight up piece of shit. If he did this to my daughter, he would not be walking this earth. Like how he keep popping up at the house and all of that. Um, he would have got popped. You know what saying it without you know he would have got you know what I'm saying. Let me go to my likes. I have a 22-year-old daughter. He's a monster. Yes. But is he guilty of the things he's being accused of? Oh, there I'm getting ready to pardon Derek Chauvin, the guy who killed George Floyd, by the way. We can come back to this. Where is it? I want y'all to read the comment. We could go through the comments, but you know, I am looking at the trial from the beginning. I've been looking at the trial from and like when I said like all the chess pieces, I feel like chess pieces are being moved around and the prosecution doesn't sound too sound. I heard on the Joe Budden's podcast today that they were saying like if they're basically pulling out like their trump card. If Cassie's a trump, they hope they have a different trump card because if this is your star witness and this is the evidence that you have, that this doesn't make the case for what he's accused of. But other people say that they feel like the prosecution has done an excellent job in laying the groundwork for, I guess they have some type of bomb show later. But to me, they're not doing her any favors. It's opening up for Diddy's lawyers. If they're worth their salt, they can rip her testimony to shreds so far with even just the questions we're asking. But they have their own evidence that the prosecution doesn't even have yet, or they're fighting about it. And the fact that they're trying to even get stuff barred from court about her other relationships. And then y'all are the one who are introducing these other if you want to keep something out of court, keep out the other relationships that are popping up in between. You know what I'm saying? Because that doesn't look good either. Because you said you can leave, yet and still you saying you're seeing other people in between all of this. Corey says, as a deviant SA survivor, I can explain it so he can understand it. Drop the link real quick so I can explain. Then I'm going to bed. Do you want to have a guest up here, Maul? Oh, he'll probably call back in. His phone dropped out. Um, I wanted to read some of these comments. I forget which one. It was on the video that they released. So where can I find it? Did I bookmark it? Hold on. Diddy trial. No, that's not it. Diddy, that's YouTube. It's in New York. New York, 16 years ago. 16 years ago would have been 2014. So let me show this. It's I don't know if it means anything, but in the middle, I actually want Jamal to see this. So I'll wait till he comes back. So to me, I feel like a lot of people are scared to say, a lot of men, without being bashed, are scared to say that they don't feel like the prosecution has laid down made the case for basically. So you're trying to say that, Corey, I hear what you're saying about as a DV survivor, I can explain it so you can understand. We understand. I'm a DV survivor myself. And I'm saying this as a domestic violence survivor and as a mother of a 22-year-old girl. Um, like I said, Puffy would have been, if that were me, and that was my daughter. And what am I trying to say? I am trying to say that, what am I trying to say? People are scared to say without sounding like they're taking up for Puff because he is a monster. He is, I feel like if he would have got convicted for the shit that was doing for her, to her, in terms of like uh, assault and battery, um, all this, all, just convicted for some domestic abuse charges. I wish those would have happened. And I also have a question I want to pose to a little bit the chat, and it's really messed up that in this climate and culture that we have, that I'm I'm stumbling over my words. I'm not really saying anything because I don't want to sound a certain way, or I don't want to sound like I'm taking up for Puff, and I definitely don't want to sound like I'm victim blaming. Um, where is he at? Maybe his phone died. Hold on, coming back. So I'm going to drop the link. So when Jamal comes back, I'm going to take everyone off the stage because the last time he was getting, we just had we didn't have order in the court. So I'm going to put the link up, and whoever wants to come up and say something, we can, because I'm going to pop me some popcorn and wait for Maul to come up. And if he doesn't, then I will just continue and say the question that I want to pose, one or two questions that I want to pose to, let me pin this, to regarding this whole situation. Now, if y'all want to see video, if y'all want me to play snippets of now the Joe Button podcast was taped earlier this week. Um hey Corey.
Hey.
Hey. And I like this girl too. We can play her videos. Okay. Speak what's on your mind, Corey.
Okay. I just okay. There is something also called when you've been traumatized as bad as Cassie has,
Mm-hmm.
there is something there's a syndrome. She's suffering from Stockholm syndrome 1. She's suffering from battered woman syndrome. And then there's another syndrome I forgot what Sonny called it. That she's also suffering from because of the trauma. And you have to remember also, Puffy got that long dough. He probably threatened her parents a long time ago. He can send people to unalive her or snatch her. She's tried to get away several times by dating these other people, but yet because of the way her mind is messed up and
Mm-hmm.
thinking he loves her with all these actions, she keeps going back. And women, not in my case, probably not in your case, Richie, a lot of
Right.
women go back. They keep going back. And then the last time when they actually finally do leave, it was good that she had her husband with her that helped her leave, because that's the most dangerous time, when that woman actually leaves,
Right.
because it's the
Well,
most deadly, because they can unalive you in the
okay.
process of you leaving.
So he provided a certain level of literal protection for her.
Yes. Yes. And I saw a lot of Amy's and Shelb's comments. Yeah, she hit him back because she was trying to fight back.
Hold on, let me
But then
find.
it, yeah.
Hold on 1 second.
All right.
Trying to find my little flip flops. But go ahead, keep talking.
Yeah,
How,
she was trying to fight back, trying to get her autonomy back. But then by this time now she's hooked on substances. She's
yep.
getting substances on her own to dull the pain and the shame. And she feels like she can't turn to her parents. Remember when Tina Turner turned to her mama, what her mama do? Call Ike and told her come get her
Mm.
because
I remember.
he paid her money. You know what I'm saying?
I remember when I was going through my DV, and I would like the first time or second time, first second time, I would run to my family, and it would be like, we not riding at dawn, we riding right now, and they would go and confront them and
Hmm.
yada yada yada. And to a certain point, I do all that. I remember one time my dad came and got me once, and then I would go. Eventually, I wouldn't go right back, but I wound up right back. And then I
Hmm.
remember my grandmom saying to me one time, listen, don't come around here telling us this shit no more. You better wean yourself off that nigga, then call us. Otherwise, they don't want to hear about it no more.
Hmm. Yep. In my case, my mom didn't know because my son's father basically it was emotional
Mm-hmm.
and mental. It didn't get physical and until he tried to kidnap our son.
Oh, damn.
And he bought and then the last time my mom chased him away and then him and this chick he was cheating with come bring my son birthday gifts and I'm like, no, I'm not letting you in here. I'm not doing it. I took a stand. And then he brought the police, telling the police he lived at my house. And my mother was something told her to come home from work early. She came
Mm-hmm.
home from work early and the cops was all in her driveway. She was like, get out my driveway so I can park. No, he don't live here. And no, she don't have to let you in. You got a warrant?
You
Oh
better
yeah,
get
he
out.
was trying. No, I wouldn't open the door until my
Oh, she said
mom.
it to the cops.
Yeah, she told that to the cops. And then I got an ex parte the next day. Hmm. Yep. So she wasn't as lucky because he's got money and power and he can pay people off.
Okay, yeah, it says some people are not looking at those key details that aren't helping Cassie's stance. People are hearing shock words and confusing the whole case. We already know
Hmm.
Diddy is shit. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. And Sonny said on The View today that the prosecution needs to bring a witness, I mean, an expert in to explain everything that they just heard and why she kept going back.
But is that trafficking? Is that um is Bad Boy? One of the questions I have is I don't know what happened to Manson. He did say he was driving, so he'll probably come back when he can. One of the
Mhm.
questions, damn, I forgot what I was just about to say.
Bad
What were
boy.
we? Bad Boy. Oh, is this a? You're trying to say that this for the prosecution? You're trying to say that this activity, this domestic violence that they're having, and I'm not taking up for him, and I hate that I
Hmm.
even have to keep saying this shit over and over again, just for not you. I'm just not towards you, but towards just people in general. Um, he This, so you're trying to tell me that this constitutes a RICO. You're trying to tell me that Bad Boy Records was a front for and Ciroc and Sean John was a front for Diddy to what? Is he making money off of this? I know he's put the money out for the prostitution, the prostitutes. Um, but what is he gaining? Like, what business is he doing? Unless in Jonathan Odie's confession, his interrogation, he said something about he made a lot of business calls, something about drugs. I guess he did say Trump's name, and that's why I had said originally, like, chess pieces are being moved around, even by, like,
Mm-hmm.
with the inexperience of the judge, um, the prosecution, with the 6 pack of white women, or whatever have you, whatever I said at the
Mm-hmm.
time. But to me, you're saying that Bad Boy Records and all of, let's just call it Sean Combs Enterprises LLC,
Mm-hmm.
was a front for um sorry, a front for what? To make money off of prostituting Cassie around? Like, what are y'all alleging? Like, that he made money doing this? That he made what?
When they
I,
bring RICO charges, it's not only about it's not solely or is about the money making of the activities. The RICO charges, they're like an umbrella that have been used since mafia days for different things. It just encompasses a lot of things. RICO does.
I know what
So
RICO means, but I'm saying
yeah,
I don't
but
hear the
it's
RICO
just
part of it.
it's like an umbrella. So
Right, but for
when
what
they
though? What?
say a business enterprise, you have the companies, his assistants calling things and making arrangements for things. Cassie was an employee of Bad Boy Entertainment. So her making phone calls because she's afraid not that if she doesn't arrange this, she's gonna get beat up. So she was an employee of Bad Boy
But
Entertainment, which is
she's an
part of Sean John
employee,
LLC.
but she's sleeping with her boss, and they're in a domestic violent, extremely violent
Mm-hmm.
relationship where they're paying people for sex. With the
Mm-hmm.
drugs, with the RICO, with the illegal part,
Mm-hmm.
okay, prostitution is legal, but he's not the one
Prostitution is not
prostituting.
illegal in all 50 states.
Okay, but I think it's legal in Vegas. I think one of
But
the
were they
biggest
in
scandals.
Vegas this whole time?
No, they're all over.
Then when certain women get flued out to men and they have relations, that is S trafficking.
But is it sex trafficking,
It
or is
is.
it a relationship, a
No.
domestic violent relationship? What is the
Okay,
business? What
so
part of what
okay.
part of the freak off is business? The business part. Okay, I pay the escort his fee, but
Mhm.
where is the business part of it? Where is
Who paid the escort though? Did
Cassie
the
do?
accountant? Did the okay? Cassie is an employee of Bad Boy Entertainment, which is a part of Sean Combs LLC.
Is she, or is she a 1099 worker, independent contractor? An employee would be somebody who actually works at the label. Someone
She's
signed
an
to the
artist.
label, right? But that's not an employee. That's something different. It would
You
be more
also
like
have assistants
1099.
who you have
You're not
assistants.
drawing a paycheck
Yeah.
from um
It
from
depends on it depends on how they look at her at that part of her relationship with that monster. And also you have security that called. You have assistants that call. They're not 1099. They are
so
actual
Candy
employees,
Candy Love CZ. Was the money from the companies and businesses used to pay for any of these things?
possibly.
Um, Ali says RICO is just one of the charges. The charges are sex trafficking, racketeering, transportation to engage in prostitution. They asked Cassie to testify to prove the third charge. Now I can see the third charge, transportation to engage in prostitution.
Hmm.
But is Cassie the prostitute, or are the guys the
The
prostitutes? Is
guys,
that So that's a service that they're offering to him. He's not offering.
But he's
They're
flying them
not
out.
paying. They're not paying to have sex with Cassie. They're the prostitutes, not
Yeah, he's
Cassie.
paying them to have sex with Cassie. So, and he's also flying them out, sometimes on his private jet, which is also part of the business.
Like I said, I could see them getting. Make no mistake, they're gonna get him on something because they
Mm-hmm.
already on the Joe Buttons podcast. They said that they're already salty about him beating the shit with Shine.
Mm-hmm.
So they're gonna get him on something.
Yep. And
Um,
they've been watching Diddy since he started. Because
well, apparently,
if y'all remember the hip hop cop in NYPD had one cop that followed every rapper,
I
and
know about the hip hop cop personally.
they have documentation about every rapper during that time period.
I
So they've
know
been
just from the rappers I know in Philly, the hip hop cops. I know that's a very
yep,
real thing. But I
they've
believe that
got, yeah,
the Fed started investigating him with
long time ago.
when Jonathan Adi made that statement in the interrogation room, because if you look at
Yes.
his court records, which are public, he's been having court dates that have been pushed back and pushed back and pushed back and rescheduled since he's been in custody. And I believe
Mm-hmm.
he's been in custody this whole time, just under like protection, really,
Yeah.
witness protection. He might be the
Yeah.
main witness, but yet and still, another point I was trying to make was, okay, they're buying drugs they're buying drugs. That's illegal. But they're also
Mm-hmm.
doing the drugs. It's not. They're not like buying the drugs. We say criminal enterprise. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
are you buying the drugs to sell them, or are you buying the drugs to do them? Like, there's
Well,
a big
when they
difference.
become a yeah, they become a criminal enterprise once you take them across state lines. When you have your mule get on your private jet and take them from this state to this state to that state to this state, that's interstate trafficking or interstate enterprise.
It seems like to me they're trying to use the RICO thing that was originally established for to get mob people,
Mm-hmm.
real criminal enterprises,
Mm-hmm.
you know, organized crime, um, people doing organized crime.
Yep.
This is organized. He's orchestrating the whole thing, but is it organized crime?
Kinda is. He's using the
They're
organization.
doing illegal activities, but is it what he's being accused of? And to me, if we're just going off of what we've heard, I'm just gonna say me.
Hmm.
If I'm listening to Jonathan Adi tape and what he said they were doing, and Cassie, her stuff, I'm not hearing the big where the criminal enterprise is. What hold on, I'm about to be at my computer in 1 second.
Okay.
Pull up this stuff. Um I'm doing too much right now. Hold on. Okay, so wait, I need a water. Sorry. I know it's
Take your
so dumb.
time. Take your
um
time.
I'm not hearing the criminal enterprise part. I hear a man beating his girlfriend,
Mm-hmm.
so almost like Shannon Sharp. Like,
Mm-hmm.
what are your big old ass doing, beating on this little girl like that and pissing on her? And I don't know if y'all want to get into the details of the testimony yesterday, but we can do that too. Um, I and the prosecution's attempt to paint him as a monster, will it backfire? I'm gonna read your comments in a second. I'm going back up to the penthouse. Um,
Mm-hmm.
will it backfire? Are they
It
going a
could.
little too hard trying to paint him as um with the baby oil and the this kind of sex and the thing, because Cassie said out of her own mouth, I keep going back or whatever. I understand that's a cycle of abuse, but that's what it is, abuse. He was definitely abusing the shit out of her, manipulation,
Mm-hmm.
everything, threatening her boyfriends. But is that what he is being charged with. Let me read your comments. Go ahead. You can talk.
Yeah, let me just say this real quick, and then I'm gonna
Go ahead.
I'm gonna go to
No,
bed because I gotta get
okay.
up early.
Okay.
Um, he- she's there to corroborate the interstate trafficking of the escorts.
Hmm.
She's there to corroborate the interstate trafficking of the substances.
So if you offer me a service in
Mhm.
Vegas and it's
Mhm.
legal
Mhm.
there and I use it, does that make a criminal enterprise?
No, it's the criminal enterprises when he puts them either on a commercial flight or a private flight and goes to another state where prostitution is not legal. That's interstate trafficking
Um, I'm
with the
not.
men and the substances.
What
So
if
that
we're just doing the drugs? We're not selling them. We're buying. We're getting high and we're partying
if you take them across state lines, it's it's called trafficking with intent to sell or malicious harm.
with intent to sell
Hmm. Anytime you take a
or malicious
substance,
harm.
yes,
But he's doing the drugs too. It's not like he
it
is
doesn't matter. He put them
getting
on a
everyone
plane.
else. Intent does matter because
Once you
we're
put them on a
all getting. We're,
plane,
we're
you're
all
considered a
engaging.
trafficker.
Okay, we can go off that technicality, and that's just a technicality. But the
Hmm.
intent of the whole thing is we're getting high and we're partying, and I'm abusing my girlfriend. That's a part of his kink, just like Shannon Sharp.
Hmm.
Um, but I don't know. I really don't even remember the girls. And isn't it so crazy how Shannon Sharp shit just went completely away? I know he's
Hmm.
happy right now. Um,
Hmm. But when this is over, they're gonna get him.
Shannon.
Yep, they're gonna double back and get him because
Oh,
because all of this is all a distraction. This
that's Ali.
it's all a distraction to
Well, it's really all a distraction from what the hell Trump got going on in Saudi
yes,
Arabia, to be honest with you. None
exactly,
of this even matters
exactly,
when you hear that they've gifted him a plane and he's going to be
yes.
using it for Air Force One. And I'm telling everybody in the comments, let him cook because, greed is a deadly sin. And that's all I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to say. That plane could be wired for sound. It could be
Mm-hmm.
it could detonate at any moment, like
Mm-hmm.
let him cook. If he wants to be if he sold his motherfucking soul. Like what?
Mm-hmm. That's why
Hey
no
Ali,
living president ever stays at the Waldorf Astoria anymore because
what?
it's owned by China and there are
Oh,
listening devices in every room.
I did not know that.
Yep. They bought it
Hey,
from Hilton. They bought it from Hilton. Yep.
mhm.
Yep. Yep.
Hey
Yep. Yep.
Ali,
Yep.
what's on your
Hey.
mind? I know I didn't get
Hey.
to the comments.
I gotta
No.
drop down, y'all. I gotta get up at the crack of
Well, good
dawn.
night,
Oh, good
Corey. Thank
Good
night.
you
Good
for
night.
night,
stopping
Corey.
by,
All right. Good night. Miss y'all.
Miss Shaw.
Bye.
I mean, see you. Good night.
Like at first, watching the case, I'm like, I don't see Rico or whatever. And then I'm like, let me look up his charges. And then when I looked up the charges, I'm like, okay, I can see why Cassie's there. They're trying to prove the prostitution charge of it. And where I think, to me, I still think they overcharged, but I
Mhm.
think the theory or the logic behind their thinking is that because he used his employees to book hotel rooms, move people from place to place, be couriers, or like how he had that young kid on the plane with drugs and stuff, that makes it an enterprise. So that's why he got hit with that RICO. But I don't think the organization is large enough for that. So more than likely, he's gonna get hit with that old fashioned man act that black men will never ever learn from, because they've been using that to imprison black men since the turn of the 20th century, when I forget that boxer Jack Johnson. I think he was dating like a young black girl, a young white woman, And it was
Mhm.
a consensual relationship. And he had a fight in, let's say, Mississippi, but then went to Georgia. And they arrested him, and they're like, "Oh, you violated the Mann Act." It's like, "What's the Mann Act?" "Oh, to take a woman across state lines for, I guess, for sexual things." But he's in a relationship with this woman. So it was so vague. But they used that constantly to get a lot of these black men who were dating interracially. So I don't
See?
know. I think they're gonna, like, probably Diddy's gonna probably get charged with something, the human trafficking,
If you
Mann
want
Act
to,
stuff.
yeah, the trafficking across state line, that's fine. But is that really what y'all really want to get him for? He's an evil monster, and it seems like to me you're not able to get him on maybe the statute. Your browser has lost connection. Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so it's lost connection to the mic. I hate this on the stream shit. It seems like, does it seem like they can't get him on? They wouldn't be able to get him um on I don't know, whatever domestic violence charges are they a little bit too ambitious? You see that with prosecutors sometimes.
Well, they can't get him on the domestic violence because the statute of limitations ran out.
Exactly. So now we have this trafficking, and you want to get him on transporting prostitutes across state lines. Hold up, let's get the likes up, y'all. I don't expect to get many likes tonight because of what I'm saying. That's okay. Wait, why can't I select this? Okay, yeah. All right, go ahead, Ali.
No, yeah, I I think I tagged you today, and I think you responded. You probably didn't know it was me on Twitter with the inner
Okay,
city
that's you.
press thread. Yeah, that
Okay,
was
yeah,
me.
yeah. That's how I was able to read it. Thank you. I
Yeah,
didn't know
because
that was
like it's long, but he's in the courtroom, and I feel he's giving the real that's going on, because a lot of people are putting 10 on 20, and she seems like a dry witness, you
yeah.
know.
Who is
Like one
KK?
worded answers and short answers, nothing detailed.
And she's saying things that I know the defense is going to, they're going to be able to create reasonable doubt with the just reasonable doubt with the jury, like her with these relationships. They're already fighting. The prosecution is fighting to keep. At the end of it, they're fighting to keep out certain text messages and her other relationships with people. If y'all case was strong enough, y'all wouldn't care about that.
But but if you think, if they're charging him with what I think, or they're using her as a witness for what I think they are using her for, it doesn't matter who she slept with. It's the fact that he took her across state lines to have sex with prostitutes. And that's what I think when they do the jury instructions, that's what they're going to tell the jury to look at. Who cares? She could have slept with, cheated on her husband or whoever, but this man made her go to, flew her from New York to LA to have sex with a whole bunch of men, and he paid those men to do that.
I wanted to show. Oh, that's Kirk. I wanted to show something funny, lighten the mood a little bit. Wait, let me read some of the comments. She had a boyfriend and cheated on him twice. Yeah, that goes against her character. Hold up. They about to cross her up tomorrow, child.
Yeah, I
Let's
think
see.
the attorneys are going to be a female. They're not, they'll be dumb to let a male cross her.
Yeah. The dudes are the prosty, and Cassie and Diddy are the tricks. I can't scroll my phone. Let's see. Let's get the likes up. Richie is giving you tweet by tweet court transcripts. Thank you, Shelves. Exactly, yes. Them paying for sex in New York and LA is criminal activity. The enterprises that he's using Cassie, his assistants, and security to organize everything. But I feel like as a juror, like I would be saying the same thing I'm saying right now, which is okay, they is it this big criminal enterprise, Bad Boy, Ciroc, Sean John, everything was a big criminal enterprise to cover up this, like having freak offs, unless we're Kathy. I don't know if she was implying when she said, "Did you really want me to tell the truth?" I don't know what she was implying there, but if it's more there, or y'all don't have the evidence for the more part, I don't know.
Uh, I I don't know. I hope he goes to jail just
And
off of
who is that
just
KK woman?
that's his assistant, the white lady that he always
Wow.
shouts out. That's it, or like his head of, like, let's say office manager. I don't know what her title was, but she basically ran everything.
Let's see. Being in possession of hard drugs is a crime. You don't need to sell it. But did they catch him with it?
Well, they caught it
One.
on his plane. And you know, when you in a car, if somebody got drugs, y'all all going to jail.
Yeah, one of the escorts says Cassie gave him the money, and Cassie was ordering her own drugs. Okay, we can hear you. They gonna eat her up tomorrow. Um, Man, we need to stop. Well they need to stop watching it. Who needs to stop watching? Uh, no. You're right. When I said I probably won't get that many likes or whatever, I saw Kirk looking dumb with his waist trainer. Yes,
Yeah,
on
I
his
thought
titty.
I caught that. I'm like, was he wearing a waist trainer?
Yes. I want to play a video. I'm in a bit of a Twitter beef right now. Hold on, with this white lady. Um, let's see. Here we go. Where are the mention notifications? Here we go. Um, so there's these people, these line sitters or whatever, and they're homeless people who. All right, I'm gonna show you the video first.
Oh, is that the one that Gabor shared with one of them yelling at the lady, the TV host or whatever?
I think I didn't see the board yesterday. So
No, he posted it on his Twitter.
what'd you say?
He posted it on his Twitter.
I um I was watching The Handmaid's Tale. I caught a little bit of it, his thing yesterday, but The Handmaid's Tale came on. All right, so this is what someone had posted yesterday that's kind of going viral. This man, but I want to show you. I've seen this man out here since Armand, since day one. Like he was literally. Let me just play it. I feel bad that guy was sticking up for us. White boy. This is how. Shut the fuck up, bitch. This is the fucking. I said, shut the fuck up, bitch. I said, I called you a bitch. I called you a bitch. I called you a bitch. When a grown man speaks, you shut the fuck up, bitch.
It's like every day on the subway.
Because anybody that takes a dick in the butt is the devil. You fucking Nazi. Somebody said I'm the devil. We
Oh my God.
That guy's just been wilding out like since Monday.
Yes.
You saw him get beat up. He got beat
No,
up the other
no.
day.
Yeah, I'm going to play it.
All right, this is too long.
So he said something like, you don't tell a grown man what to do. And he's literally was out there before all these people. So I put let him cook. Then on another comment, wait, that's the other video. Wait, because this lady, she was so mad. Because let me. I'm sorry. It's funny. Hold up. Um, Here she is. This hoe right here. She said I'm slow. Um, so she wrote. Meanwhile, so okay, this happened. She wrote, I can't believe they let him get that close to her. Extremely dangerous. I said, it's New York. She should move. They're invading his space. She said, move for what? And in his space, he walked up to her being rude and disruptive. You act like she's there alone bothering him. She's a reporter working with an entire production crew. LOL. He doesn't own the streets or sidewalks. What are you even saying? Ma'am, he lives there. Before the Diddy trial, he was minding his business up until the reporter showed up and told him to move. I've been seeing him from the beginning, so you, like the other reporter, can shut the fuck up. Um, Again, for those who are slow, take a seat. No one has the right to verbally assault or harass other on public streets. Regardless, someone should have created some separation between the unhinged lunatic and the female reporter he was harassing. So I wrote, where is my reply? She could have moved. Don't engage with the unhinged lunatics. Duh, it's New York. You're exactly what's wrong with society. The unhinged lunatic is homeless and or suffering from mental illness, being agitated by an entitled white woman who was ordering him to move when he was there first. He's a person too. Why is she better than him? They on his sidewalk to somebody else. I don't blame bro. If someone did it, it's my property. I'll be pissed. I don't know what this is, but I want to play another video of him cutting up.
I think someone's probably paying him to sit in line.
He is, because you can see it right in this video. This is from Armand's Twitter. Let me share this tab instead. Hold on. It's loading. It was loading.
I don't know if that lady's from New York or not. She should have just ignored him.
She's just a reporter. You shouldn't even be engaging with him. You see,
I
he's
know.
crazy.
I know. I'm like, oh, he's just a crazy bum. That's like a Tuesday in New York. Ignore
Hello. Like,
him. He's gonna call you crazy. He's gonna call you the devil or whatever. He called that other man a Nazi.
Oh,
Armand's commentary is hilarious.
go to whatever.
They was over there throwing blows.
And I think the white guy a bum too that's sitting in line.
Right. They're paying
It's like
literal bums.
they probably fighting over pay. I don't know. Like one guy paid more.
They was out here thumping. My God, they back with the shit. They back with it. Hi. Yeah.
Behind me, white boy.
Oh shit. Okay, this is crazy.
Still not sitting here, white boy. There's a fight with the rap. Don't go there. That's no motherfucking shit.
I'm not even mad at his use of the N-word.
You not sit behind me, bitch.
Yeah. The white guy said the N-word, right? I wasn't
Yep.
sure who said it.
He said it. He said A, not ER.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fuck you doing out here, nigga? I fight to the death, though. Yeah, I know. That's why I let your bitch ass go, yo. Fuck you doing out here? Fuck boy ass bitch. I am. Yeah, I know what's up. Fuck you out here not giving a fuck. What?
He didn't put the black guy on his back though.
I got right. What? That money.
He's got his little tent right there.
I already heard you up. Catching out there, nigga. Not giving a fuck. Now let me go.
The dude with the hat's giving like meth head, probably like puts out his cigarette on his tongue.
Right. Yeah, you got it. You got it.
Oh my God.
See, Armand is, you could tell he ain't from New York. If I saw some shit like that, I'm crossing the street and
He
watching.
was here earlier.
I'm not being that
Morning.
close.
It gives me that homeless and the people paid him to sit in that damn line because you see he's sitting next to a damn tent.
Mm-hmm.
Let me say. If y'all don't mace that nigga. But they really mind their business. They not really messing with nobody. Cassie
No,
texted the escort say I need to fuck. Diddy didn't make her do that. Oh, she texted that? I thought she texted Diddy that. Listen, at the end of the day, they were both getting high, doing shit. I feel now this is the other question I pose that's probably gonna sound a little victim blamey, but it's just a question. I'm chewing my popcorn. If okay, the first part of the question is, did Cassie help create this monster? And when I say that, like the part when she said, "Why don't you call KP or K Kim?" He's like basically like, "No, like I want you," because he know that you will let him take it there. You know how like we watch Criminal Minds or Criminal Intent,
mm-hmm.
and they talk about like serial killers or serial whatever, and they escalate. I feel like Diddy, the stuff he was doing, it probably started off as something small, then it escalated to this and that, whatever, because she obliged him. If now I'm God knows my heart. I'm no way blaming her, saying that it's her fault or saying she should have did it. I'm not even that type of tone, nothing like that. But I'm just simply saying like what it would have been nice if Diddy could have gotten charged for the shit he was doing, like abusing her, like splitting her head open, her eye open, all of this stuff. Like he probably could have gotten a good like caught him in the act with the drugs, with the prostitutes, all in one. Like, you know, when the cops were there and she would have told them right then and there, you know,
but I,
get
I
him. This is
guess
what we're doing. You know,
I guess because of the time period, this was what, late 2000s, early 2010s. There was no Me Too. So a lot of men were getting away with stuff. I remember when the Me Too thing started, and I remember
mm-hmm.
telling a cousin of mine, I told him, I said, when the Me Too movement hits the hip hop industry, it is going to blow the fuck up. This ain't nothing that we're seeing with these white people.
Do you
Because the
remember
short, the
at the
short, the
start?
short time I worked in the music industry, there you
Did,
had, if you wanted to move up, if you weren't, let's say, like a person working like corporate, like a finance job, or one of those jobs that keeps the organization going, and you just wanted to be like an assistant, an A&R, you would literally had to suck and fuck to move up. And I don't believe the women in the industry that say that they moved up organically. There's some sexual harassment that they had to deal with and put up with to move up.
agreed. I'm asking the question if, and she said, I've never seen a D that big. Can you send me a dick pic? Oh my God. When I heard that she was fucking somebody named the Punisher, I was like,
I saw he performed at a bachelorette party I went to. My first
girl,
my first and only bachelorette party that I went to.
the Punisher?
Yeah, he was a stripper.
What was
He
it
was a
like?
known strip. He was a known stripper in New York. He started out in New York,
How big was it?
like on your shoulder.
You lying.
It, it, I
On your
I seen a nigga
shoulder?
putting it. Well, it was, let's say, like 12. He was abnormally big.
Wow.
He was a well-known stripper. I think he probably still does, or retired. But like those real sex, like them black strippers they used to show on Real Sex. He was one of those.
Hold on. I was trying to find something on threads. I really don't work this from my computer. Where are my likes? Replies, media, reposts. Where are the likes?
But getting to your question about Cassie being like enabling him. I think Cassie's the person that wouldn't say no. I think he did this to Kim Porter. He's done this to every woman he was with until they reached their limit. And then Cassie was the one. I think he probably realized as these women are getting older, they're like, oh, we ain't doing this shit no more. Let me go find someone young and
Or
impressionable. And Cassie was
Kim,
that person.
Kim ain't letting me do all this.
I
You know,
I
let
I
me go call Cassie.
I think he did all of this to Kim.
Well, I'm just saying, like, Kim got older or whatever, or whatever. Like, everybody's not letting him do all of that to do all that. So he has someone who he, for the most part, knows is going to let him do whatever the fuck he wants to do. Because, and if you look at it, she did reap the most of the benefits from him.
But you know, one thing he also didn't do that I think he thought was his mistake with Kim and Misa, he didn't get this girl pregnant. And I think with those women becoming mothers, they were like, I got to protect my children. We can't live like this. And
That's another
so
thing.
he probably went out of his way to not impregnate Cassie so she has something to care about and to leave him for.
Wait, who? What? Shelves? Oh, you talking about the Punisher? Yeah, Kim was probably to perform as much as she could when she was younger. Um, and what if she got sick? All those bodies. Yeah, because Kim looked sick in the end. I always say, like, I don't think it's just surgery and stuff with Kim. Like,
And you know, she got pneumonia when she died. And, you know, people that got the
yeah, you're
that
right.
that
You're
that's
right.
what that's what kills them.
I didn't want to say they call it the ninja out here, but
Hmm.
I don't know if they said it anywhere else. But she didn't
Yeah.
look well to me. Now, let me see if I can pull this up because this is different than Twitter. Because this is interesting, and maybe we need to all. Um. Okay, so this was the post. Let me see if I can enlarge it. It says, "Who remembers when Diddy said this? He used to expose himself. It should be himself.
Everything's good. You know, y'all can have me over for dinner. Everything is good. I'm gonna give it to you raw. Clarence, make sure that you don't get fucked. Straight up. There's a lot of fucking going on in the entertainment industry, the music industry. Everybody's getting caught up into something. I'm cured now though, everybody. I'm cured. Everything's good. You know, y'all can have me
He's
over for
high
dinner.
right there. Look how big
Everything
his
is
eyes
good.
are."
I'm
Hmm.
gonna give it to you raw. Clarence, make sure
So
that
when you go into the comments, I said, "Who is Clarence?" Um, go to the comments. Who is Clarence? Clarence Avant. There's a
Is
doc.
he that music industry guy whose wife got murdered in their house?
Yep. The Black Godfather. I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
watch that. Maybe we should all put that on our list.
Yeah.
There's some more comments. Clarence Avant, the well-respected mogul that passed away a couple of years ago, and then his wife was killed about 6 months later by robbery. You're right. They made a movie or TV show about him. I can't remember whether it was a TV show or what, but Clarence was a big deal in the industry for black celebrities. Wait, there's more. AKA the Black Guy, real life PR fixer. Interesting doc on him. Might be on YouTube now. Clarence Avant was not to be played with. He made sure everybody had a fair deal. I believe the documentary. Um, there was a comment in here that said basically when he died, Diddy lost. Let's see. This old brother was rumored to be a part of the Boule. As soon as he died, Diddy started getting exposed like a month or two later. Um,
When did Clarence Avant die?
instead of a few years ago, let's say. Clarence Avant, a couple years ago. So, and if you go back,
2020,
Cassie
August
wrote her book.
2023, and in
Yup,
November.
that's when Cassie wrote her book and stepped to his lawyer, 2023. So he lost his protections. Let me say the packet. I feel if she did have a baby by him, she would have stayed by his side. I think if he probably didn't want to have it. If you notice, Diddy only has babies with black women, number one. And number two, I feel like at the end of the day, he probably had some level of love for her, but watching her, he's not going to have babies with someone he did all that stuff to, peed
Yeah.
on, have other men pee on her, and just treat her body just like one of those things that the men have. You know, women have dildos, men have what do you call them, pocket pussies or whatever you call them. Like
Mm-hmm.
just like a piece of rubber. Not, you know what I mean? Like just.
Yeah, she was just slutted out.
Can you imagine? I know you're already sore during your period. You imagine having to fuck two guys for 8 hours straight, and ugh, I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
You know, our mom said the pool full of baby oil had blood and urine in it as well, and you have to have sex in it or just douse yourself in bloody
That's
urine soaked oil. Like, you know, you're going to get infections from that alone. Remember when I was making fun of Portia and I was like, you just have bacteria and stuff from everywhere inside there, even though you might come up as STD free as far as like STDs, you still have like, you could have a parasite in there with all the shit she doing. Like,
exactly. I don't think Diddy's gay. I think he's a cuck.
yeah, he's obviously a cuck.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't think he's gay at all. He
She
has
said he
like
wasn't.
a kink. He's a voyeur or what, like those guys that like to watch and have his girl get fucked by
Somebody
someone
said
else.
this is why we should bring back kink shaming. If we kink shame this nigga, he wouldn't have, this shit wouldn't have got that far. I'm gonna play a part of Joe Budden's with Mark Lamont Hill chiming in on it.
I like that they added Mark Lamont Hill. He
Right?
he has Ish looking crazy because Ish, uh, that saying in the Eye of the Blind, the one-eyed king, the one-eyed man is king. That's Ish. All of them are not that smart in that room, so he comes off as looking smart compared to the rest of them. And then you got an actual smart person in the room, and now he looks insane every time he speaks.
I'm listening. I'm trying to find the exact minute when it starts.
All right, now it's time for my favorite part. I do fucked up things, but I know. Which is a typical thing that they would do. Ernie, key takeaways of day one. Yeah. So I'll just.
All right,
I just didn't hear that at day one. Bree's conviction is going to be that I like trap for the legal non-experts. If that didn't go well, you download Prize Picks immediately. Right,
hey, y'all hear?
Second,
Yeah, I can hear.
Code JBP. You get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. So good luck to all participants out there, and run your game. And now we are back. The Puff trial started the other day. Mm-hmm. It's going to be quite a spring summer. Yeah. Day one didn't go well for Puff, from what the legal experts are saying. Prosecution laid out an argument. I don't know if it's going to work or not. Well, the legal non-experts are saying he had a great first day. Yeah. The legal non-experts are saying that he absolutely smoked it, and his team of attorneys put on a masterclass. Yeah, that's the sentiment I got. Yeah. That's what I've been hearing from a lot of the cultural critics, a lot of the observers, and then a lot of legal experts are saying that they're setting the trap for his team. Okay. Again, it'll be interesting to see which direction it goes in. But to me, Puff has he has an argument that will be legible to a juror, which is, I'm a wild dude. I like freaky shit. People willingly did the freaky shit. I do fucked up things, but I never did the things they charged me with. To me, that's a winnable case. But the legal experts say the prosecution has a few things in the tuck, particularly the male escorts who testified. Mm-hmm. That is going to be a harder thing to defeat. And then the other thing is with Cassie's testimony. Even though Cassie is saying she willfully did some of these things. She's also saying she felt scared that she couldn't. And so the domestic violence angle is going to be a thing that may stay in the juror's head, even if it doesn't make legal sense to some people. Jurors aren't always persuaded by the law, by the facts of the case. They're persuaded by this monster. If you believe Puff is a monster, then you may believe other things. And unfortunately, sometimes juries convict you on the kind of person you are, not on the actual chart. Yeah, the letter of the law.
Absolutely.
I'm totally with that if you present anything having to do with the actual charges. And I just didn't hear that in day one. Not saying they don't have it in the talk, but I didn't see or read anything directly related.
They did like a summarization as to the key takeaways of day one. So I'll just read the headlines. Okay. So the prosecution highlights the two main accusers, which was Cassie, also a woman identified as Jane, according to the assistant U.S. attorney. And basically it's just talking about the coercion of the freak-offs and that sort of thing. The defense questions the accuser's motives, which is another key takeaway, which is a typical thing that they would do. In addition to that, both sides agree that Combs committed domestic violence. There's no way that they could get away with, acting like it didn't happen. The video in question is also admissible as a piece of evidence, as are the freak-off videos. I think that there's some editing that's happening with them, so it's not the entire duration. And the jurors have been instructed to wear headphones when they're watching and listening to it, because it's...
Did that go out? Did y'all hear it?
Yeah, I heard it.
Okay.
But I don't know. I feel like they don't know what the charges are, as I didn't know what the charges were until I looked it up. Because at first I'm thinking just Rico. And then when I see everything else, I'm like, okay, this is why she's here.
Mark's gonna get into it. Because Melissa, I feel like, I don't know. Sometimes I hate when she talks. Like, let Mark do this part. But she just kind of jumped in. But he's gonna jump back in. Okay. We could talk about their
she's one of the blind people in the room too.
Exactly. We are so here, Ali. But he's gonna get back.
She's just very well spoken.
I said, the jury.
To me, she tries to sound like she's so intelligent, and because she's smarter than them, like Flip and Joe, and they gas her a lot. And now she has this thing I'm just so smart. And Melissa, if you were so smart, then ... All right, let's listen.
Jury will see video of the freak-offs. That was central to the prosecution's case, because his character is on trial right now. Yeah, right. That's just the bottom line. His character is on trial, and everything that they have heard about this man prior to and during this whole thing might actually be what persuades some of the jurors to make their decision. There was the male escort who testified. He said he was paid for sex. He testified that Combs assaulted Ventura twice by way of his witness. And again, testimony about explicit and graphic descriptions. And also, Puffy's whole family was there to show support.
Which was super interesting. I'm going back to the male escort, right? He says he was paid to have sex. If you're a juror, you may say, all right, well, I was paid to have sex. You paid to have sex. That's fine. Right? Right. Whether I like it, agree with it or not, that's not illegal. The problem is... Well, I think it is illegal. I'm sorry. It doesn't prove that he broke the other laws. Right. Yeah, absolutely. The sex stuff is illegal. Right. But it doesn't mean that it was force, coercion. Right. And honestly, if the worst thing Diddy caught was a prostitution charge, he'd probably be very happy with that. I'm sure. That outcome. The problem is... one of the things that the escort is testifying to and already testified to was that he witnessed a lot of abuse with Cassie. So if Cassie's saying, I was scared not to do this, I was forced into this, and you have a male escort saying, yeah, I watched her be forced into some of the stuff that we did, that's where the jury is going to have that's where the jury is going to have to make some decisions about whether they trust Puffy's account or whether they trust Cassie's account, etc. Yeah. That's where it's going to get murky for him.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're talking, the overarching theme here is coercion and consent. And so with the male escort saying that that doesn't necessarily mean that she wasn't coerced. That doesn't necessarily mean that his reach is not that far. The perception of his reach is not that far. You know what I mean? That she wouldn't do his bidding for him out of fear.
But it also doesn't prove that she wasn't doing that on her own. Like they have to, if you like you said, coercion is basically what's trying to be proven here. That's not proving it.
But that's not one of the charges.
He's saying she paid for it, and they're just trying to allude to the fact that Puff did whatever. This from what I read day one, I don't see it yet. Well, again, remember what the charges are, right? There's 5 criminal counts: racketeering, sex trafficking by force, fraud or coercion, and transportation to engage in prostitution. It sounds like, just by observation, 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution seems like that's not going to be that hard to prove. Right. 2 counts of sex trafficking by force, that's a little bit tougher. The RICO one is probably going to be the hardest one to prove, right?
Yeah.
But the sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion becomes. It comes down to whether you believe Cassie is. If you have an eyewitness saying this was done to me, right? You also have evidence that she was abused. Again, a person could read this and say, "Hey, maybe this is a revenge prosecution." Someone could hear this and say, "Why should we not believe Cassie?" Right? She said that's what the video kind of. That's what I'm saying. So all the video evidence, all that stuff could make someone have strong feelings, as people do, about Puff, whether or not you agree with the charges or not. And so to me, a lot of this will come down to who you believe, Cassie or Diddy. Well, Puff's defense opened with there's 50 million reasons not to believe Cassie. But this is the part I'm confused about. She signed they reached a civil settlement already. Or whatever that number was. Whatever the number is, right? I'm just saying, like, they signed, she got paid. If the idea is there's a cash grab, she already got paid before the feds intervened. So if this was a cash grab, she didn't need this case to get cash. Who said it was a cash grab? That's an insinuation. That's what you just said. She had 50 million reasons. Like saying that this is. The 50 million reasons don't have to be cash related.
Who's that? Ish?
It could be vengeful. It could be revenge. It could be a bunch of other reasons.
Tell it. This dude is stupid.
Ice is the darker skin one, right?
Yeah.
They reached a civil settlement already. Or whatever that number was. Whatever the number is, right? I'm just saying, like, they signed. She got paid. If the idea is there's a cash grab, she already got paid before the feds intervened. So if this was a cash grab, she didn't need this case to get cash. Who said it was a cash grab? That's an insinuation. That's what you just said. She had 50 million reasons, like saying that this is. The 50 million reasons don't have to be cash related. I mean, that's usually an expression referred to somebody getting. It could be vengeful. It could be revenge. It could be a bunch of other reasons or incentives for her to, yo, nigga, you ruined my life. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, you ruined my life. So I could be vengeful. I could be trying to pay you back. Which again goes back to the who do you believe, right? So I think her already having a civil settlement makes her even more believable, not less to people. Because usually the argument is they're doing this to set up for the civil suit. They're doing this to get paid. Listen, I don't have a horse in this race. Lord knows I've covered this longer than I would like to. But even with the civil settlement, Mark, there were a lot of people on the flip side of that. There were a lot of people on the side of. I'm not going to say it. I get what you're saying. I'm not going to say it.
I hate that they can't say what they want to say.
Right? I'm not even making a case about who's right or wrong right now. I'm just making odds about how the jury's going to read this. That's all I'm saying. And I'm just saying, typically, jurors are skeptical of people when they think they're doing a criminal case to set up to get paid later. And I'm saying, since she's already took that part out already. And all I'm saying is, since she's been paid, I think that works in the prosecution's favor. But if you are a person that believes, look, Cassie was along for the ride the whole time. She made these choices herself from day one, which some people, observers, do believe. If you're one of those people in the jury, then none of this is going to be persuasive to you. So it's going to come down to just whose credibility you believe ultimately. But I do think if you keep showing orgies and sex tapes and male escorts and abuse videos, that's going to do something to the jury. It's going to inspire strong feelings one way or the other. She's testifying kind of as we're recording this, and she's already let them know, like, he moved me closer to him. Yep. He would send security and assistance if he can't find me. So the stage is being set to. I'm under his control. Yeah. Right. That he wasn't necessarily, he wasn't just enabling, he was enforcing. So then what if they pose the question that how was.
I don't know if y'all can hear every time Alyssa speaks, somebody goes. You gotta you gotta really hear it. I don't know if you can hear it through the phone, different phones, but every time she speaks, they do that. All right.
He would send security and assistance if he can't find me. So the stage is being set to I'm under his control.
Yeah.
Right.
That he wasn't necessarily, he wasn't just enabling, he was enforcing.
Yeah. So then what if they pose the question that how was she able to find if he was so controlling, how was she able to get with her current husband? I mean, people eventually do leave, not all the time, but people often do eventually leave, whether it's a... You said they pose that question. I think it's because I found the strength to leave. Yeah.
It's tough because there's no way to represent the opposite side of what Mark and Mel are saying without sounding away.
Yeah, I agree.
So
There's no way to do it, but it's just about like
It's a defense.
I think it's going to come and boil down to the whoever they pick for the jury is going to be really pivotal. Like if you pick some people that are somewhat cynical, that shit going whoever they pick for the jury is going to be really pivotal. Like if you pick some people that are somewhat cynical, that shit going to fly. I heard they have a bunch of videos. I heard some of those videos are very telling. I even heard there are videos where Puff is not there and is not present. So if that's the case, it's like, you know what I mean? Like it's gonna be some shit.
but she can also say that he was watching the cameras the entire time and it was an instruction for her to follow.
And then he got off and watching the footage later.
Exactly.
There's a lot of arguments both ways.
Yeah.
And finally, I think some of it's a philosophical question about how you see control.
Yeah.
Right? Because at some level, you could call anything control.
Yeah, I'm about to say, then his sheer celebrity would be controlled.
Yeah. And this is why I think Diddy's defense has more ground than people may have thought 6 months ago or a year ago, because I think people thought that the videos would be more smoking gun. The videos are smoking gun about sex happening. The videos are smoking gun about prostitution and escorts.
And the videos are smoking gun about physical abuse.
Yes.
If you start talking about physical abuse versus, I'm flying people in to conduct sexual acts. I'm sex, quote unquote, trafficking and all of that other stuff. I think those things become harder to prove. I think, we know he was whipping her ass. Like, before the tape. In all honesty, people know that Puff was beating this girl's ass before the tape even surfaced. But again, when you start accusing somebody of running a criminal organization and enterprise, that's going to be something that's harder to prove than me beating your ass.
And again, that's where it's going to get met. It's really going to come down to me to what the jury, like you said, the jury's disposition toward these people, how they see people, how they see celebrity, how they see force, how they see relationships. This is going to, I think by the end of this trial, there's going to be a lot of people mad at each other and fighting with each other. It's not like OJ where like, who, was he really in the woods? It's going to be like, can a person be
morality and integrity going to be on trial?
All of it is, right? I mean, if you're in a relationship with a celebrity and you say, well, I did these things because I felt forced to, I felt coerced to. The physical abuse is one kind of coercion, but financial coercion and then fraud, all these things are things that are a lot more subjective and debatable to a lot of people.
We laugh and joke up here all the time about what y'all be saying.
The financial abuse things.
Bruh, if that's the case, it creates a really gray area for, this house mom sits at home.
Right.
This man makes all the money. So on the days that he might want to come home and get some coochie and she ain't really up for it, like I'm oversimplifying. Of course, I'm not saying that they're parallel.
Oh my God, that's rape. What is he talking about?
Opens the door to.
Wait, what happened?
No, he says, like he's trying to make a comparison by saying if a man comes home from work and his wife is tired from doing the housework and she doesn't want to have sex, but then he coerces her to have sex. Yes, that's the whole point. Like if she tells you no, that means no. But once you start, pulling her panties down and doing all that extra stuff, that you're breaking the law.
I hate the fact that he said coochie at his grown age.
He did say coochie.
Coochie. They should be ashamed of themselves promoting that BS app that you have to pay money for. What app? They should be ashamed of themselves promoting a BS app that you have to have money for. What app you talking about, shows? Here, I'm gonna just show the comments while the rest of this plays. It's not that much.
To that, and that's why the prosecution
I don't know why
is
what
going
he
to
said
focus on
because I didn't even
the
catch what he
violence.
was saying.
She ain't really up,
Coochie.
bruh. If that's the case, it creates a really great area for this house mom sits at home. Right. This man makes all the money. So on the days that he might want to come home and get some coochie and she ain't really up for it, like I'm oversimplifying. Of course, I'm not saying that they're parallels, but I'm just saying like
that's actually a good example.
That opens the door to that,
and that's why the prosecution is going to focus on the violence. They're going to make it seem like it wasn't just this abstract thing. It was a lot of. She was literally scared for her life, and I'm not saying she wasn't. I personally happen to believe Cassie. But I understand that this is not an open and shut case by any stretch. If you'd asked me a year ago, I would have said, "Oh, they got him." But when I look at the actual charges and what the actual evidence is, this is a lot messier. Anyway.
Well, she's on the stand right now talking about the abuse that she suffered, and that is the focus of her testimony right now.
Right. We'll
that leads me to believe that they don't have the strongest sex trafficking case.
I mean, they're promising to have more. That's what I'm saying. In their opening argument, they suggested that they have some footage that is more smoking gun.
That don't work on me. But no, hold up for a second. That don't work on me because I've heard that for months. I've heard that for months and months and months, and I've seen nothing be brought to the table besides things that were immaterial. Like you telling me about the baby oil. Like you telling me about all of this shit that just don't really matter. One and two, even with the Thug case, where the public court of public opinion maybe thought that he was out of here. But once we get into how these celebrities are being handled, how the evidence is being handled, how there seems to be a rush to judge, a rush to prosecute. It just seemed like there's some other celebrity shit that goes on that helps prosecutors drop the ball in terms of how evidence is presented. So, I mean, this has been too many months for me with this pup shit to not hear more than the horrible shit that we know, which is he's an abuser. Everything his lawyer is saying, hey, he's a piece of shit. He's horrible. Cool. However, he didn't do this.
He just do this, which is the defense argument. I mean, moving on from Puff for a second, you said something that I think is really interesting about the Thug case. There's a parallel there around the RICO. The RICO is used way too often these days.
Yes, like that shit don't.
And
when you ever seen a one-person RICO?
Right. And an argument, it wouldn't be. The argument is that he's using the label, all of the things to do this stuff.
I've never seen a RICO with no co-defendants.
Oh, I see.
That was the point of the RICO. That's a RICO. You running the criminal enterprise. He running it by himself. He don't have no.
He's saying with his business, he's utilizing his business and the people that work with him to.
They can get charged.
You can, right? But obviously, he was the only person they wanted to get.
Yeah.
But the RICO is being used now. Like, for example, in the Atlanta teacher scandal, when the teachers were allegedly cheating on standardized tests in Atlanta, there were 14 or 16 of them. They didn't just arrest the teachers for corruption or criminal theft. They charged them with the RICO. Middle school teachers and high school teachers for allegedly cheating, erasing student answers on a standardized test. It was intended for the crime families. It was intended to stop low-level people from taking the hit for the bosses. And now they're using it against anybody who owns a business, anybody who's part of an organization. And again, let's assume Diddy is 100% guilty. I'm not convinced RICO was the right charge. Let's assume Thug had been. I still don't think in any of these cases the RICO can't be used like this because it's often overused against people who can't defend themselves.
And in the Thug case, the RICO kind of made sense because again, we rounded up everybody. Because now, and that was the RICO. That was the state. That was federal.
And Georgia, but Georgia is the state that used the RICO. Georgia also used it against the teachers. It used to be a federal thing. Now Georgia, and I think 78 or 79 started using the RICO statewide for everybody. I can see the point. Yeah, I see what you're saying about that. In the Thug case, it was applicable. That's why they kept trying to tie him to the Bloods. That makes sense. You get what I'm saying? Okay, that makes sense then. I'm wrong. So it seems like that's a good example of it.
Yeah.
Teachers are a bad example of it. Sounds like Puff isn't a good example of it. Again,
not for nothing, even with the teacher thing, I get it, they're not a gang. But if I'm trying to,
a group of them.
if it's a group, right? I'm trying to get to whoever it is at the top. I can charge the RICO here because now I could convict all of y'all. I'm saying to all of y'all. So somebody's going to talk and roll on the other person. We roll uphill.
And that's my issue with it. It's not that I don't think it technically meets the standard, but it's being overused beyond its original intent. Got it. Because now you're giving people who should be getting 5 years, 30 years under RICO statutes for something that is relatively small. I think that's why they use it. They use it to intimidate the co-defendants on the person that's higher. Absolutely.
Yeah, they get them to plead down or to accept a plea by charging them with a RICO.
To get less than time to, for sure. And in the Georgia teacher cases, they got the to roll up on the principal. I mean, it wasn't John Gotti. They got this massive time, 30 years, and then you end up working out a deal to get lesser time to. For sure. And in the Georgia teacher cases, they got the to roll up on the principal. I mean, it wasn't John Gotti. They got Miss Edna. You know what I'm saying?
Man, I ain't gonna lie. That's fast for Cassie to stay. Yeah, I think they. Yeah, I think you're playing your big joker. I think you're playing your big joker early. Unless that's not the big joker.
He doesn't get that reference, but yeah.
Unless that's not the big joker. You heard your man? No.
You still ain't gonna play.
No, I think they shooting.
Let's see. I don't think Cassie's the big joker at all.
That's what I'm thinking too.
I think they got something.
I think they got something in the tuck that nobody knows about.
That's possible. I do think they got like a Mark Furman.
I don't think they got any of that. I feel like people watch TV shows and think that's what court is. They know who's the defense knows
Who
who's
they
the
have?
yeah.
Right?
They know that already. I think what it is that they don't know the charges. And I was guilty of that because I'm thinking Rico, Rico, Rico. And I'm like, there's no Rico here. But then I look up the charges and then I see the other things. And let's say the government being as grimy as they are, every time he called a prostitute will be one count because that's not like if he gets charged with paying a prostitute that's like 1-2 years at the max. So if if they charge him for every count, they'll just add that up and get all
And
those years on him.
that's my problem with this. I guess it's you're not getting him like what Mark said when he said you're charging a RICO and you got Miss Edna. Like there's no like hey Lisa Mac. There's no you're overcharging. You're using and what they were talking about. You're using the RICO against the teachers to get the head of this criminal organization, which is just Miss Edna. With this, you're doing all of this for Diddy. There's nobody else. You're not like they said. There's no other co-defendants. If he didn't do this shit by himself, like everyone's saying, like he's using employees and stuff. Why aren't they charged? Like the way it's being used to me is not. I don't want to even use the word ethical because this whole thing is just all fucked up. But like, it's kind of like I don't know what I'm trying to say. Like it doesn't feel. I know, like technically they can get him on this, but like get him for doing the disturbing things that he did to Cassie. Yes, technically, because they flew their freak off partners to across state lines. But why can't you get him for what he's really guilty for and put him away for that?
But they can't, and I guess that's the issue. But
I don't respect that.
I was just thinking about it. Let's say with John Gotti, I know when he got charged with the RICO, and a lot of those guys that he worked with flipped, like Sammy the Bull, and he was the only one charged. I think they just like Mark said, they use it just to get that one person, get everybody to flip, and then that one person will be charged. And from what it looks like, because if that KK lady isn't charged, to me, she is just like the Epstein
She's the
lady.
main one.
Yeah, she's no different than the Epstein lady. She should be
Wow.
charged in this as well. But they're not going after her for some reason. Unless she's flipped and she's going to testify against Diddy. I don't know.
And that's my issue. Like they just said, like a one person Rico, like that's strange right there to even say out loud. Like where at least charge somebody else who didn't help Cassie out. At least you ain't got nobody else to charge. Where are all of these? We heard all of this stuff we heard before the trial about all of these. What all of these? I guess that was Tony Busby's civil suit. But like all of these people come, these 200 victims. Like where are they? Where are the people who booked the, like you said, the appointments and the flights and court? This KK broad. Like where is she? If she didn't cut a deal, like why isn't she charged?
Mm, yep. She definitely should be charged. But
And I
I
feel
don't
like
care about I don't care about Diddy. This is his karma for
me
all the
neither.
awful
Absolutely.
things he's done to people, from stealing from Biggie,
Motherfucking
having to be probably a part of that, his demise. His
Yep.
mother, his daughter was alive. You didn't pay them their proper royalties. It like, no, this is all coming back to you.
I honestly think it's poetic justice. Just in the mere fact that you did all of this stuff to all of these people for so long, it was not even a secret. I remember when the locks wanted to go up there and kick your ass through, what was it, Hot 97 or
Yep.
105.3,
Yep.
for playing with them, and they street niggas for real. Like you think you tough, you beating up on Cassie and stuff, nigga. Come out here, come down into the where they from? The Bronx, the
They're
not the
from
Bronx,
Yonkers.
Yonkers. Like come to Yonkers, nigga, with their bullshit. Like meet us
No,
outside.
Diddy, like his one of his biggest hits is all about the Benjamins.
Yes,
He did not write that song. Kiss wrote that song. Because
right.
I was best friends with his with Sheik's sister.
Oh,
And we all yeah, I'm originally
I
from
like
Yonkers.
them.
We all grew up
Um,
together.
Okay.
And when that she played the, I guess, the demo of it, and that verse was Jadakiss's verse. And when
Mm,
it was released, Diddy was rhyming the verse and he was saying his lines word for word.
mm. And he didn't
And
credit. He
and
didn't
Kiss wrote
credit them.
basically almost all his stuff.
Wow. I like Jadakiss like mentally, but physically, I love Chic. Like I wish Jadakiss could have like Chic's physique and stuff. Jadakiss short and stuff. Oh man, I love the locks. Like
Well, he taller
fuck
than me, so
the
I never saw
frail
him as
shit.
short.
Who kid
Styles is
Jada?
short. Yeah, Styles is short.
I just like them. Like fuck the frail shit. Cause when my weight come in, they gotta use the scales that they weigh the whales with. Like oh my god. But anyway, um. like he been playing in people's faces for not even playing in their faces. Like, my friend was up here before that. What you call him had to die broke. Black Rob, Pam from Total had to be on. And you could tell her soul was sucked away from her.
Hmm.
When she was on that show. Just all of the dirt that he's done, and I'm pretty sure that this trial will almost, I hope it bankrupts him. I hope, like, even now, his children um are suffering, no matter how cute they look in court. Like, who's watching them? Who are they staying with? Who's protecting your children, Diddy? What's to say somebody won't get revenge and have one of your daughters in a freak off, or doing horrendous things to your children right now? Wait, they don't have a mother nor a father right now. Um, when kids get a certain age, they grown. Like they be on yachts and shit. I'll never see them. They probably don't even go to school, to be honest. Y'all talk about people who don't go to get diplomas and shit. What they need a diploma for? Um,
The oldest daughter, she go to school at NYU, so I understand why she's there because she's local.
which
But the
who's you talking about?
um,
One of the twins or the light
not one
skin
of the
one? Chance.
twins, the one that he had with the other girl. They're born the same.
Chance.
I think her kid came before the twins. They're born the same year.
Okay,
But the
that's the light
twins, I
skin
guess,
lady.
because they're born so late in the year, they're graduating this year because they're 2000. They're all of them are 2006, but she's earlier in the year and they're like December, so they probably just held them back because of their age.
But who are they living with? Who's making sure they get what they need? Who's
I
counseling them?
I don't
Who?
I don't I don't even know. Probably I heard Kimura plays a big part.
But
and
didn't they say
raising them.
Puffy was trying? Wasn't she saying Puffy was trying to kill her? So how does that work?
Well,
Her
because of
house
her
was set on
loyalty
fire.
to, because her and Kim Porter were best friends. So it's her loyalty to Kim Porter, not to Puff, is why she's in their lives.
She hopes. What if Puffy was like, "No, y'all can't stay where y'all got to stay"? Because I heard an audio that leaked of Kanye and Puffy talking, and Puffy was like, "Kanye, you're the only person." Let me see if I can find that footage. Did you hear that?
Mm-mm.
Um,
Oh, listen, I stopped listening to Kanye when he said slavery is a choice. I don't take that man seriously at
no,
all.
it was a conversation between Puff and Ye while Puff was in jail. Hold on.
I heard he got a whole Hitler song out now.
Ye, prison call. Continue. Stay in browser. This is from Access Holly. I don't want it from Access Hollywood. Hold on. I want it from someone who can strike me. Well, I guess nobody owns that footage. It was more than 46 seconds. Hold on. Diddy, Sean Diddy didn't know it was a call. Yeah, he was
But
being.
that the first day of the trial, when I saw the parade of baby mamas and relatives and stuff, I'm like, that man still own his house in his $50 million house in Florida. They trying to get they cut before he go to jail or not get kicked out, written out the
Oh,
will.
Kanye. I
No,
mean,
Diddy.
Diddy.
Yeah, because I'm like, why is the the side chick baby mama, the oldest daughter's mom, there with her? I don't know if that was her boyfriend or her husband. They showed up together, and then Misa's there with a walker.
Oh my
She
God.
says she's there to support her grown ass son, and I'm like, okay.
All right, here it is. Let me see. Hold on, I'm gonna play it on the computer so we can really hear it.
And those girls, the twins, they shouldn't even be there. They should be because they're
Right,
seniors
like
in
what
high school.
sick shit is that?
But they said they'd leave the room when they start talking about the sex stuff.
Oh, please.
But if that was my dad, mm-mm.
Why can't
And the
I
crazy part is, I know those older boys know that he's capable of everything. And they probably witness him abusing her as well, but they're still standing by their dad. And I think it's because of his money.
it's not letting me save it, so I'm just going to post it. Hold on 1 second. Why can't I save it? And nobody liked this either? No comment? Um, why can't I save this? Favorite. Okay, here. Alright, so we'll just do it like that. And let me pull it up on the compute pew. It just made me not I have no compassion for him at all, but I was like, damn, like his children are probably really suffering right now. Um, let me find it. Share this. What is this? Um,
Something huge quietly unfolded across the Middle East. Trump landed in Saudi Arabia's red carpet treatment, but not just any carpet, lavender, the symbol of royalty. And this wasn't just a courtesy call. Saudi Arabia pledged 600 billion in US investments. 142 billion went straight into US defense contracts. Nvidia, Google, OpenAI all shook hands with Saudi's elite. So why does this feel like a flex? While there, Trump made another shock move, lifting US sanctions on Syria. Syria's been under US sanctions for over a decade. But now, Trump says it's time for them to have a shot at greatness. That's a major reversal of US foreign policy, and one many believe was done at the request of Saudi's crown prince
No.
Mohammed bin Salman.
Syria
But
bought
here's what
$300
raised
billion
eyebrows the
dollars
most.
worth of
Trump
Trump
didn't stop in
coins.
Israel.
huh?
Syria bought $300 million worth of Trump coin.
Syria?
Yep. They saying
Oh,
all these
that's why my
foreign
phone went up.
countries are buying Trump coins, and he's just doing stuff. And all of this is illegal. They can't just say, "Oh, this is a local law." No, it's in the Constitution. It's like you
They
either
gave
follow the
him
Constitution or you care about it or you don't. That's why I've always thought I always thought Republicans were full of shit. They don't care
Oh, they're
as
No.
long as
awful.
it's one of them in office.
No, what the Republicans want is essentially to turn this country into a third world country because we would have no services.
All right, let me finish this out real quick.
He hit Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE, all powerhouses in Gulf diplomacy. And while praising bin Salman, he hinted at Saudi Arabia to join the Abraham Accords. But Mohammed bin Salman made it clear.
Oh wait.
Hey guys, I am
We'll come
headed
back
into
to it.
court right now. I will say, when we go into court, they do take our phones. If y'all know me, I am such a watching my phone, watching the alerts person. This has been a rough couple weeks being from 9 to 5, being without phones. And I like to try and come out and take breaks so that I can update you guys, let you guys know what is happening. But the way that court is set up right now with Cassie being on the stand, it's like if you come out, you might miss something. So I try and stay the full day for the most part. Today is day 3. It's the second week of the trial, but it's day 3 of the second week. This is Cassie's second day on the stand. And what I am told is going to happen is that after lunch, Cassie will be cross-examined, which will mean that Diddy's legal team will get a chance to ask her questions and get a chance to probe. One of the issues that they're having right now and that they were talking about yesterday is whether or not Cassie if y'all know me, I am such a watching my phone, watching the alerts person. This has been a rough couple weeks being from 9 to 5, being without phones. And I like to try and come out and take breaks so that I can update you guys, let you guys know what is happening. But the way that court is set up right now with Cassie being on the stand, it's like if you come out, you might miss something. So I try and stay the full day for the most part. Today is day 3. It's the second week of the trial, but it's day 3 of the second week. This is Cassie's second day on the stand. And what I am told is going to happen is that after lunch, Cassie will be cross-examined, which will mean that Diddy's legal team will get a chance to ask her questions and get a chance to probe. One of the issues that they're having right now and that they were talking about yesterday is whether or not Cassie and victim Jane, who was another person who's supposed to be testifying as well, testifying to some of the charges as well, about abuse and things of that nature, is whether or not they'll be able to talk to their attorneys or not while they're being cross-examined. Now, typically, you're not supposed to, you know what I mean? This has just become a thing of whether they can or whether they can't. And I think Diddy's team is arguing that you can't overlook his rights when it comes to that. And the biggest thing that the prosecution has today, the biggest job that the prosecution has today in closing up their arguments or closing up their conversation, their interview with Cassie, is they need to land that plane. They need to, right now, the reasonable doubt, the proof of having to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that Diddy committed the things that they're alleging, aided with this testimony from Cassie and then what will come from victim Jane. They need to stick it to us. We need to see, okay, I see the setup. You know what I mean? I see them in on the court, but when is the slam dunk coming? They've told us about a bunch of different things that can be determined criminal in this case that, can meet certain definitions for certain charges that they have charged Puff with. But they need to show us the hard proof of it being not just something that Cassie felt, but something that actually happened. And
Girl, we saw
and
the
I don't just
video.
mean show us. Beyond a shadow of a doubt or beyond any reasonable doubt means that there's no way that a juror can even think anything other than that. They need to do it in a way, they need to present this evidence in a way that there is no room for that loophole to be opened. Because as I told you on the first day, Diddy's legal team is amazingly good at seeing where things are not strong, seeing where the little missteps, and opening up that threshold of reasonable doubt and making you think, well, maybe there is more to this.
Lauren's full of
Maybe this
shit.
is criminal
I'm
or
sorry.
sex trafficking.
No, a lot
Sex
of people have
trafficking
been
is all about
saying
domestic
this.
violence, and he's not charged with
This is
that.
about the 10th time
The
I've heard this.
prosecution definitely has their
They were
their case set
barely
out for them.
objecting. So how are they
And
showing
if they're
that in
starting cross
court?
examinations after lunch today, they ain't got but so much time to do it. Now, granted, they can come back after the cross
I'm gonna
examinations or
let her
whatever, but
finish.
it's like so far, I'm gonna tell you guys, like, and I, of course, we can't talk to the jurors, but the jurors are regular people just like us, right? Just like the public in the courtroom, because people of the public are allowed to come in, just like the media in the courtroom. And what I like to do is when I'm in court, I like to talk to people in there, see how people are feeling, see what the reactions are, you know, from hey, how did you feel when you first walked in here to how are you feeling now after listening to that testimony. The consensus is that the prosecution didn't bring the plane in for a landing. They gave us a lot of information. They set the tone for a lot of things. They alleged and reminded us of a lot of things that they're alleging, but they didn't land it. They have to do that. They have to, or honestly, guilty or not, I don't know if they got it. I don't know if the prosecution has Puff on enough to send him to jail for the time that they're talking about. But it is only day 2 of week 2. There is a lot more to come. So I'll update you guys the minute that I can. I'm headed into court. I'll see you guys soon.
Day 3, they
Hey
proved their
guys, I am
case.
headed into court right now.
All right. So what were you saying,
And
Ali?
I think
Why'd you
there's a
say she was full of shit?
misunderstanding of the charges. Everyone's just focusing on the RICO when there are other charges that, and now I see why she was brought in. It's to prove that he was moving people across state lines for prostitution.
Yes. That's what me and my mother, we were just like looking through the transcripts, and my mother said that, to be perfectly honest, they did not need to humiliate this woman. They could have just had her testify to the logistics of the trafficking. I don't know why they got they put her up there to say that. And I'm very concerned about her mental health. I don't think it was necessary at all to this case. And I don't think that these women care about her or her baby at all.
No,
I
they do
think they just
not.
want to
Because
win.
Callie, look,
Yeah.
if her biggest fear was being exposed, why would y'all insist on
Mm-hmm.
playing that tape in court? If that was her biggest
Mm-hmm.
fear, and as a pregnant woman, why would y'all do that to her?
I
But
know her
do
blood
you think they
pressure is
got her approval for this? Because I feel like she's at the point now in her life that this is kind of like her therapy and her way of
Nah.
letting it go.
no, this was a bad idea.
Well, I
And
guess to
they
us,
are
but we don't
lawyers
know
and they
what
know
she
better. She's
thinks.
not an attorney. They know better than this. They need to have her testify to the logistics of this trafficking organization. We did not need to know these things because he's not being charged with the R word. He's not being charged with assault, which I think he should be. That really
Yes.
upsets me that they are not adding extra charges for these things that he did to her. Because if they cannot land that plane with this trafficking, he is getting out of there.
But if on the face of the law itself, he's guilty of it, of trafficking. If you look up the law and what it entails, he's guilty of it. As long as he's
I don't
taking a
know.
person
Yeah, I
across
don't know
state
either.
No,
lines for
no, that's
prostitution.
transport. Now they did add that. I will think that he will be found guilty on that, but I don't know how much time that holds.
I think what they're going to do is, I mentioned this to Richie earlier, they're going to hit him with every single prostitute. That's like, you know how the government overcharges and they're like, oh, that's one count of this, one count of the same thing over and over again, and just pile on those years if they lose the RICO. Because the RICO's like 30 or 20 to 30.
Yeah. Even and you know Harvey Levin is an attorney. He's a seasoned attorney, and he's even saying that he wished that they would have charged him with individual accounts of assault and forcing
Right.
himself on
That makes
people
more
or her
sense.
or
Way more
just her,
sense.
even if it was just her, even if everybody else said they weren't forced and you just found one person, at least that's one thing. But this trafficking thing, I hope that they have something else.
They don't.
That's all I have to say, because I would hate for her to have done all of this and they say not guilty, time served.
But
Because
it
you
is
can have a
trafficking
sympathetic
though.
man on the jury that says, well, shit, I took my girlfriend. We had we picked up somebody we went to Vegas. We had drugs in our we had ecstasy and Molly or whatever they do now. And we picked up some girl. Maybe she's not a prostitute, but we went to hop to Vegas. But we went from LA to Vegas and we had drugs on us. Like, should I be in jail? We went to
Yeah, that's a
New York
crime. You can't.
to
You
be in
can't.
Atlantic City.
You can't travel
Yeah.
across state
Now
lines
that's
with
one of the
drugs. It's a
charges.
crime.
If I was on
It's
the
a federal
jury
crime.
and they were
But
saying
that's
put him
not
away for
racketeering though.
life, and I would be like, well, damn, I didn't drove to Atlantic City with drugs on me. Like, should I be in jail for 30 years? Hell no.
It's not trafficking. It's not racketeering, but it's trafficking. Like, look at his other
Yeah.
charges. They
But
check
what
the
I'm saying
boxes
is
for
all
the
you
other
need is
things.
one juror to be like, nah. Like somebody, you know what I mean? Especially, and it's like 8 men on the jury, which
But
I think that's a mistake. How did they let them get 8 men up there?
one thing about SDNY, and like look at Jonathan Major's case. They hit him with a whole bunch of charges. He got found innocent of the serious charges and basically charged with what would have been a death ticket if he was a regular person. They're going to
But
try
wasn't that
to
a state case?
yeah, but they kind of follow the same. It's basically the same type of
Look,
approach.
I'm
Let's
hearing a lot of attorneys saying that they are worried and that they hope that there's something else. Because you know what the problem is? She should have been a witness, not a victim. The men should have been the victims.
But they don't want to be. They don't want to get us
No,
arrested.
I'm saying in
but
order
she
to
is
get
a
the
witness.
conviction. You understand what I'm saying?
But
She
she's
should
not.
have just
But
been there
Cass,
saying
Callie,
Wait,
that
what are you saying?
she's a witness.
she
We're
should have
saying the
been
men
just
should
there.
be. Wait, one at a time. Callie, what did you originally say that the
She
men?
should have only been there to explain how the racketeering worked, but not as a victim. The actual people that were being hired as workers should have been the victims, because only to get a conviction. I'm not saying she's not a victim in reality, but I'm saying because of the way that he was charged, I think that then, because the problem is now it's coming down to, were you physically unable to leave, or were you not wanting to leave because you were in love?
But that, Callie, that's a moot point. It doesn't matter if she stayed, if he
It
didn't hit
does.
her. The
For,
point,
for,
the
for her
what,
to have been
what?
sex
Well, let her
trafficked,
finish,
it does.
Callie.
No,
Let her
no.
finish. Callie, let her
The
finish.
point of it, in order for her to be sex trafficked, is for him to take her from New York to LA to sleep with a prostitute and pay said prostitute. That's all that
But
has to be done.
No,
It
let
but
me
doesn't
ask
she
you a
was
matter if
not
question.
he
getting
hit her
paid
or
for that.
Whoa,
whatever.
Callie, wait a minute. Um, does it? So you're saying the against your will part doesn't have anything to do with it, Callie? I mean, Ali, and then
No,
Callie, you
Yes,
go.
that's what
if
these
you look at the
lawyers are
breakdown
saying.
of the law, yeah, yes, you're being
No,
sex
So,
what
trafficked.
all right,
no,
Callie, you
what these
saying?
lawyers are saying is that, and there was something that she said that I forgot exactly what she said, that was, they were like, ooh, she shouldn't have said that. What they are saying is that if you could have physically left, that is not necessarily what that sex trafficking law was created for. You see what I'm saying?
No,
Now,
that's not
if
that.
she
That's not true.
but also it does change if he received money for people to sleep with her.
No, he has to pay a third party,
Exactly. That's why
and
this
he
is a
did.
tricky case. No, this was that Lauren that was just speaking. She is about the 10th person today that I've heard say that same exact thing. It's
But that
not,
was
this is
based off of
not
yes.
a
That was
clear
based off of
case.
day two. Off, if you listen to day three, they basically proved it. She did that off of the first day of testimony. And yesterday, if you talk to me, I'm like, I don't see anything in this case. There's nothing going on. But reading the transcripts today,
Because even the
there
thing,
was there was coercion, there was money being exchanged between him and the prostitutes. One of the prostitutes testified saying that this is what happened. He got calls to come and sleep with them. He saw
didn't he
Cassie
say he
being
got
beat by
calls
him.
from her though? Did he say that
That's
Diddy
one
paid him?
yeah, she said that she was the person that set things up, but when they were in the room, he seen Diddy physically attack her, direct her to do things, so he is the person in charge of the situation. She wasn't the one running things. He's like, I want you
Allegedly.
to, he's because he's a voyeur, this is his kink. He sits there
Allegedly.
and tells them what
No,
to
the
do.
man said that she asked him about the urine thing. He definitely said that.
Oh yeah,
And
that's
that,
one thing, but
Yeah.
overall, this is what he said. It's like even that crazy man that shot up the Trump hotel. He didn't say I was Cassie's sex slave. He said I was Diddy's sex slave. He
No,
said he
he
saw
said
he
Diddy and Cassie did things to me. I
but that
remember
he
because I
also
kept trying
said
to
that
tell
he was
people I
there and
believe this man,
saw
and no
the
one believed
girl
me.
OD. He saw the girl OD, got an STD from the whole situation, and he said he whipped out his phone because he saw her OD and Diddy didn't care, and he thought he was going to get caught up and charged with her death. And so when nothing happened, he went his merry way and then said, "Hey, pay me for my pain." And they set and Diddy paid him $5 million. That's
so
another thing to show that he's head of this criminal organization. Why are
so
you
right
if she
here,
if
right here, Naomi says Diddy made her call him. You have to be able to prove what you're saying. You like, can they prove that he made her call him? Just because she said it doesn't
but
make
they
it true.
I think they had text
Also,
messages as well
can I say
because she
this?
was reading today. She was reading off the text messages that he sent to her about like them picking, like, oh, he wanted to do whatever and then picking stuff.
But what about
No,
when she
I'm
told the
getting
guy that's the
different
biggest
definitions
dick she ever
every time
saw
I
and
look
she
it
wanted
up.
to fuck
So,
now?
Again,
um,
that's a moot point. She's the one being
No,
coerced
it
into
proves
this.
that he's not always in charge. If she's saying to him, "I want to fuck now,"
But
that's
then
the biggest dick
the
I've ever
power
seen.
dynamics, it doesn't change the power dynamics in the
If
situation.
she's setting up freak offs on her own and she's communicating,
and
oh,
by
sorry.
her own
But
admission,
she's
he
never
wasn't
done
even there
she testified
sometimes.
today she's never done a freak off on her own. She's done
No,
it
No,
no,
on
that's
no.
not
She
what she
said she
said. She
hasn't
said
done
he was
one
on
since.
FaceTime.
She
That is
said she
not what
hasn't
she
done
said.
one since she left him, but she has had freak offs without him.
Hmm.
that's not what was in the transcript. No,
I can
No,
pull
I'm
up the
his
telling you
he
that
is
transcript.
on
I'm
It
telling you
FaceTime.
said,
He's not physically there
Callie,
to
relax.
restrain
In the transcript, it says that she hasn't had any freak offs since she left Diddy.
yeah, that's at the end, but there was another point in there when they were asking her about that. And she said that they like he's the one that basically made this all happen. She was not just randomly sleeping with some guy off the back pages when Diddy wasn't there. That situation never
I
happened.
know that's Cassie's argument, and Diddy's argument is yes, she did. She. I'm not advocating for Diddy. I'm saying like I'm playing devil's advocate for all intents and purposes. As a lawyer, I would be like, she set shit up on her own too. She bought her own drugs. She said it in the transcript. She set up her own freak offs. She went home on her own. This is not a forceful being held against your will, even though y'all saying it's not part of the law technically, but it's not what y'all trying to make it out to be. That's if I'm the defense, I can blow a lot of holes on a story. We could go back to the transcript and I can show you where.
him. Hmm. Even
But
that
go
thing
ahead.
with the
Keep going. I
passport.
mean,
How did
so
she get
wait.
on the plane?
He paid for the tickets.
No, you have to have a passport.
No, not necessarily, because my boyfriend, when he was going to Colombia, he forgot his passport. You could go to, they have an office there, and he explained, and they pulled up his information and they gave him a temporary. So you don't necessarily need a passport to leave the country,
She did not say
especially.
that.
No, I'm saying this is. I'm like
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that's not what she's. This is why they should not have her give that much detail. I think it was a
What did
mistake to
she
have
say,
her give
Callie?
all
She
these
said she was able. She
details
got a commercial flight. That's what she said.
with no passport,
Yes,
no
that's what my
ID.
boyfriend. I just told you, my boyfriend just did that. He
She did
was.
not say that though. See,
But
this my
what did
point
she
is
say,
this.
Callie? You're
It was a
confusing me.
mistake to have
The
her give
transcript
all of
said
these details.
they asked her, "How did you get back to the U.S.?" She said, "I was able to get a commercial flight." It was a one sentence answer. It didn't go into detail and didn't do anything. That's why I say a lot of these vloggers are putting 10 on 20. She didn't go
It's
into
not a
detail about
blogger.
that.
If I'm on that jury, I'm like, how the hell she get on the plane?
Okay,
I
let
That's
just
the
me.
first
told
thing
you,
that would have
Callie,
popped in
that
my
you
head.
can go to customs and go to the office and explain to them your
What
situation.
I'm trying
They
to
will
say is
call
this.
someone in the US and
She did not
verify that.
say that. If I'm
Because of
sitting
course,
there on
because
the
they didn't
jury,
ask her to go
especially
into
if I'm a man,
detail. I don't know what's
Okay,
not
so let me
clicking. They
let
didn't
me let
ask
me
her to
read
go
this.
into detail. She just said I was able to get
they
on a
should have never
flight.
asked her that at all. This is my point. She's
But
giving too many
if
details.
they follow up, if let's say the defense comes back and say, "Hey, how did you get back?" She's going to explain the same process I just explained my boyfriend went through
You
when
don't
he
know
went on
that.
his trip. It's
I just think this was a bad approach. I really do. I think that they should have kept it to the logistics of how this whole thing was set up. Um, and I don't think that it's having the effect because what I'm seeing a lot of people saying the same thing that they're like, yeah, she was being abused, but I don't see trafficking.
Okay, so let me read something. Hopefully we can all read it together. Give me 1 second. Of course, it doesn't want to load now. I'll start reading it from here. Naomi says, even if she went willingly, it was still sex trafficking. So I asked Google AI, uh, is sex trafficking against a person's will? Oops. Oh, shit. Yes. Sex trafficking is a form. Let me see if we can all read it together. Hold on. Okay, here we go. All right. It says, hold on. Sex trafficking is a form of human trafficking that involves exploitation of individuals for commercial sex acts against their will through the use of force, fraud, and coercion. Key points: force, fraud, and coercion. Traffickers utilize these tactics to control victims and compel them into commercial sexual acts. They can include physical violence, threats, manipulation, debt, bondage, and psychological coercion. Exploitation for profit. The core of sex trafficking is that the exploitation of individuals for the financial gain of the trafficker. And this is what I was saying
Yep.
earlier with um Bad Boy Records or Sean Combs LLC is not um having any financial gain off of these freak offs. Let's
But
see, lack of consent. The victim of sex trafficking are not engaging in commercial sex willingly. Their actions are the result of the trafficker's control and coercion. So there's a gray area here where she's saying I didn't want to do it, I didn't want to do it, I didn't want to do it, but then she's saying other things that saying that she went willingly because she wanted to please her man. She didn't want another woman to do it. She went home and came back. These, if I'm the defense, I'm saying these aren't the signs of someone who is being held against their will. Uh
there's but if you look at manipulation, debt bondage, psychological coercion. He's holding a sex tape over her head saying, I'm going to release it. Every time she attempted to leave, he would say, I'm releasing the sex tape.
So you're on the you're the prosecution saying that. So on the defense, I'm going to say he might have done. He did that as an abuser, as her abuser. He said, "If you leave me, I'm going to expose you as the slut that you are." That's only 1/6 of the point you got to hit for sex trafficking. What
But
did you
here's
say? The
what you're
manipulation.
missing is when it says force, fraud, or coercion. The fact that they use "or," it could be just one thing.
For
When
financial gain.
Well, let's go back to the original.
it
Sex
was he not
trafficking is a
making
form
like,
of.
let's say if she does a show or whatever,
No, he
there's a
wasn't like getting money off of that.
I know,
Sex
but
trafficking
she was doing club
for her
appearances.
gain. She wanted an album. Oh, this is what I wanted to show y'all. Damn it!
But she was under contract with him, and they were getting a percentage of whatever she made.
Which I will argue as the defense, she hasn't even come up. She only had one album.
But she was making appearances and doing films.
She's only 1/18 of the artist that Bad Boy have.
It
We're
doesn't
just
matter
playing
as
court.
long
We're
as
just
she's
playing court right
as
now.
long as she's under
We're just
contract stating
we're
that
just
they're
we're
making
just
money
playing
off
court
of
right
her.
now. You're the prosecution. I'm the defense. We're just playing court. We're not necessarily
Okay.
sticking up anybody. I'm just like saying like we doing tennis. Hold up, I wanted to show you. I had saved the video. Where are the playlists?
My question would be, if this were a man saying that a woman was mentally controlling me, would there even be a case? I just don't like this idea that we as women are so feeble-minded that men can just control us and make us do things without
But
physically restraining
I
But
us.
don't
I
really want
That
guess
to
is
take
if
the
so
conversation
dumb.
there. I
I
really
guess
don't want to
It's like,
conversate.
if a
I
man is
don't think
brave
that's the
enough to
point.
come forward and look beyond his ego, then yes. But
That's
because
why
of
we don't have
society
the
putting them that they can't be victims, they can't be raped, and all of this stuff, they won't come forward. So it's not a good
no
comparison.
one did. And he shot up a hotel and no one believes him.
Exactly. And why is that? Because of the patriarchy and the standards they set for men.
But why has he been? Hold up. Watch later. What did I put it under? Guys. Convo with Diddy in jail. Hold on. Basketball Wives. I wanted to show you a video of Cassie 16 or 13 years ago. Okay, here it is. You gotta learn that. I'm gonna have to mute it. This is her. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. This is what she wanted. If we could talk. This is Unofficial Girl Choreo. This was uploaded 16 years ago. I remember the song and I actually liked it. She wanted to be his official girl. But this is what Cassie, to me, nobody wants to say it. Cassie sold her soul for this right here. We don't.
No, I agree.
Puppy is a monster. He belongs. If he did 1/10 of 1% of what he did to her, to my daughter, he would be
Dead.
okay. Let's not get that fucked all the way up. I am in no means, by any means, taking up for Puffy or blaming Cassie for anything. I think what he has done to her, it makes me sick to my stomach. And what hurts me even more is that Cassie, you could have left. You did not have to do that to get an album from Puffy or to get a career from Puffy. It was not worth. You left your boyfriend to get with him. You didn't tell your mom what you were going through. The fact that when you had enough, according to Tisa Tells, something happened in 2018 that really pushed her over the limit. I don't know, because she had relationships in between the prosecution brought out today, she had relationships in between this whole time they were together. So this last one stuck with the what's his name, Alex. So when she had enough and found the right man, she left. So, but I play this video to show you that she sold her soul and it was not worth it. You can't get it back once it's gone. That's my opinion. Nobody wants to say it. I will.
I don't think, and no one's disagreeing that she sold her soul. She thought, she had her ruby glasses on and thought it would be nice to be with this man, to attach herself to this man, not knowing who he was. Diddy's not a regular schmegular guy. I think when she got into his inner circle and saw how he really was, because let's say we're all hanging out and your man comes through and starts whooping your ass, and everyone's just standing in the room acting like this is normal, and not pulling him off, not doing any of that stuff. So she's probably thinking this man is powerful. This guy's punching me in my face with no fear in front of a room full of people, and everyone's
Mm-hmm.
turning the other way. So that I would be afraid to, call the cops, do something towards this man, because he was given carte blanche to do whatever he wanted to whoever he wanted. When she tells the story about Suge Knight being somewhere and them just getting guns and leaving, what normal businessman does that? And says, "Oh, this guy I doesn't like is at the burger joint. Let me go shoot him up." He's not
Samara
normal.
B. She was 19. That's why he picked her. She saw stardom. That's what 19-year-olds do. Yes, but when a lot of other 19-year-olds say, you know what? Y'all not peeing on me. You know what? I'm not
Exactly.
fucking 10 guys. You know what? It's time for me to take
But they're
my ass
doing
home.
that. But they're doing that with regular men, not a guy that could beat a woman's ass in a room full of people and everyone turn the other way.
Most men
Before
can do that.
before it
Can
even got
I
to
just
that
say
point.
something
I
about
have,
this
unless
domestic
you guys hang
abuse
out in
stuff?
places where women
Real
guys are
quick, Callie,
stomping girls out and beating their
before you
friends
go
up with
into
coat hangers and stuff.
before you go into that, I asked the question earlier. Does anyone feel like she created a part of the monster that he is by not telling him no?
Yes.
By not
Callie, that man was 30, almost 40 years
No, no,
old.
no. But I'm
he
sure,
tested her at
wait a
first.
He's
minute.
been that
I'm
monster.
sure that he wanted to do this with other women who said no. And I'm
Exactly.
not saying she's the only one who said yes, but I'm saying the women who did say yes, yes, they fed the monster.
Carisha.
I think he did it to Kim.
We know he did it to Kim because she said, "Why don't you go get Kim?" When he wanted to do the freak off her, she said, "I'm still sore," or whatever she said. "I'm still recuperating. Why don't you go get Kim?" No, I want to do it with you because I know that you're going to get in the pool full of baby oil, that you're going to do this, you're going to OD, you're going to almost die, and you're still going to come back and finish the freak off. I want
The,
you.
the only woman I think he didn't do it to was J-Lo, because she had her own. She didn't need him.
She
She
was
got
It
the
not
fuck
doesn't
that
up
big
out
when
of
she
there.
got with him. I
it
think
doesn't
in the
matter.
beginning, I think she did it for a minute and she
Wait,
left.
No,
what did
I
you
don't
say,
I don't
Callie?
I don't I don't think so. I
I
think
didn't hear what you said, Callie.
I
She what?
J Lo was not that big when she was with Puffy. She
Yes,
blew
she
up
was.
from
yes,
being
she
with him.
was, Callie.
The
No,
Selena
she was
Versace
already her
not.
dress,
She was
breakout
not
year
a
was
J-Lo.
Selena. She's
superstar
been
when she
been
was with
invited to the
Puffy.
Oscars ever since.
Hold on. That was Versace dress, J-Lo. Like, that's what, like,
The Versace
really
dress
She
set
was
was
her.
with
getting dressed
him.
by
The
like
only reason why
designers
anyone
and
cared
going to
about that
haute
Versace
couture
dress is
shows by
because she
that
was with
time. She
him.
didn't need Diddy.
Okay,
Right.
y'all think she was above it. I don't. I think she did it and she
I
got
didn't
sick
say
of
she
it
was
and left
above
real
it. I was
fast.
saying, you saying she wasn't that girl. Yes, I would argue that was like the height of her shit. Like, they
And
had a
she
whole
blew
MTV
up to
special
that
where he was
because she
showing
was
up
with
to
him.
her on her movie set, surprising her with roses and stuff. I remember all of that. Like, we had
That
cable in
was
my house.
because she was with him.
She was
He blew
already
her
on
up
the movie set.
bigger.
It ain't have, if anything, he tarnished her reputation. That's
Yes,
why
he
the
did.
fuck she got away from him. Okay, so this is what I wanted to play earlier. We were talking about this earlier where I said we were saying like all of this stuff, if not anything else, is karma for him, because you can hear. I just want you to hear it. I hope it's not too. Let me refresh it so we can hear it from the beginning. It's him. It's Kanye actually. Okay, hold on.
It's wicked, wicked, wicked. So you be careful.
Yeah.
We can't do nothing if they, you know what I'm saying? I need you out there, you feel me?
Yeah. I hear you. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And have some fucking fun.
Yeah.
Having no fun, and then get behind the mic, have some fun, chop up them samples, get back on your hitman vibe.
Yeah.
Have some fun, get back to smiling.
Yeah.
These other motherfuckers, they'll waste your time, B.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
Waste your motherfucking time, you know what I'm saying? So put that love in your heart, man, and enjoy yourself, man. When I get out there, man, I'm gonna see you tear down the stadium. I need to see you back on that stage. And actually rapping and performing and everything. I be dreaming of that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's time. It's time for me to just grab the mic and get back on. It's like I love music again.
Tell you the real from the front line. You know what I'm saying? It's wicked, wicked, wicked. So you be careful.
Yeah.
You can't do nothing.
There was a time when it's just like everything was so frustrating. I can't explain it, but
jump into your bag, man. Jump into your bag. We're gonna have years and decades to fight these motherfuckers. Right now, enjoy your life. It's just coming from me, from God to you.
Right.
Enjoy your life. Fall back in love, like when you was making the beats in the shop. You're coming up to Daddy's house and
Man, Diddy sound high. We just talking.
He's in jail though.
Jail.
Oh, this was from jail?
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, man. So I love you, man. I appreciate you. And thanks again. You know, I'm gonna see you soon, man.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's how it's gonna be. You're gonna definitely beat this shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's it.
That's it, and that's all, baby. But I'm gonna make sure I call you.
There was a time when it's just like everything was so frustrating.
What you mean
I can't
call him?
explain
He
it.
could call people from there?
Back or something. It'd be good to hear your voice again. We
Yeah.
got like 59 more days before trial, so I'll definitely be touching in to tap into your energy or something.
Yeah.
Play me some shit over the phone, give me some fucking life. This shit's fucking sad. I love Daddy in jail. This shit is fucking sad as a motherfucker.
It's insane.
The devil is a liar.
Yeah.
Word up, big.
Yeah.
Coming out though.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, but I love you once again, man. I'm gonna let y'all go and get back to some fun, man. I don't want to bring your vibration down.
Never.
Keep it in a high frequency, man. You keep doing everything you're doing, man. You got that fucking freedom. And when I get out and I get that fucking freedom, poof,
Right.
I'm not caring about nothing but motherfucking being happy. And I want you to feel that.
Yeah.
I want y'all to have that for yourselves, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. That's it.
Be back or something. It'd be good. Oh, I know now.
Yeah.
I want to thank you so much for just taking care of my kids, man. Because ain't nobody reach out to them. Ain't nobody call them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nobody, you know what I'm saying? That meant so much. You know what I'm saying? That you reached out to them and took them under your wing while I'm in this one. Man, and I appreciate you. Word up, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I love you so much, man. It's like you raised me even when I didn't know you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I feel the love, yeah, for real. I feel the love, for real. It means so much to me. This right here is crazy. You be careful out there because they definitely trying to end us, you feel me?
Yeah.
They can't do it. They can't do it. They ain't going to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm going to beat this shit and get next to you.
Yeah.
We're going to raise our families and become the kings that we're supposed to be, you feel me?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But words can't explain how much it means to me. You know, I know now.
Yeah.
I want to thank you so much for just, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like being left for dead, and only one person coming to do anything to get you. And that's the level of appreciation that I
You
have.
sound like one of them people that don't want to get off the phone when you want to get off the phone.
He's lonely. He's in jail.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You didn't have to do that. It was taking
I'm like, you. They could have hang up like 4
That's how they be when
times.
they be in jail.
But I wanted y'all to hear
Man, I
him saying
appreciate that,
that
man.
he's taking care of his kids, his sons, and nobody else. Everyone has turned their back, and that's the karma we
Yeah.
were talking about. Like
And
how?
the way you are as a father,
Hold on,
man,
let
it's
me
just like
finish.
I look up to the relationship that y'all got.
Yeah, I heard the part when he said he
Just
was
people.
helping
I just always
his
love the
Good,
sons
way
good.
out.
the connection y'all had, or it's connection you got.
I appreciate it, man. You helping to give them the love that they need. Just like it just means so much, bro. For real. When I see it in your face, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like being left with deadbeat and only one person coming to do anything to get you. That's the level of appreciation that I have for you. But just like taking care of my son, that's some like next level big brother shit to me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You ain't have to do that. Taking my son and like damn nigga coming a big brother father figure to him means a lot, you know?
Man, I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, they out there with no parent and shit, man. These people trying to rock me, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And the way you are as a father, man, it's
He
just
said
like
they out
I
there
look
with
up
no
to the
parent.
relationship that y'all got.
Them grown
Just
ass
people.
kids.
I just always love the way
The
the
baby
connection
He's
y'all
mother
damn
had,
near
is
40.
or it's connection you got.
I appreciate it, man. You helping to give them the love that they need. Just like it
he's
just
worried
means
about,
so much,
like
bro. For
he
real.
had
I
so much
see it in your
control
face.
over
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
everything,
Yeah.
and now they
It's
have
like being
no
with
control over
deadbeat and
nothing.
only one person coming to do anything to get you. And be able to hug you and
The ghost
thank
of
you and
Biggie, Craig
show you
Mack.
for the
Who
rest
else
of your
died
life how much
around
you
him?
appreciate it.
Right,
Tupac.
Man,
everybody.
thank you, man. Thank you. But it's I just feel like as a community, like
What's his
we got to
bodyguard?
take the
Oh, that man was so good
responsibility
looking. Wolf.
to,
Yeah, and I think that that's Will's
just for
son,
us,
and
just all us. It's like we
he
a
knows
family.
it.
Everybody has been taken
Oh,
in
that was
by
a
this
good looking man.
fame, media, music, everything. Go Doug. Go
There's
Doug.
Richie,
one
you
more
know who I'm
slide
talking
left.
about?
Yeah,
Uh,
Justin, real daddy.
You said just the real daddy.
Yeah,
He looked just like him. He
absolutely. I
just
just felt
short.
that energy. It's like something was channeling through me. You know how it be when I like get in that mode and it's like gotta do it.
so how sad must it be for you that Kanye West,
An insane
crazy
person.
Kanye, is the one who is only person who has stepped up to help you corral your children or keep your children, help your children.
Look how many bridges he's burned throughout the years.
Yeah, he tried to pour a drink on Kendrick Lamar, and J. Cole almost whooped his ass. Like,
Pure
he has
karma.
fell out with a lot of people.
Pure karma.
And then he slapped the shit out of Drake.
Well,
Yep,
I mean,
that's what they said.
well, even a
No,
broken
but
clock
Drake
She's
is
seems
like,
right
like if they were
sometimes.
cool, Drake probably would
But
have held him down.
Callie said he deserved it. Maybe he deserved
yeah,
it.
even a broken clock is right sometimes. But he ain't getting no bonus points from me for that one.
Let's see. Do I have anything else to show y'all? Listen to Joe
No,
Budden.
this is disgusting that you came this
Richie,
far
look
in
up Wolf.
life and this is
Look up
what you
Wolf.
decided to do with your
Look up
life.
who?
Wolf.
Wolf
Diddy's
what?
old bodyguard that got murdered because of him.
Okay. Oh, you know
Well,
what
at
else
least
I
he took
wanted y'all
care
to
of his
say?
son as his own.
I
That's
He
not
want
his
did
to
son,
something
Callie.
right. Look, we not gonna play dumb.
the next thing
That
I
is
want us
not Diddy's
to
DNA. It's not. We know
get
Diddy's
into.
DNA. All them kids look like they missing a little something in the chromosome department. They're beautiful, but a little strange looking, except Justin.
Later.
Well, they look like him. Well, I think the daughters look like their mom. They just got braces and they're in that awkward phase.
No, I see him. I see him in actually all of them. Because at Chance, I never thought looked like him until I saw her next to her sisters, and I was like, "Ooh, they all look like him."
So let's see what she's saying. Hold on. But there is this I want us to get into this girl right here one day. Her name is
That man looked crazier than a bag of rabbits,
They gave him
cats, or
drugs,
whatever the
and he
saying
lost his
is.
mind.
Y'all, I'm not even saying that to be
He
funny. I
probably blew
really
through that
think
money too.
Bella Barcode. I want us to get into Bella Barcode, her story, how she stole millions of dollars through a jewelry scheme.
oh
Um,
wow.
she got caught, went to the feds for like 7 years, but she breaks it all down. I'm going to put together the videos. There's a few videos about it, but she's a really interesting story. We could talk about that another day, but Bella Barcode. I have a
Mm.
playlist on here called Richie B for stuff that we talk about that I want to show you. Let me see if I can add it to that.
Do you guys remember this story? I think it was probably like from the 90s, early 2000, of this elderly, bougie looking black lady that would go
Hmm.
to jewelry stores and
Oh
just
yes.
rob them blind because she looked rich and no one cared. And she
She
would just
was
go
the
in there, just stuff
shit.
her pockets with diamond necklaces and rings.
I hate to glorify a criminal, but she was the real life Catwoman.
Yeah, she would. I
Yeah.
remember her. And she was doing it like well into like her 80s, still stealing.
No, she was literally a cat burglar.
Hmm.
And she went to Europe because she said the culture there is classism. So if you were a black woman that spoke nice and wore nice clothes, they just assumed you had a rich husband.
Hmm.
Because they were like, well, why would a black lady be here? She must be rich.
Yeah,
And
she'll
when
go like
she
to
figured that
Switzerland
out,
and stuff and start robbing them
yeah,
blind. God, what was her name? But
I
when you
know,
showed that
right?
woman with her stealing, it reminded me of her.
Well, Halle Berry tried to buy the rights to the story, but I think the son didn't want to sell.
Oh,
But yeah, I still think they might end up making a movie from her though. But what was her name? She actually stole something during the documentary
yeah,
just to show that she could
yeah,
do
I
it.
remember
Yeah.
that. And they're like, she's like, oh, I'm just a kleptomaniac, and then everyone's just like, oh, how cute, and because she was like this little old lady.
Yeah, it's so funny that I think that it would never occur to most black people that because there aren't a lot of black people in environments where people are uber rich, that people would just assume you were rich if you were there.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
It's like them
But
African
yeah.
ladies that marry those rich European lords and
Well,
stuff
that's what
with
she
they bad
said.
hard wigs.
Yeah, she said she was married to she was the mistress or wife of Otto Preminger, who was an old German director. I think that's what Marlo is doing, to be honest with you. I think that she has an older, he's either widowed or married boyfriend. Like, I don't think she's a call girl or anything like that. I think she has a wealthy older boyfriend.
Yeah, probably Ted Turner probably hooked her up with one of his friends.
That's
They
what I
usually
said
do
too.
that.
Yeah.
Mount up. It was a she was on the streets trying to.
It's called the approval game. What I would do is hire a crew. They'll go inside the candy store or go inside of a jewelry store, make a purchase. When they card decline, they'll contact me on the other line.
Why are they contacting you?
So they go in there and they make a purchase for about $65,000. And typically, when your card decline, the sales rep tell you to contact your bank. But instead of contacting your bank, you're contacting me. The same thing your bank could say, thank you for calling Visa Merchant Services. Sarah, can I get your account number, please? Expiration date, name as it appears exactly on the card, and amount of purchase. Ask them for their Visa Merchant number. The sales rep give me their Visa Merchant number. After she give me the Visa Merchant number, I ask her, can she ask the customer for the last four of her social? Same thing your bank could say when you call on your credit card decline. She verify all that with me. I make sure that everything is accurate on the customer's account. Get back on the phone with the sales rep. I have an authorization code for you. Do you have a pen and paper handy? If she need assistance with the transaction through her terminal, I assist. It's called the approval game. What I would do is hire a crew. They'll go inside the candy store or go.
I don't know how she popped up on my timeline yesterday. Uh, hold on.
Somebody's probably paying for ads for her interviews.
Yeah.
That's how these people get in the algorithm. They have
Oh,
money. That's how Shannon Sharp got in the algorithm.
Callie, I found her. Her name is Doris Payne, and she
Oh, yes.
surprisingly is still alive. She's 94.
Doris Payne is still alive?
Yep, she's 94. She's gonna be
Wow,
95
she's the
this
same
year.
as my neighbor.
I don't know. I'm just different. I was raised. I don't.
I
See, I don't know. I'm just different. I was raised. I don't know. I just don't care about what a man has. It's what's in your heart. It's your time. That stuff is priceless.
Isn't she
Now,
a con?
I don't know. These women come in and just.
right. No, I
Yeah, this is the
searched it
game.
out yesterday. I don't know where it went. It says
Any man who hears a woman say that bullshit, his antenna should go right up. He should
well,
be
she was
like,
talking
"What?"
like about how grandma used to be cooking crack. How like her story is really crazy. Getting robbed, and she got this one where she got
Did you
robbed.
ever get robbed or did anybody ever try you? Please don't. Did you ever get robbed or did anybody ever try you?
What? Man, did I ever get robbed? I done been robbed about 4 times.
Oh, for real? So that just come with the game.
That just come with the game. We was on our way to meet a client to sell him a Breitling watch.
Right.
And I was in I had an X5 BMW at the time.
Right.
And we were at a gas station on 98th. 98th in East Oakland is not a nice, it's not a real safe area to be in. And some guy got out the car and was like, it's white smoke coming from your BMW. So us being green beans, we got out the car. Both of us got the car at the same time. As soon as we got to the back, we looked, he was like, pulled out a gun and was like, give me everything. Your purse, pop the trunk, give me everything that's in the trunk.
Damn.
Took everything.
But yeah, I want to get into that. What else were we talking about? Do y'all want to see this white girl on here? She does 26 minutes. I've been watching Armand. He tells really good. He gives really good details on the story, on what happens in court. But Tisa, she'll come out of the courtroom and tell you what's happening, and then when she gets home after court, she'll tell you what's going on. It's just a lot of meandering and stuff. She hates Diddy. So it's like really biased. But if you want like Armand to just tell you exactly what happened, I listen to both of
Oh,
them.
I'll check him out because I saw that he was there. I just didn't have. It's just so much content on
The
Diddy.
way he detailed the freak off thing, it was funny, but it wasn't funny, but it was so detailed. Do y'all want to see
That's
a
why
couple minutes?
that's why I tell you read the transcripts because he is a storyteller, Armand. Because when you
Yes,
read the transcript, I'm like, how you get all that? Okay, but it's entertaining,
that
because
transcript
she's a dry witness, and I think the
that
people in the court are like, oh well, it doesn't sound convincing because all
Well, that's
her
just her
answers are one sentence
personality.
answers.
That's one reason why her career didn't. That's her personality.
Yeah, she's just pretty, but
he's
like
a
her
manner,
responses is just like, yes, no, I took a plane,
and it's like
like
prep her either. Like she's saying like the wrong shit sometimes.
Well, you have to also look at she already filed a lawsuit. She can't change the narrative. That's perjury. So, and some of these things were either in or alluded to already in the lawsuit.
Sores in her mouth. So that was today. So this one was yesterday.
I can't watch Sisa. Like on day one, I watched
I
it,
don't like
and
her.
she was telling a story, and she didn't land the plane, and I'm
I
No,
like,
told you she
I'm like
lied on my
like you
friend.
got she had her ADD is a bit too much for me because she just goes on
No,
different
she's a
tangents and
liar.
never finishes the point, and I'm like, yeah, I can't watch this.
but when she comes out the courtroom and does like the 8 or the 10-minute ones where she has to get to the point real quick, but then she starts reading off all the super chats. But I like those little updates in between. But after court, I like Armand. Well, let me see.
Where is he
So
staying? Is that an
I
air?
mean,
Well,
I did it. I was kind of going with it.
In somebody's house.
he probably staying at
So
his
she
cousin's
turns
house.
21.
Not because
So that's when she kind of
those
really
hotels
started
in the
dating
city are
him.
expensive.
Mm-hmm. You
When
know,
she
Bill's got a
started
bag.
dating him at 21,
What did
she
he
said
said? He
within a
paid
month or
$3,500
two,
for his hotel.
she got introduced
His fans pay
to
for it.
the freak offs or just like
I know they send
being
the $100 cash and
She said, no, she didn't get introduced to freak off. She got introduced to oral.
He taking the train
So
too. He crazy. I haven't taken the subway in
and if she
years.
would try to get it over with,
I did it the first time, and
it
I
would
wouldn't
have to
do it
start
again.
over. Or Diddy would say, slow down. Or if she went to the bathroom.
uh,
Hold on. Oh, they
'cause they,
started the freak offs within the first 2 to 3 months. He really wanted to make it happen.
See, this is like Naomi's right. She didn't
And they
say
did
3
it in Los
months.
Angeles in his living room.
No,
The
it's in
first
her
escort he
lawsuit.
was paid to
what,
dance.
what happened?
He's repeating some things from the lawsuit. He's mixing things together.
This is from him sitting in the actual courtroom.
No, the 3 months, he got that from the lawsuit.
Yeah, he's confusing things.
Yeah.
That's why I said read the transcripts from Inner City Press.
Well, he's also, no one is allowed to have devices, so they're all taking notes.
So what they're doing is they have Cassie telling all the stories of where she's doing the freak offs. So she's doing them in New York. He had her freaking off in New York. She said every hotel in New York, every high-end hotel in New York, she was doing the freak offs. LA, she was doing the freak offs. At the Beverly Hilton, at the one hotel, she was doing them at the Intercontinental. She would do them at her house, his house. They would do the freak offs in Miami, and they would go fly to Ibiza and do freak offs. She said this started early on in the relationship. And then she said they would meet escorts. And they said, well, how do you meet the escorts? At first, it started on Backpage and Craigslist. And then it went for Cal. What is it? Let me see. Because it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. It was one site. She said she met the guy on, let me see. I gotta find it because it was crazy. It was like some cowboys. I can't find it in my notes right now. Dang. Hold on. Oh, they started the freak offs within the first 2 to 3 months. He really wanted to make it happen. And they did it in Los Angeles in his living room. The first escort he was paid to dance and have sex with her. So they brought an escort over. The escort was supposed to dance, and he danced for her, and then they would oil up, and then and Diddy would watch. She was drugged on ecstasy and drunk on alcohol. Before anything, he would tell her to pop a pill. He would have her in sex store outfits and high heels. And they said that Cassie would wear like a masquerade mask. And Diddy made her wear the heels. They took the drugs. And then Diddy talked at every freak off. Like he directed each and every way, from the lights to the smell to the candles. Every setting, he would set it all up. It was like a choreographed thing. The word she used, she said it was choreographed. It was like levels to it. First they talk. Then they put oil on. Then after the oil, it starts to become oral. Then after the oral, she would get, and if she would try to get it over with, it would have to start over. Or Diddy would say, slow down. Or if she went to the bathroom to clean up, Diddy would tell the escort, hey, take your time. We're just getting started. She said she had to lather in oil. They said a session, and they would break it up into sessions. And you'd have at least minimum 2 sessions in one night. And what makes a session is a full ejaculation, as a full coming to America. And she said the escorts was paid in the thousands But if they couldn't get up or they couldn't, he would reduce the pay. Cassie said she felt very dirty, felt confused, but she was in love with him. So she was willing to do more to make him feel better, to let him know that she loved him. And what was so crazy is she was over there like, I could tell that she was like, she's broken. That girl, I don't care how much money she got now. I don't care how good she looks now. That girl's spirit is broken. Her confidence is gone. He killed her. He destroyed her. He sucked the life out of that girl. She is done. He used her as a human freaking blow-up doll. And she was a freaking dump for him. Just a dump. She was a toy, a gag ball. She was just a hole. Literally, she was just whole. A body with a hole, nothing else. And that's how she felt. She was nervous. She didn't want to do it, but ultimately she said yes because she was concerned that he would be upset. And then the other thing is, he had opened up to her about voyeurism and what he was into. So she didn't want him to feel like he was being judged. So imagine, you open up to your partner and you like, well, I'm into this and you're into that. And now I want to do it. And you're like, well, no, I don't want to do that. So now, I feel a little bit judged. So she was trying not to make him feel judged for opening up, but she really didn't want to do it. But she loved him. She wanted him to feel good. She wanted him to know that she had his back. She said, and if she didn't want to do it, it would change the mood for the day. He would be angry and upset. And then he would take it out on her. So they used to have weekly freak-offs for years. It was like once or twice, but then it got to a point where it was every week. Every week was a freak-off. Every week. Weekly freak-offs. Every week, every week, every week, every week. And the freak-offs will last hours, up to 9 hours. Between 2017 and 2018 was the final freak-off. She never sleeps. She was high off of drugs, Molly, ecstasy, and cocaine. A 4-day freak-off straight. Okay. She said they asked her, have you ever did this sober? Would you ever do the freak off sober? She said it was completely impossible. It was completely impossible to even remember all the freak offs she was into. They said, well, how many freak offs did you do? She said, I don't know. It's completely impossible to remember. She said, I felt disgusted. I felt like I wasn't important, but she couldn't talk about it to anybody. He would be violent with me because she didn't want to do the freak off. So when she didn't want to do the freak off, he would hit her. And I got it in big bold letters. And then she said he would be violent with me because I didn't want to do the freak off. And then she broke down in tears. And I wrote, Cassie breaks down in tears because she's still in love with him. She said, I just wanted him to love me. I just wanted him to care about me. She said the only reason why she did the freak offs is because she just wanted to spend time with him. It wasn't that she wanted to do the freak offs because she was into it, but that was the only time she got a little bit of alone time with him, because after they would do the freak offs, or after they would do the session in the freak off. So there's the freak off, but in the freak off is broken into sessions.
See, Ali, when I said that they're not prepping her, or I know you said something about the lawsuit or whatever, but for her to say, I did it because I wanted to please him, or I did it because I loved him, or I did it because I wanted to spend time with him, that's painting a different picture than that she's being forced. Yes, she was getting hit and stuff. She's being abused or whatever. But why did she do it? Because she wanted to please him. And he said before, she didn't want anyone else to do it with him. She wanted to be the one he did that with.
Because she's
But
conditioned to be that one, the person to do that. And that falls into the realm of coercion.
But see, this is the whole thing. We can't just say that a grown adult woman can be conditioned. I
Yes,
feel
they
like we're
can.
just
That
saying
happens
this
all the
because this is a
time.
woman. If this were a man and saying that a woman did this to me, nobody, they would be like, boy, get your ass out of here.
Callie, you know what's
I just really
what's
feel
an
like
interesting
the man
statistic?
part is not
we are
important.
trying to argue that women can be mind controlled somehow because we're women.
This is not what the case.
And that's, I know.
Callie, an interesting statistic. 90% of women in jail are there because of a man.
But okay, but I think that is
Mind control.
no, it's not mind control.
they
This is my whole thing. As women, I don't like this narrative that we are just so weak and feeble-minded that men can just control us mentally.
What
Well,
they do,
I'm
they
not.
run
That's never going to
society.
fly
They're
with
the
me.
rule
I'm
that's
sorry.
makers.
Callie. It's you don't want it to be. You're not that girl, but a lot of girls are that girl. They are
Yeah.
female. They
Yeah,
are.
but you got to
Women
deal with
that
those decisions.
started
But
at
it's like
I
when you're
mean,
in
I'm
high school,
sorry
there was always
if
that
I'm
girl that
okay. I'm
slept with
broke and I go
everybody.
out and start selling
You got
drugs. I can't just say it's
want
because I'm broke.
everybody
I
talk
got
over.
to deal with the
Just
consequences.
because you have something to say is not over the more important than anybody else. Please stop talking over people. This for everybody, for everybody. Trying to read a comment. Wizard says she started at 19 though. Yeah, Wizard, but 19 is grown, but that is abuse. It trafficking and
Mm-hmm.
all this other shit. Like she was dating people in between this however long they were together. So to me, if you're dating other people, then that means you left. You're leave. That means you're doing other things. That means you don't have to do this. If you're dating someone else, you chose to go do something else. So
But
it's to me for the prosecution is like I don't know if y'all should be saying half the shit y'all got her up here saying because if I'm a defense attorney, I can blow holes in all the shit.
but
And a
don't
lot
you
of
think
people,
that
if
there were like the
want to make
I'm
if you
sorry.
start reading the comment, the tide is starting to turn against Cassie once you start reading the comments. Now there are a lot of women who are taking up for her. They feel bad for her. I feel bad for her. I hope no one takes what I'm saying is I'm advocating for Diddy and against Cassie. I'm not against Cassie. I wish he could rot under the jail for what he did to her. But per law, the law, I don't think they got him charged with the right shit. Is maybe what I'm trying to say. And I'll shut up. You go.
I forgot. I'm sorry, I'm tired. It's like almost 2 a.m. over here.
What
Girl,
you?
you said everything I wanted to say. So, I mean, me and you are basically saying the same thing.
All right.
So after the first session in the freak off, they would go into the room and the male escort was still sitting in the living room. And you're going to gag when I tell you what they do in the room for a few hours while the man is sitting there waiting for the next session. But stay with me. Stay
I have a
with me.
question for you guys. Like, if you pause it while I still have this in my head and not fall asleep. I know everyone is saying that Diddy got the wrong charges, right?
Right.
But given what we know they can't charge him with abuse because statute of limitations, whatever. What would have been the right charges for him?
R word, assault, blackmail, extortion.
If she would have at that hotel not sent the police away when she went home, or when her friends were had to literally jump Diddy, according to whoever. If she would have told the police what happened then, even that last time, after she was with her current husband, she's with him. He has removed her. I thought when this first broke out, or when I first heard whatever I heard, I thought Cassie was under like not chained to the bed, but like not allowed to leave, and Alex rescued her from the house. When no, like she could come and go, she could leave if she want. You know, I'm gonna expose you or whatever that came with it. But ultimately, she can leave. What was I saying? I thought it was. What was I saying right before that?
You were listing out what he should have been charged with.
Yeah, right. She said he raped her. He he beat her up. Like they could have just showed. She could have just showed. It could be attempted murder when she was drugged and almost passed
Mm-hmm.
out. That would have even been better. Attempted murder. Like you gave me a lethal amount of drugs. Um,
That's gonna be hard to prove, though.
no, I'm saying if it would have happened at the time. Um, going to get a rape kit, reporting some of this stuff. Like I, I'm not saying that by any means she should have reported it when it happened, but I wish it could have been done so he could really get his just desserts, as they say.
Yeah, I think the problem and the thing that people don't really want to face with her is that she never ever reported this. They got wind of this lawsuit and came looking for her.
No, that's not true. She said she wrote a book and
Yep.
sent it to his people, and they ignored it initially, and then it
No,
got
that
to
was
him.
prior to the lawsuit, though.
No.
Yeah, I know that. And then
Yeah.
she said it's in the transcript. She basically said, "I have this book, and I'm going to file this lawsuit. I want $30 million."
Well,
And they
okay.
said no at the $30 million, and she filed the lawsuit because it was right at the cusp of it expiring. And then the next day, she said, "I settled for $20 million the next day, and within 24 hours."
Kofi said she
No,
wrote.
when I say they, I'm talking about law enforcement. I'm not
When
talking about Diddy's people.
she
Oh,
wrote,
okay.
Yeah.
said only wrote it because she wanted to know the shame she feels, or wanted him to know the pain that she caused, and then it turned into a lawsuit when she, I guess, heard that he wasn't taking it serious. And I want y'all to stop calling that a transcript. That guy's an influencer in the courtroom, just like Armand with notes. He's just better at structuring his notes, because there are spelling mistakes, there are inconsistencies, or the story jumps around a lot. That's not an official transcript. That's what that guy wrote.
Are we able to get the actual transcripts, or do we have to wait until the
You
trial's
have
over?
to wait till it's the end.
I
He's the
thought
only
so.
person because he's
Yeah.
been reporting from federal court in New York for like 20 plus years. So I wouldn't, that's why I wouldn't classify him an influencer because that's all he does.
I mean, he's
And
begging for
he,
money every
and
other
he
tweet.
got, I think because of the, what's that, Bateman Free guy? The one that had that crypto thing that crashed. Like that's when people started paying attention to him because he was
So
at
he's
court
trying
every day.
to- I mean, all I know is he begging for money for his platform every other minute, just like everybody else asking for cash apps and super chats. So he's no
Yeah,
different.
he's a freelance journalist. They don't get paid unless someone buys their stories.
Yeah.
Or coming at him, I'm just saying like it's not an official transcript.
You know, I kind of feel bad because I feel like she is being exploited because these people want this win to boost up
Yeah,
their
and I
numbers.
feel like that too. These
Yeah.
But she could have said no, Callie.
Could she have? She
Yes.
admitted to several crimes.
Yeah, you can say no, especially as a victim.
could have
As
went
a
away.
After
as a
you've
victim,
admitted to
she could have
committing
said no.
crimes
Yes, you can say
to
no if you don't
6
want to testify.
prosecutors?
If you don't want to testify if you're a victim of rape, you don't have to testify in court.
Yeah, but
They
if
could
I'm a
probably,
victim,
what the best they could have done. Let's say they did want her her testimony. There's this thing called interrogatories where the defense and the plaintiff send, her attorneys questions, and she would have to do that under oath in front of a like a camp, kind of like a deposition or whatever, and she just answers the questions like by hand or type them up. I think she wanted to do this
I
and voluntarily did this. I don't think
but
they forced her or anything like that.
they said, why are you suing it? Why are you pursuing this now? She said, wrong is wrong. I can't live with it anymore. It's they asked her, I'll go to the thing right now.
I mean, she wanted to do a lot of stuff that was bad
One
for her.
student, I don't know. I don't think she thought this all the way through. I don't know.
No.
Because,
Mm-mm.
like you said, the 6 pack of white women, they're not protecting her. They're going to show her video in open court to the press. The thing that she feared the most.
Oh, and they argued to show it because the
This
defense was like, "Can you guys just play the audio or describe
is
or
like
whatever?"
10 months
These
pregnant. Like she could go into labor if y'all do that from stress.
I think
her blood pressure is sky high.
she chose to do this because
Cause
And
this,
she chose
there
to
is
do
that
a lot of
option for her to just do the interrogatories, and they just give the jurors the transcript of it, or if she wants it filmed they could show it behind closed doors.
clearly she
group.
has problems with protecting her own safety. I just feel like they are taking advantage of this woman. I don't think they needed this detailed testimony to prove trafficking and racketeering. I think they just needed a logistical of how this whole thing worked.
I think,
Um,
one point somebody made, I forget who made it. They said they're trying to try this in the court of public opinion and kind of take the jury. Once you see Puffy in a certain light, it's going to be hard to um, distinguish between him being a monster and what he's actually being charged with. And we saying that now, just like in the comments on this panel, where it's like, fuck Diddy, he deserves to be in jail. Yeah, he does, but is it for this? That there's a law. There's a law, even though it seems like it's a bunch of lawlessness now, and the president is who he is, and all this, that, and the third. But um, we're starting to see that, and I think that is the prosecution's one of their goals, and it might backfire. I think y'all might be overdoing it because in trying to paint in the process of painting him as the monster that he is, you're also letting a lot of stuff from Cassie slip that I feel like is going to come back and bite her in the ass in the long run. Because we can go back through those quote unquote transcripts, and I can tell you exactly what I would say as a defense lawyer.
I guess we also have to take into account this is an 8-week trial. We're in week 2. She'll probably be done and forgotten by the end of the week. And so other people have to come forth and testify on behalf of the government and the defense.
And I
that's
wonder
So
why
why I
rushing
think they
like
shouldn't have done
they
this.
said on Joe Buttons. Why are they rushing it? So they wanted to hurry up and get the cross examination out of the way today. Like Callie saying, they exploiting her. She's 9 months pregnant, and you got her on the stand for 8 hours already, and you want her to start with the cross examination after what she had to take several breaks because of her emotions already, and now y'all just want her to jump right into the cross. Even the judge said we can wait till tomorrow. Like we can make up time somewhere else. Why are they rushing?
and they said they were taking a lot of break, and it wasn't just her because Diddy's kids were the younger ones had to leave at certain point. Her husband had to leave at another point, so they just kept on stopping throughout the day, extending it.
I think her husband had to leave. Tisa was saying that she was the first one to catch them because she had said she stayed behind and she was listening to the lawyers or whoever talk, and they wanted him out. They didn't want him in there. And I know I went to court one time and my dad was there and they made him leave the courtroom because he could have been called later as a witness for me. So, or a witness to whatever happened. So they made him leave the courtroom. So he might be called as a witness later.
Mm, good point.
Well, they said he's not supposed, like the first day, there were like discussions, like sidebars, with the attorneys talking about, like, because his Diddy's attorneys didn't want him in the room at a certain point. And like to your point, Richie, it was that because anything after 2018, and I guess that's when he started working as her trainer,
Mhm.
they don't want him in the room for that because they may call him as a witness.
Oh, yeah. So he's definitely on the witness list then.
No, not necessarily. He might be like
Yeah, he
what
might be, but
my
they were saying if they felt like it, they don't want him there.
my defense lawyer, he was like, he might have to call him, so he can't be in here for the testimony right here. But I don't know if it's like so he can't get influenced or so he can't see like what we're going back and forth. You want your witness to be impartial. So if he would have seen me and whoever else, you know, the court proceedings, it can influence how he may answer certain questions.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
with that part, people were making it seem that, oh, he left the room because she admitted to sleeping with Diddy when they were together. And I'm like, well, the day before, his attorneys explicitly said they don't want him there for anything 2018 and on because he was an employee and he may be called.
That's why I don't even listen. That's why I said I've only been listening to
Yeah, I
Armand.
didn't hear
He
that
said
anyway.
a lot of people have opinions, and a lot of people aren't informed, and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And I would just leave it there.
Cassie just better pray that attorney is not like the lady that interrogated, what's that girl name? Amber Heard.
I didn't see that
You
trial.
know, Mark Garagos's daughter is there. And
She's
Mark
the
Garagos
attorney.
has a reputation, and I don't think he would let his daughter get up there and make a fool of herself. I think that there's something that they have. I don't know.
Callie, he's sitting right behind his daughter.
I
He's
know.
technically
He said
counsel.
that's his. No, he said that he gave Diddy his firstborn daughter. That's how much I believe in him. That is what he said.
Not technically counsel. Let me tell you something else. Why I said so I believe there's a lot of fuckery going on with just the case in general.
I don't
When
trust the judge either.
uh when Mark Garagos met with the judge in chambers. Why are you meeting with the judge in chambers? You're not even counsel.
Is he's not part of the team?
No, because who did he represent before? I think he represented. I think he was a part of the settlement with Cassie. It was some kind.
He's worked for Diddy off and on for many cases.
He was on a big case that made him famous. He
Michael
got somebody.
Jackson and then Chris Brown.
Yeah, he got them off.
But with
No,
this
he's very
here,
well known here.
conflict of interest. I'll have to find it for something. That's why he has his daughter on it, and that's why he is quote unquote like kind of their counsel. And they let him get away with a lot. The judge. That's why I say the judge is too green in this, and I believe that's by. If you listen to Jonathan Adi testimony, Trump's name comes up in there. And for all the people who think that, oh no, Trump's not going to do anything, y'all don't know. Do y'all know that? Do y'all remember when Trump was first being charged with whatever he was charged with? And the man, he was a UPS man or something like that, came to the judge's house and killed her son and shot her husband.
Yes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So now in 2025, so there's a lot of stuff going on, and a lot of judges, a lot of district attorneys or attorney generals are appealing a lot of the stuff Trump is doing, and judges are getting pizza boxes delivered to them in the name of her son.
Wow.
So that was what that pizza
That
box
is
stuff. Because
creepy.
I was watching someone else and people in the comments like, "What's a pizza box? What's a pizza box?" I'm like, "Yeah, what's a pizza box?" And no one knew what that was. But okay.
Yeah, they were being sent by her dead son to basically intimidate judges. So you don't know what is going on behind the scenes. Why did that man quit? The first black prosecutor. What was his? Anybody remember his name?
I thought he was Indian, but yeah,
Yeah, he was
Damien.
black.
Oh, he was. Yeah, Damien.
He got the hell out of
Because I
there.
think he was going to get
claimed.
fired. I think he was going to get
Yeah,
fired with
he
the
claimed
change
that
in
Trump was gonna fire.
administrations.
Oh, I'm
The
sorry.
point is, we don't know what the hell happened, considering what's really going on, and we don't know. And that's just a little bit that they shared with us about the pizza boxes from the dead son. and they getting that, and then it escalated to the judge's children. They were getting pizza sent to their children too.
Wow.
I think there may be a possibility Trump may pardon him. And
Pardon who?
no, I think so because like this is just a feeling. This is my tinfoil hat wearing self speaking, because you know when we all say, "Oh, Trump's a rapist," he was a charged felon. He got
Yeah,
charged under the same statute that Diddy got
Mm-hmm.
charged with that lawsuit that Cassie filed against him
Yes.
with that survivors law, and so she
Yes.
got
I
$4
was just
million
gonna
out
say
of
that.
him for that.
yeah.
The
I could
thing about
getting
Trump.
ready to pardon Derek Chauvin. Why wouldn't he pardon Puff? And his what Mom said with Jonathan Adi, Trump's name. He said Trump's name. Not that not only he was staying in his hotel. Trump. I forget. I have to watch the interrogation again. Trump's name was in that shit. So if you think Trump is not protecting himself, or this mess he got going on, whatever Odie said about Trump, you child, I want to hear my real conspiracy theory.
But you know, I also think that Trump has a hard on for these people charging these people with these RICO cases. I think that it's like anybody. It don't have to be Diddy. It could just be any random person. I just think that he feels that it's unfair, and he's going to do whatever he can to intervene or pardon the person or whatever, because he feel like that could be me. You know what I mean? So I
If
don't
you
know what's going on,
if you
but
listen to how Puffy was just talking to Kanye, he's saying, when I get out of here, we're going to do this. We're going to raise our. He's saying confidently, when I get out of here. Pay attention, y'all. Pay attention.
well, usually people that have been able to manifest a lot of money, that's just how they think. They
No,
just
no. It's
it's
different,
solid,
man.
it's guaranteed to them,
No,
they're entitled to it.
not going to jail.
He's lived in a bubble for a very, very long time, and everything has always gone his way. Look at the whole
2
Tupac
o'clock,
killing. You know, he was
5:25.
supposed to be the one paying someone to kill Tupac, and then someone did it for free.
5:25 at 2:05 a.m.
Well,
I said this. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm gonna say this. I like Tupac, love his music, but what Tupac did, anybody would have got clipped.
Yeah,
I
he,
just,
Diddy got so
it's not a
lucky.
conspiracy. Anyone would have gotten up out of here. It
Yep,
doesn't
Diddy
matter
got
who
really
it was.
lucky that Tupac had that fight in
Yeah.
the lobby of the casino.
If anybody wants Peacock, I think
Oh,
I'm for $24.99 for the whole year. Here's an offer, because you know they got Housewives uncensored. I can't get that on my little app that I share with y'all.
yeah, I have Peacock, but I've been trying to whittle down all these subscriptions. These subscriptions are getting out of control.
Did you get the app that I posted?
Yes, I have it. Thank you. I was able to watch that little movie with Keke Palmer and SZA.
It's good,
It's
right?
on Netflix.
Yeah, it's a cute little movie.
They ain't got paid for Netflix no more, Ali. They got literally everything.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't pay for Netflix. I use my cousin account.
Well, they blocked me. See, what happened was me and my mom were sharing an account, right? And once they blocked it, so my mom couldn't use it anymore, I canceled it. I was like, you know what? This is ridiculous.
No,
I'm not
you have
paying.
to go into your account and tell and I guess say these the IPs are authorized to use it.
Oh, see, I didn't know
Because my
that.
cousin lives in Maryland and I
Yeah.
use his Netflix account.
They used to Netflix. I got so sick of them. I don't even want it. I cancel it. I don't want it. They're like, just get a new account. Nope, fuck them. I'm just gonna use this app. I stream it right to the TV. I don't have Hulu anymore. I don't have anything. I'm about to. The only thing I subscribe to is Gabor Page, and that's up at the end of the month. I'm not paying for shit anymore.
Yeah, I'm about to get rid of my Hulu as well. I'm just gonna keep my
You don't
Sling.
need it with that app I gave you.
Yeah, because
I watched
Sling
The
is
Handmaid's
basically
Tale last
cable.
night on it. Everything's on there. The movies, I watched Sinners on there. It's bootleg, but it's it worked. All the movies. I'm gonna watch Mission Impossible. I watch G20 on there. Everything's on there. But do y'all want to hear any more of Armand? They got over it.
I'm over Armand. I'll
Okay.
watch him
Yeah, I
tomorrow.
mean, like you guys said, this is an 8-week trial. I'm having a feeling, like you guys said, something is gonna funny is gonna happen, and I think that he's gonna end up with a very light sentence, if a sentence at all.
And then get pardoned.
Well, he
Hmm.
do juju.
What's that?
Did you guys watch the Shine documentary? And one of his bodyguards said that before he was found innocent of the shooting, he went to the Central Park and did something with a bird and it flew and then it died right in front of him. And I'm like, I don't know. Somebody doing like
Well,
roots or
this is just
whatever.
my experience of me being around people that have been able to amass a lot of money that weren't born with it. They tend to have this thing where they're able to manifest stuff. It comes very easily to them. That's how they got that money. It's like their little gift. So I don't know, because I would have charged him with something that was very, very easily proved to make sure he got locked up for at least 5 years. I don't care if it was jaywalking.
Who was did
Matter of fact,
I know Gene Deal always does interviews. Did they ever interview the other bodyguard that she constantly mentioned through
he's
the
on a
testimony?
documentary. Um, and I'm gonna be honest,
What's his
he's
name?
not
D Rock? Was that his name? The
the
security that was basically picking her up off the floor?
the problem with him. I'm gonna be honest. He did a documentary. What he said on the documentary, again, as Richie was saying, it doesn't sound like she was being physically forced, because even he asked her, "Why are you going back there?" So it's not like he was dragging her and putting her in the car. Like, he's gonna make it look worse. So he probably doesn't need to be there. I hope he's not there.
Oh no, I just wanted to see if he did
Yeah,
any interviews so
I
I could
hope
put
that they
two and
don't
two
call him.
together. Because when I
Yeah.
was reading her the thread, I'm like, oh, let me go look at these pictures or these videos, because there was a mention of when she went to. No, I'm lying. That was from Lipstick Alley, because someone on Reddit summarized all the blind items from Lipstick Alley at the time, and a lot of those blind items lined up with what she was saying, like from 2009,
Hmm.
2008, 2011, all those blind items of her and him fighting aligned with her story.
Well, here's the thing. There has always been rumors about Diddy. In 1998, I did not meet him, but I know someone that met him and worked with him, and they told me that they felt that he was bisexual, but they didn't actually see him do anything. And this was a guy that was a bit dramatic. So I was just like, okay, whatever. The thing about Cassie being, hit by him or whatever, I heard that throughout the years. I mean, even Gabor said that he also heard about them sleeping with the escort. I heard it. I just thought it was one of those tinfoil hat, these weird
Mm.
Illuminati things. I was just like, whatever. This is so stupid. Like I never thought about it again until this happened. Even when the guy shot up the Trump Hotel, I was like, I kind of believe him, but this sounds so crazy.
And he looked crazy.
it it just I don't know. I kind of feel like hopefully there's something more here than just having yet another woman basically tell the same exact story. Like, I hope that there's something where someone's like, look, I was moving the money around for this and that, and this is how we were paying it. You know what I mean? They need to make it a organized thing, because you getting people from Craigslist, that's not an organization. That's the most unorganized thing you could possibly do.
No, I think the organization is, let's say, after the freak offs, he would employ his assistants would come in and clean up, take cell phones from her, his his staff was very much involved
Yeah,
That's
but they
in
type of
this.
charged.
thing.
They need to be co-defendants.
Needs to be like with the thing with Joe Buttons and them was talking about with the teacher and them cheating. They were cheating cheating like almost like what Felicity Huffman and them went to jail for cheating for the students to get cheating on their standardized testing for pay. Diddy's not getting any money out of this. I understand, like he involved employees at, or if you're going to say other employees were involved and they helped him do this stuff, why aren't they charged?
Unless they
Where's
pled,
with it?
unless they're
You know,
cooperating, we don't know.
yeah, but how do you have a RICO with one person?
That's
Well, if
because
everyone,
They can't give everybody immunity. I understand giving it to Cassie. Okay, that's one person. But you at least need to get a few other people.
but with the
Even
teachers thing that Mark Lamont Hill mentioned, they were going after one person. They charged a whole bunch of teachers, but those teachers ended up not getting charged.
they told on the principal. Um, so but in this case, you got the RICO, you got the person you want, which is Diddy. It's not like it's somebody higher y'all going after, or is it? I don't know.
mm, that's why I said I don't know what other information they're going to present. I don't know really
That's
where this
I
is
think that I've said this from day one. I think the sex stuff is sensationalized. They need to focus on them drugs and guns
Think
because he had
about
a
this.
whole bunch of guns with scratched off serial numbers. That's a federal crime right there. You're not supposed to do that.
That's what I'm saying. They should have at least charged that
They
separately
did, but they
so
did.
that
They did.
they
That's
can
part of the
have.
That's part of the RICO, I believe.
I think they should have included something that would give them an easy win. Like even if they would have charged him for having the drugs on him when he got arrested. They
But we
needed
all
something that would be a slam dunk, easy win so that he would be guaranteed instead of reaching for this huge grand conspiracy.
is I guess what it is, and this one thing I've learned over the years with prosecutors, they tend to overcharge or undercharge depending on if they are, let's say with police officers. When a police officer kills someone, they always charge with first degree murder, something that, they're not going to meet that standard because they want the cop to get off. But if it's like, let's say a Jonathan Majors, you just throw a whole bunch of bullshit at him and one of them are going to stick. And that's what they usually do if they want a person. And I think that's what they did. They're not going to give him something or do something easy or charge him with one thing. They're going to charge him with multiple things. And
No,
then,
I was saying multiple things.
Let me talk.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yo,
okay.
Yeah.
remember that the
But he is
original
charged with multiple things. There's like
the
five.
prosecutor is gone. The one who initially charged Diddy. He abruptly left when before Diddy. He didn't follow through with his Diddy and Eric Adams cases. Eric Adams cases have disappeared. He is the one who originally charged Puff. He said he couldn't do it for whatever reason. So now he's left these other women holding the bag, trying to make the case for this. Something happened there.
He
Like
was going to get fired because when
there's
they,
some
it,
deeper that
because
happened.
I think
Like
because Trump
I don't
came
know.
in and he's the one who charged Trump too.
All right, I'm
He,
gonna have to hang up. I feel like I can't even fucking talk. Go ahead, you got it.
No, you keep going in and out.
you going in and out. That's why. Are you talking? I think Richie mad at us.
Oh.
I think she
No, because
doesn't
she was
know that
going in
she's
and
going in
out.
and out when she speaks. So I think it's silent. And then I start to talk. And I guess you're doing the same. And then she comes in.
Yeah, TMZ did a mock trial, right? And the
Mm-mm.
people in the mock trial, they very much felt that he was obviously attacking her and trying to prevent her from leaving, but when they actually read the definition, they could only find him guilty of the transport.
Yeah, that's all I said. But if
Yeah.
they're I think they're probably going to do the drugs and the guns, and that also falls into that too, because he's transporting those across state lines.
No, he's not charged with that though. See, I don't understand this case. It's almost like it's just done to humiliate him. Because there's so many things he could have been charged with.
As what is he
It's
charged with?
it seems like he has more charges, but then when I read them, it was the same thing, just a different person.
It's a sex trafficking, racketeering, and transportation to engage in prostitution. And you could break down the racketeering. That's just a over.
The for-profit is where they got stuck. Oh no, we lost Eileen.
But you done being mad at us?
I'm not mad. I'm just letting y'all talk. So y'all get y'all. So when I'm ready to talk, I'm just watching a few put my food
No,
away. So I'll go ahead and
no, but
talk.
serious. Are you? Because you're going in and out.
Let
And
me turn my Wi-Fi off.
Might be because you're running water too, because that messes with the Wi-Fi.
Well, my kitchen is a dead zone, but I usually don't have no problems in here. I'm let me watch this pot.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel so bad because I just think that these women just want to be the people who put Diddy in jail. And I think that they knew that they were doing something exploitative and they still did it. And I
well,
don't think
besides
that it's
Cassie, who's
relevant.
charging him? Who's accusing him?
No, but what I'm saying is those details did not need to be able to prove trafficking. It just didn't, we didn't need those details at
Oh,
all.
lock his ass up.
No, it's not about locking him up.
No,
It's
no,
about
I'm just
what
being
this is, how
facetious.
this is exploiting her. I don't think it was right to have this woman get up there and give that testimony because these things were not being charged individually. Now, had he been on trial for these individual events, I could see why she would be required to say, well, he hit me on this occasion, he R-worded me on this occasion. This is, you know what I mean?
Do you
But
think it's
we're talking
worse
about
though,
something that
at
has
what
to
he
do with
did?
organized crime.
But do you think? I honestly feel she's giving us the PG version of what was done. I think it was worse.
Mm.
I think it happened more times
That
because it was,
my friend, he detailed a lot of stuff like with the period stuff and the people
mm-hmm.
and he really like uh lots of details. Like she and my thing is like you keep like how you keep saying, well, he did go across state lines with the thing. Okay, that's not a hard case to prove. Like, charge him with that and like go home. Like, why do you have to drag Cassie through all this or do all this dog and pony show just to get a gun charge or a prostitution charge? Like I was trying to say earlier, if you want to call it a tin hat theory, like I said with the prosecutor, the original prosecutor, I feel as though there's I'm looking at looking at it like a chessboard. Like I'm seeing it as pieces being moved around. And he was the one who originally charged him with all this shit. Maybe he left because he maybe somebody higher up, maybe he got a phone call and he was like, I'm not doing this. Or maybe there was somebody higher up on it. Maybe he was threatened with a pizza box. Maybe. Like, I believe there's something more to it than he just, oh, he was going to get fired because of the Trump administration. I I think it's my conspiracy, my intuition, everything is telling me something else happened there. Like, you just don't do that and go away, and we haven't heard anything from him since. Even with
Well,
what's his name, the mayor, all his charges went away.
oh, Eric Andrews or whatever his name is.
Yeah, because of
Yeah, man,
Trump.
you can't. Gotta hear all New Yorkers, black and white, talk about him.
Yeah, nobody. That man is crooked as the letter S.
It's like, fuck him.
You know what I heard, Richie? What the rumor is, and I kind of feel like it sort of came from the defense, but not officially. Is that when they actually went through the hard drives, they did not find anything, and that's when Homeboy got the hell on. Yeah. Now that's what I heard, and
Freaking,
yeah.
I don't know what it is. I don't know. Like, and I feel like the prosecution is, there's a lot of experts that say a lot of things, but I don't think they made a solid case. This is just star witness. This is who this case is based on. You wrapped up today, and we have more questions now than we had before. And what you did was give the public a lot of reasonable doubt. I haven't seen people change so fast in my life. Everybody's back on Diddy's side now, seem like, and they're not afraid to either.
Well, they're sheep.
No, I think it's because they saw that she was able to leave. We can't just pretend like that doesn't matter because the way they charged him, you know what I mean? Why they could have been charged him with forcing himself on her.
That we didn't know. Everything that came out is what we knew. Like, we got a bit more details about she had to do it on a period and blah, 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 but nothing new came out that we didn't know.
I think we've been following this more than most people. I think a lot of people thought that when he was sending people to pick her up, she was being physically forced to go. She couldn't leave. They did not know she left and dated other people and came back and all of these things. I don't think the average person knew that.
I knew that she left the hotel that day and she was on the red carpet the next night. I knew that. And I knew something right. I said initially, if we go back into Gabor's archive, I was like, Cassie, Diddy's the monster, fuck him, let's go to jail, blah, 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 blah. But then when I'm hearing, oh, well, she left that day and came back, didn't they? And she's on the red carpet at night, the next night for a movie premiere. It started like, you look at the $20 bill up in the light to see if you can see the light. Like, I don't know, like, what's going on here? Is it real?
I just looked up that attorney that left, and he said he left because Trump was coming into office and he was appointed to that position by Biden. And since Biden was leaving, he was going to have to leave because the president, I guess, works at the pleasure of the president. And so that's why he left. He's working at a law firm in New York, one of the big ones in firms in the city.
Can you look up the prosecution when Obama came into office? Did the prosecutor leave when Obama came into office?
From George W. Bush? Well,
Or
Like,
yeah, anytime the office changed,
changes. They
basically.
usually do.
that wasn't Trump
Because I want to know if that's true.
for
Because
every
he was preceded by Audrey Strauss, who was appointed by Joe Biden and Trump, preceded by
And Trump?
June what's it I guess like an interim, they were trying to look for someone because you got to get confirmed, I believe. And under Trump, there was Jeffrey Berman. And before Jeffrey Berman, oh wait, I hit succeeded except for preceded. June Kim, he was appointed by Donald Trump because he came into office in 2017 when Trump was president. And that's after the election. Preet Bharara, he was appointed in 2009. That's when Biden started his tenure. Oh, I see what's why there's two presidents, because I guess they're in the process of looking for someone, and the presidency has already started. So Trump got inaugurated in January 2017, but Preet Bharara, who was appointed by Obama, didn't leave until March, and that's when they found his replacement.
So Hakeem Jeffries could have stayed around a little. I'm not Hakeem, whatever his name is. He could have stayed around a little longer, or appoint an interim person.
I'm thinking he could have at least done this trial. Like he could have at least stayed until this trial was over.
From what I'm looking at, it says, but it was looking like by March they would have replaced him.
Uh,
Before Trump even got in office, right?
Yeah, he left in December.
yeah.
And so the person that's there now is not even the official person yet, because they're too busy causing chaos and confusion all over the world that they're not even focusing on that. So there's an acting U.S. attorney for SDNY right now.
So why are they rushing it then if they don't even have the main a you know?
Because they agreed to it last year of the
Wait,
dates,
wait,
or
wait.
earlier
Yeah.
in the year. And I know they try to delay it. Diddy's
Person
attorneys try to delay it, and the judge said no.
You said the last person left in
Well,
March.
they tried to delay it after they asked for it.
Did the last person leave in March or May?
Before this guy,
What the guy set the date for the trial.
yeah, and they're the ones who set the date. Diddy's attorneys set the date for May,
Yeah.
and then
That's why the
last
judge.
minute they try to push it back, and they're like, "No, you guys pick the date."
Because Diddy wanted it. He wanted to get out of there. That was when he first went to jail and he was freaking out and he was just like, just that's if that's the only way I could get out of here, just do it as fast as possible. I know that's what it was.
No, I thought they set the date. I didn't know the criminal
No,
sets.
the defendant has the right to a speedy
Yeah,
trial.
I forget which amendment. I think it's the fourth, like for a speedy trial or something.
Mm-hmm.
He picked a date, and then he's like, "Nope." That's probably his juju man said, "Nah, this ain't a good look. You should push it back."
No, I think that he's gotten used to being in jail, and he would rather take his time and stay in jail because he's not so freaked out. But now the judge is like, "Well, you said you wanted this." But this is the whole thing with not just Diddy, with Shannon Sharp, DDG, all of them. I really truly think that
DDG.
no, he got a charge on him too now. Now, I really think that we have almost, and when I say we, I don't mean us personally, I'm saying us as a community, have created this psychosis that a lot of Black men think that they should be able to commit crimes, especially abusing women, and just say, "Oh, I'm an oppressed Black man, I'm Emmett Till."
Yeah. Today I was having a conversation with my daughter, like earlier, because she's writing like a thesis for school. And she was like, "Oh, I'm going to talk about the Black manosphere." And she brought up that statistic that every, I think, manosphere man uses, that um the the prison, or took Black men being in prison is the reason why the Black household
Oh,
is broken up.
the
And
welfare.
I'm like, what percentage of Black men are in prison? you know.
No, I think it's welfare, Allie. I think they
Yeah,
said
well,
the
welfare,
welfare
but
is the
one of the
yeah.
factors is that some of them got arrested and they were taken out of the homes as well. Because that was she said she cited some paper done in 1965 that cited that,
Well,
and I'm
in
like, I feel like that.
1965, we had a lot of together families. A lot.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's why I question the stat, and I'm
That
like,
was the norm to have a two-parent household in 1965.
yeah,
So
and even let's say up into the 80s or whatever,
it's up
and
until women really started to be able to get good paying jobs, which
I
was the
don't think
early
that
80s.
stat is real, to be honest, because when I was speaking to her, I said, growing up, I don't, if this stat is as prevalent and as big as you're claiming it to be, I didn't know any person that I grew up with whose father went to jail.
I would have to say not too many in my age group either.
Yeah,
It's
I'm like,
more,
when did this happen?
I would say probably my nephew's generation because a lot of them were selling drugs and stuff. But even though I was kind of grew up during the crack era, I only know one kid whose dad went to jail. And that's it. Like out of all my schooling, all of that. So I think you're right.
Yeah, because they're like mass
Yeah.
incarcerations took the fall. I'm like, whose father went to jail? I'm like, drugs, I understand, but they still were at home with their families, you know?
That's true.
But, you know, the crackheads went home to their families. They needed a place to stay. But I'm like, I don't think mass incarceration did any of that. But people use that stat and say, oh, um, the prison industrial complex took all these black men out of jail. And I'm like, when did that start? Like 92, 95, or
Yeah, it
even
had
that?
to.
Because I was still
I
in high
think we
school
were
and middle
probably
school
in
then.
high school already when that started. Because I'm just saying that I know a lot of people that are probably like in their early 30s, late 20s now, that their dad was in jail because a lot
Yeah.
of dudes started selling drugs.
Yeah, I just thought that was a weird stat, and it came from 1965. And I'm
In
like, okay.
1965,
And I'm like, were they? I felt like this is my tinfoil hat speaking, that they created that stat so we could believe it, and then
Well,
once we believe it, we'll start following it, and then
you know
that would
the
be an excuse to leave your family.
the marriage statistic for Black women is wrong, right? And they've always known it. That
Yeah,
statistic actually comes from the 1970s and it's based on women under the age of 28. The reality is Black women just get married older. They don't get married less.
yeah,
It's like almost 75% of Black women will get married at least once in America.
yeah.
Yeah.
What's another stat that they
The
always?
lottery winners losing their money. That's another one that's like an urban legend. It's so wrong.
Yeah, they always focus on that one girl that had the baby daddy that she bailed out of jail for some
She was
ridiculous
in
amount of
Canada, I
money.
think. Wasn't she in Canada?
I thought she was down south somewhere.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm thinking.
Paige,
Oh no, it was.
Paige
I
says she's
think
been
it's two
married 3 times.
girls.
I'm like, you tell him.
Girl, I'm thinking of two different people, but she did not go broke. The thing is, that statistic comes from 1972 when people were winning at the most $2 million. That's where that statistic came from, and it has been untrue since the 80s. And people
Oh,
still to this day repeat that fake statistic that most lottery winners lose their money.
another fake statistic is that black men are the most involved fathers in their children's lives when it accounts. They're only focusing on fathers that are, I guess, they're not married to the mother.
No. This study, girl, it's so funny because I want to say it was Cynthia G or one of these people that pulled up this study. It was only like 2,000 or 1,800 people. They were all affluent, and it was self-submitted.
Oh, so they
That's
were
where the data
lying.
came from.
So basically lying on the survey.
No, these were middle class and above men. These were men with money, and men with money tend to take care of their children because they're not living in survival mode. And it
So
was
no,
less than
so
2,000
but
of
all
them.
the Pookies swear by it that they're dads of the year because of this stat.
I think, well, one of the issues is that you can't tell men that you can just be promiscuous and it's up to the woman to use birth control. I think that's a very dangerous message, and I think that's how our society has run. The problem is you have a lot of men that don't want to have kids, but they're not raised to understand that they need to not get anybody pregnant. That's not instilled into them. They just think that they should be able to just verbally say, I don't want a kid. And because I didn't tell you I told you I didn't want a kid, it's all on you now. Or I'm telling you after the fact, after I've already gotten you pregnant. And then you also have men that are living in survival mode. And when your brain is in survival mode, you care about your survival. You don't care about a kid. You don't care about anybody else around you. You are trying to survive. So I believe that's why we have all of these deadbeat men running around here.
And I blame some of their deadbeat mamas too.
Oh yeah, because they raise their kids. They raise their sons like that. They raise their sons that you're always the victim. You're not responsible. Somebody else is always responsible. They accept their son not taking care of their child. You know what I mean? They don't do anything about it. They don't intervene in any way. They don't try to instill any value into their son.
I think
It's enabling
DDG's
all of this
mom
bad
is.
behavior.
I think DDG's mom is trying to avoid that, but I think it's too late.
I'm going to be honest with you. I was not there. I did not exactly see what happened to her. If I was with a man who had jumped on me several times, that would be the end of him being around my child.
Well, she
I would
filed
not
for
trust him
the
around my
sole
child, and I would not
custody.
want that influence. There would be no more shared custody. You have physically assaulted me multiple times. I don't care what I had to do. I don't care if I had to leave the country. I am not going to send my child off with a man who has physically assaulted me several times.
Oh, and you can't leave the country with your baby.
You can if you don't plan to come back.
No, you can't. You got to get a passport. You got to get a passport for that baby. And if his name is on that birth certificate, if he doesn't sign off, you don't get a passport.
I'm sure that baby probably already got a passport. But you
Yeah.
know what, to be perfectly honest, I feel like people play games with this. I think if you got a good attorney, you could get those rights terminated.
Because with my ex-husband, when he was being a dickhead, when my youngest, her passport was being renewed, he refused to do it, and we were planning on traveling. So I had to go to court, get a lawyer, sue for primary custody because she was an adult. She had to get her own, not an adult, but an older child. She had to get her own personal attorney, so it doesn't seem like I'm forcing her to say the things that she's saying. It was a mess.
Because this is my whole thing. I feel that if the man has assaulted you multiple times, I cannot imagine a judge saying, yeah, it's okay for him to pick the baby up this weekend.
Yeah, I think she's getting supervised though. She said only he can only see him with I guess someone there.
This is why I always say you got to get out of there that first time, because I could not imagine having to have my child be around somebody who assaulted me. That is insane to me.
Yeah. So that was almost 3 o'clock in the morning, and I have I have to go to work because I didn't realize I had a meeting that I must attend, and I was gonna go to sleep and call out because I'm up too late.
Yeah, I definitely have to get up and check the market because I have a play running. It's so hard for me to get adjusted to getting up that early because I used to never get up that early.
Well, you work in finance now?
No. I'm just options trading. I'm still designing, but to be perfectly honest, I kind of don't want to do this anymore. I'm over it. I'm ready to get out and walk away from this.
My coworker told me this week that he is leaving the company, and I'm like, "Oh, you going someplace else?" He's like, "No, me and my dog are going to travel the world." And I was like, "Fuck you."
Oh, so he set up his retirement good. I wish I would have did that.
And I don't think he's 50.
No, if you, I'm telling you, I was given the advice by one of my teachers in college, and he told me exactly how to do it. And he said, if you do this, you will be able to retire in your early 40s. And he said, trust me, you're going to be ready to get out of there. And I did not listen, and I'm kicking myself now because I am so done with this. I'm over it.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to play a little bit more of the Cassie testimony. Well, not the test. Well, yeah, her testimony. Because I need to make my points of where I can blow holes in her story as
Is this?
a defense.
Oh, before you start, since you have that open, did you see any clips from Tamar and Nene
Oh Lord.
interview?
You know,
Because you got the thumbnail showing.
I have no interest.
Oh, I have no interest of watching it, but the wigs and the makeup was just wow.
I'm gonna watch Alexander Rogers' review of it. Um,
Because Nene doesn't look like herself at all.
I don't know what is this look that these women are trying to obtain. It's almost like they're getting plastic surgery as a status symbol and not to actually look normal or look better.
I think it's like an Atlanta thing too. Um, I
Yeah.
was supposed to review basketball wise. I wanted to do it separately, but Ming Lee is on there and she looks crazy. I see why she didn't get picked for Atlanta Housewives because she has a speech impediment and her work looks even more crazier than Ming. I mean than Brit. Whereas though she actually has the credentials to well, she's actually made her money through hair and stuff, and she has a really nice brand, Snob Life hair.
I was going to
She,
ask you what she did too. Thanks for that.
huh?
No, I didn't know what she did. I was like, thanks. Because I'm like, who's Ming Lee?
I used to love her commercial she would do. Like she was the real first like influencer to me. Like the
Hmm.
hair. Like when people started selling phone cases. Let me see if I can find a commercial.
Because I've heard of her, but I didn't know specifically what
Probably
she
Rihanna
did.
Band.
Me either. I didn't know who she was really.
Oh yeah, this is 7 years ago. Let's play this one.
Look your best, cause you're turning heads tonight. You're gonna find a sexy chick out on dance all night if you wanna. Don't say you gotta. Yes, true, you gotta let it rock the party.
Sister girl, you're so cute.
Is she Asian or part Asian?
Where's your clothes?
That's what. Let's see this some more.
I'll have to dress for Grammy, okay? Let's go. Get with the program. Well, unlike you.
She had a really cute one. It was based off, I think Rihanna at the time. What did Rihanna do? The 2015. Let me see. Earlier one. She had like these really.
Oh, that's pretty.
This one was cute. Is this Snob Life? She used to do. I would see her doing stuff like this. Like at the time for hair, it was like unique. It was. And you could tell she spent some money too. It wasn't just somebody who ordered hair from AliExpress.
Mm-hmm.
Was that her in the video? Not this girl.
I don't
Like I
know.
probably have a delay because I'm watching it on the TV, but listening to you guys on the phone.
Probably so.
Yeah, usually it's a TV. TV has a little delay on YouTube.
Hey, it's Ming, and we're here at my Black Friday shoot, and we have beautiful Sierra. She's getting ready to shoot first. I'm so excited, and we are literally 9 days away. So I have 9 days to actually do the shoot, edit it, and start promoting. So Black Friday, 11/27.
Getting my scream on. So yeah, it's about the first look for the slow motion hair shoot for Black Friday previews of the men.
Bells and stuff. That was a year ago, but no, back in the day, she had a really cute one. It was like the color. Oh my God, Bethany. Oh,
She always looks scary to me.
Like you didn't scroll to Beth. Oh, okay, I see it. She like Skeletor.
Yeah, she always looked like that to me. And she always gave me a little racist.
She was never pretty for me.
No.
well, that's just my shit. The Ashanti remix. But yeah, we're gonna go back to Armand. I want to hear some more details.
Is that from today's?
I got money on my mind, oh yeah. I get back at the back.
I love Ashanti. I don't know if I should play this. Oops. All right, switch it.
Since your channel is smaller, you won't get copyright striked or any of that stuff that people complain about, right?
Well, but they'll just cut it out. I won't get like a strike yet.
Oh, okay.
They're like Miss Girl from 4:45 to 4:46. You had this, that, and third, and belongs to this, that, and third. You want us to cut it out? Yep. All right. Thanks. No action taken. They just cut it out.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
I legit think Armand's staying at his cousin's house.
She said the only reason why she did that is because she wanted to sit and be with him. And after she would get banged out by the one guy in the freak off, then she can go and be with Diddy for some time. I wrote, she really loved him. But if she didn't want to do the freak off, he'll say, okay, I'll just find somebody else to do it.
But did he?
She said, doing this made me feel horrible.
That's what I'm saying.
Doing this made me feel worthless. Mind you, she crying. She said, and when I explained to
Richie,
him,
I wish you had a
how I
Patreon. I
felt,
wanted to say something.
he would
but
be
I can't
very
say that on
dismissive.
Do
He
have
didn't care.
You do?
Yeah, I gotta make sure everything's set up right.
Somebody said now the PayPal link ain't working. I don't know. My PayPal worked. I clicked the link. Let me see real quick. We're gonna get to it.
Let me find the
Y'all are
link.
stressing me out with this. It should work. It works for me. Log into y'all stuff. Don't know. Are stressing me out. Or do the Venmo or do the Venmo. If it don't work, do the Venmo. Just stop telling me. Just do the Venmo, please. Because I got to get through this. The Venmo and the Zelle is up there. There's other ways. Okay. So she said
his eyebrows are nice.
He would make her feel very dismissive. He said, you're predictable. And she didn't want to feel predictable. Then they showed text messages where, you know, she would message him and say, I really want to right now. And she didn't know why. She said she would just say that stuff just to get his attention and, you know, feel engaged with him because she felt like she had to talk like that. And he said, so who you want to call someone? And she's like, no, I want to fuck you. Are you crazy? He talking about, oh, I'm just joking. You want to ask somebody? No, he said, I want to talk to you about something. He said, what? Is it going to stress me out? Now you don't want to do nothing? Now you don't want to do the freak offs? I already knew you were so predictable. Then she said, well, I wasn't going to say that. I didn't say I didn't want to do it anymore. We could do it. These are the text messages. But she didn't really want to do it. But he made her feel like she had to. So she played like, no, that's not what it was. I was just saying, like, but she really wanted to say, hey, can we slow down on the freak offs? Because wait till I tell you what goes into the freak off. You're going to die when I tell you. She said he could be very scary and or violent. And sometimes if she didn't want to do it, he would just make it happen. The freak off identity. They wore masks and he made Cassie wear wigs. They didn't always wear masks and wigs, but for the most part, they did. She wore see-through fishnets. She would go to like the Hustler store, the Pleasure Chest. Diddy had her in a whole outfit that he used to want her to wear. Diddy would decide what she's going to wear for the freak off. She would have to be waxed, shaved, nails would have to be done, and she would have to be freshly tanned for the freak off. She would have to be freshly tanned for the freak off. And if she wasn't, that would be a problem. She had one nipple pierced at one point, but she took it out because it was hurting. Diddy told her she needs to get her nipples pierced again. So she went and got her nipples pierced. And then she went and got her pierced, if you know what I mean. Her helmet. You know what I mean? So she went and got that pierced too. Because Diddy told her he wanted that pierced. A pearl. So he would bang her in Atlanta, Los Angeles, Ibiza, San Diego, Las Vegas, New York, Miami. He would hit her. He would bang her in his apartment in Miami, his apartment in New York, Cassie's apartment. They would have the freak offs all of there. In New York, they would go to the Gramercy, the London, the Trump Hotel, the Intercontinental. In Miami, they would go to the Intercontinental. They would go to the Beverly Hilton in London, the London in California, the Intercontinental. It would be a whole thing. And he would just take her around the United States and take her around the world, and he have to bang her out. So they wanted to know.
Sorry.
This is where it got really, really interesting. They said, well, what goes in to the freak off? So now we're going inside the freak off. Okay? This is where it gets crazy. Because we just get into the setup. Now we're inside the freak off. What do you need? Baby oil and Astroglide. Sometimes the staff would go pick it up, like the security guard, the assistant, whatever. Somebody would go get the baby oil and somebody would go get the Astroglide. Okay? And so they said, well, what do you do with the baby oil? And what kind of baby oil was it? They said, well, it's Johnson's baby oil. And it would have to be all over your body. Diddy would say, you need to be glistening. And you would squirt the baby oil all over you. You would have to be shiny. And if you're not shiny, you need more. You need more. You need it. They had at least, and one freak off takes at least 10 bottles of baby oil. But that's not the gag. The hee and the ha is, and I might have to try this because this sounds like some expensive shit. It ain't just the baby oil, though. The motherfucking baby oil got to be heated. Oh yeah. You can't just open it and squirt it on you. No, you gotta put that in a microwave and get that a little warm. You gotta boil it a little bit. You gotta warm that oil up. Then you put it on you. He only likes the baby oil to be heated. So you don't just open it and just put on. Oh no. It's a whole thing. You heat that oil up and you put that motherfucker on you. I'm like, what is it? Heated? So you gotta heat it. And you gotta glisten. I'm like, well, what does that feel like? And what is a heated? I'm over here thinking, woo. You know what I mean? A heated oil. And so the oil needs to be, they said if you're not looking like a honey glazed ham, it's not enough. The oil needs to be applied at least every 5 minutes.
All right, ladies, I have to get up in a couple
If you're
hours.
too dry,
Good
you
night.
need it every 5 minutes. You need to be glistening. Put more oil.
Good night,
Okay?
everyone.
Good night.
Everything was very choreographed.
Oh, good night.
It was like a choreographed experience. They would they would heat oil on each other. They had candles in there. It was very strong scents, low
Lord,
lights. I can never look at these kind of lights. You see like this, these lights, like that light right there. These are now called the Diddy lights because it went from candle lights and mood lights and strong smells to Diddy lights. Okay.
Kelly, I think we're kind of on the same page with where we stand with this.
Yeah.
With the actual case.
I gotta be honest with you. I'm not feeling real strong that they're gonna say guilty. Unless something else happens, if it's just more of these same type of stories where you could have leave, but you didn't leave because you liked them.
That's what I'm saying. She's saying it like you said. The prosecution is not protecting her or whatever. You not protecting her. They're just using her to take down Diddy. They don't give a damn about Cassie.
I think
let her have a damn baby and then do the trial.
Well, I mean, he asked for the trial date, and then after he asked for, the judge said, "Well, you're not gonna change it again." So that's the reason why we have this trial date. But I just feel that
they could have pushed it back. I think she's like 9 months pregnant.
Yeah, she's almost exactly 9 months.
How would they put that kind of stress on her and that baby? She could go into labor on the stand.
I also think that there was a different type of testimony she could have gave. Like, I understand that this is the trial date. Maybe, they had no control over that. But because this is my whole thing with this, because these incidents are not being charged separately, I don't think there was any reason to even bring all this stuff up. She could have just said, this is how we paid them. This is where we got them from. This is, we took them here, took them there, and that could have been it. We did not, I don't see how most of this stuff is even relevant.
But I guess they're trying to lay the groundwork for the charges, but it's actually giving people, everybody was like, yeah, he's guilty, he did it. Now I see more people like, well, where's the RICO and the racketeering and
that's why her testimony should have focused on that. It should have been all about the logistics of how this was an organized thing. And this is how we paid them. He wired me the money here. I put the money in this account. I then went to this website. He would send the assistant to it should have been that type of thing. I almost believe what I heard is that they don't actually have a case and they're trying to create one out of domestic abuse. And they're essentially trying to punish him by embarrassment because it's a big possibility they may lose.
I trying to pull up the definition again of
The for-profit, because I watched the TMZ mock trial and they really felt like we've been saying he should be in jail. He definitely assaulted this woman, but the for-profit part is a problem.
So let's share this tab. It is a form of human trafficking where individuals are forced, defrauded, or coerced into commercial sex acts against their will. So, what is a commercial sex act?
For-profit.
So, who is making the profit? It's not Diddy.
Richie, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I know people don't want to hear this. I think Diddy about to get out of jail. And I think they did this to this woman just to embarrass him because they know they're losing.
Commercial sex refers to any sexual act or sexually explicit performance for which something of value is exchanged. This includes activity, legality, the human trafficking is crucial. It's crucial to distinguish between consensual commercial sex and sex trafficking. Sex trafficking is a form of human trafficking involving the exploitation of individuals for a commercial sex act, often through force, fraud, or coercion, and is illegal in jurisdiction. Trafficking victims, harboring, transportation, providing, obtaining, patronizing for the purpose of commercial sex act. So it's commercial sex. So sex trafficking basically is making people have sex
for money.
against will for some type of profit.
Yes.
Now, if your boyfriend guilt trips you into having a gangbang, is that sex trafficking?
No. It's an abusive relationship. And that's what this is. This is a DV case. And what they should have did was break it up into separate charges and discharged him with like 50 things. Because there has to be something that the statute of limitation is not over with for. There has to be. It can't be that everything the statute of limitation is over.
So right here it says the elements of sex trafficking. So the action. This refers to the recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, or obtaining a person for the purpose of a commercial sex act. So commercial again means for gain. Means this includes the use of force, fraud, or coercion to induce someone into performing a commercial sex act. Purpose. The purpose of the element is engagement in a commercial sex act. Force, fraud, and coercion. Physical violence. Now, he used violence and threats of violence.
Yeah, that's not the issue. At first it was. The first day I was like, girl. Now today she did sort of add, that there was she even said that kind of funny. So that's going to be left up to the jury how they interpret it. But the commercial is a problem. And that's why I think they should have focused on the men, because the men were receiving money and being hired. Especially if they're saying that they contracted diseases.
And then she said some of the men came back without pay. For
Yeah.
free.
Yeah, I think he's also being charged with unpaid wages. I think that's in there too.
Because they liked her so much.
Yeah. I mean, that's another thing. If you said, I wasn't paid, but I came back because I liked her, then it's like, were you supposed to be paid or were you just hooking up? This whole thing. I know that people want him to go to jail. I want him to go to jail. I think he's a horrible person. But I don't believe this is really actually sex trafficking.
They haven't. No.
Just all of this is sick. And
he manipulating the shit out of her. You know, like not talking to her unless she wants to do a freak off. And she's young. She has this, I don't want nobody else to do it. But then the question is, why not? Why don't you want to leave this shit alone, Cassie?
I think she was in love with him because usually abusers have a Jekyll and Hyde personality. And she said this, he's very charming. So I think when he was nice, he was really, really nice. He was like being around a dream man. And she did not know how to discern that was a game.
She even said this on the stand, which could, as a juror, I'd be like, oh, she's still in love with him. Or she still thinks he's charming. She's still, after she met her now husband, I think she was in love with him and the idea of what she can.
She was in love with the idea of being with him. Like, oh, this would be so great if he would just act normal. But she didn't realize like that's not.
And I can get all of the things. I can get my album. I can go to the Met Gala. I can be in the final clothes. I can have chefs. I can have private jets. I can have the part. I could be married to this powerful man.
And let's just be very honest. A lot of these black men pump these women heads up because she didn't have no talent, and I think she thought she was gonna be Beyonce. You know what I mean? And that just I think she got as far as she was gonna get.
I don't think she's doing that. She gave me a Leah.
I think that was as far as she was gonna get. I think they put a lot into her album. She collabed with the hot people. They spent money on the videos. It just wasn't meant to be for her.
He's such a piece of shit. He really could have gave her the career she wanted. They could have had their private swinger life without the abuse.
I don't think he could have. I don't think that he, on that level, is in charge. Like, I think that his higher up said she don't have it. We gave her a shot and she doesn't have it.
Don't have it from bad.
He just led her on and let her believe.
Mary J. Blige cannot sing. Mary J. Blige can't sing.
I think it was something, an it factor that they liked about Mary J. Blige, but Diddy was not the boss. Even she said that herself. It was Sony Records, and I honestly think that Sony went to him and they said she ain't got it. But I don't think he told her that.
Her into something. He is the Puff Daddy at the end of the day.
No, once the higher ups say cut him, they cut. And it was people that did way better than her that got dropped.
I think he could have gave her. I think he could have gave her a career, just like he could have. That song, "Me and You." Oh my God, she had something.
I think they gave her that chance that was her chance, and I don't think that she performed.
But even still, he's puffy up until this. He can keep putting her out there, get the best producers.
No, Sony was the boss. She even said that herself. It was not. He did not have the final
record. That was his label, Bad Boy Records.
No, it was. She reported to Sony. She even said that. I got that from her.
So you saying he had nothing to do with the success of Bad Boy Records?
I'm saying that he got her as far as he could get her, but once they say no, it's no.
I don't believe that though. What I'm saying
because
is
that was around the time they had dropped a whole bunch of women.
He could have built her up, got her the finest producers, the best songwriters, just like he did for himself. He is a trash artist at the end of the day.
Oh, he's a con man. I
Coming
don't even
out
want him
with
to be an
songs
artist.
and albums and stuff, and he's on people's songs and shit. He could have did the same thing for her if he wanted to. I remember I used to watch all of that stuff on MTV, and they, like, the girls from Total would be like Pam can't sing. Is it Pam?
No. I don't think either one of them can sing that well. You
Right.
can't. Yeah.
They just
I know.
had
I honestly
all you
feel
needed
with
was the
her.
look back then with him.
Yeah,
Same
I don't think that
with
he
the thing.
cared to do that for her because I don't even think she was the
Because
main
they
girl.
used to sing Kelly Price, Gina Thompson. Maybe they were too dark. Kelly was too big. Who else?
I remember Gina Thompson, but Kelly Price got blackballed because of her personality. I know that for a fact. I know
But that's
people that have worked with her.
she was singing on the background for him.
No, this stuff happened after that. Kelly Price has a very nasty personality. And people started saying, like, look, I'm not, no.
He could have done more for her. He could have put his whole Diddy, I forget what they said back in the day, Diddy eyes. They didn't say like Didify. I don't know how they said it, but like when Misa would come in and put you in all black and Versace this, man, and she definitely had the style on one of her a few of the videos that she had. She had the clothes, she had the
That's what
fashion.
I'm saying. They had already done all of that, and she still didn't really blow up. So I
He
have
didn't
a feeling
give her a chance. I'm
he was.
standing on that.
I have a feeling they cut her, and he lied to her and made her feel like she still had a chance. Because I could see him
We're
doing
getting
something
lost on this
like
stupid ass point. My point is he was never gonna let her fly. Like never gonna let her spread her wings and fly ever. He
that.
wanted
No, it
her.
was all a con. Yeah. It was all just to lead her on to make her feel like, oh yeah, you're gonna have this album. Yeah,
Thank you.
sure. Yeah.
They do it for industry plants all the time, right, Wizard? He sure could have. Yes, he could have. You back? I'm on my last little leg. I have 15 more minutes left for me. Let me see. Yeah, 14. Um, let's listen to a little bit more of Armand. I want to hear about the the blood in the pool.
Now, what got me is at one particular time, I his name wrong, but they was at the Lamarte Lermit Matage,
Pyramids.
whatever, hotel in Beverly Hills. It got so freaked out. Watch it. Remember the conversation about the thousand bottles of baby oil? That's very real. You want to know why? Ask me why the 1,000 bottles of baby oil. First of all, you use 10 bottles in one night. You got to do it every 5 minutes. But this time they had got so freaked out in LA. Diddy had a blow up pool filled with baby oil and Astroglide and had Cassie dunk herself in the pool of Astroglide and baby oil with a lingerie bikini on and high heels. So he had herself dunking herself in oil in a kiddie pool. That's motherfucking freaked out. That is freaked out. My God.
Shit gonna get ugly. Okay?
He had that woman in a kiddie pool, drowning herself in baby oil and Astroglide. What? At the hotel. I'm like, I know you lying. She said it was a blow-up pool with baby oil filled to the top with baby oil and Astroglide. And he made her get in there and just lather in the oil. That's some sick freak. I mean, you got to be like that. That's you're really freaked out. Like really freaked out. So she's now doused in oil. Okay. So now they said, how many bottles of oil you use? They said 10 bottles of baby oil used a night. When they ran out, they would have to get more immediately. More oil, immediately. Cassie would have to call somebody, or Diddy would call somebody, but everything would be candle lit, dim lights, strong aura, 6 to 10 candles used, and sometimes they would pour candle wax on each other. Okay. Sometimes didn't the escort oil up Cassie, and Cassie didn't oil up the escort. They poured the wax on each other. And then after that, they kind of got advanced and they went and started doing the Diddy lights. Okay. Then they said, well, what did the freak off smell like?
Who asked
what was
that?
the aftermath of the freak off?
Who asked that fucking
See,
question?
this is what I mean by exploiting.
And so
exactly,
the guys would get the cash in hand. The room would be warm temperature. It'd be warm. In order to do it, it's got to be real warm for the freak off. Everything is hot. So the oil is hot. The room is hot. The candles is going.
Arms and shit like he is.
Then she said, in a nutshell, it's a little musty, a little funky. That's some kinkish. It's a little musky. You got two dicks and some hot ass. So it's giving, she said it smelled like body odor. He liked it a little musty, funky. And they would destroy the room because it was smelling like nothing but butt. And they would have candle wax all over the place.
Chinese.
Sometimes she would try to, do what she can to cover the furniture, put plastic over the furniture, but it will be destroyed.
Honky like Chinese.
But she tried to protect it as much as she could. But it had got so freaked out, she couldn't protect everything. And they said, well, what were you trying to protect her from? Because what else was it in the oil? She said, well, there was also blood and yin. Blood and piss.
You need to stop.
And I'm thinking, well, what? And she gasped.
It's not funny.
It's not.
And I said, blood? She said, yes. Sometimes he would make me do the freak off on my time of the month. So she would be bleeding and they would be doing the freak off. $2 million on her.
No women ever.
That was like, wow. Am I
trafficking organization?
Her husband's in there listening to this. Diddy's kids is in there listening to this. This time nobody left the courtroom. Everybody's in there listening to this. And I'm over here like, oh my God. Then they said, well, why did you do that? She said, I didn't want to do that. You think I want to be doing that? That's nasty. He made me do it. Then she said, they said, well, where would the urine, how would the and get involved? She said, sometimes Diddy would urinate on me or any escort. She said, actually, I choked on it. I choked on piss. They said, well, how did you do that? She said, I was so drugged out. I was so high. I was so gone. I laid there, and Diddy and the escort, both at the same time, while she laid there, pissed in her mouth. And then she had to tap her hands up and say, oh, okay, I'm choking. But she was in such a compromising situation. She had two big niggas pissing in her mouth like her mouth was a toilet.
Oh my God.
Completely.
Why do we need to know
He
this?
had to die. I'm sorry.
He would have had to
I was
unalive
like,
me.
oh my God.
It's not worth it, Cassie.
But even if I was being threatened,
and she was choking
I
on
would put it
piss.
on.
Wow. It took everything out of me not to just, you know me, and because mind you, I'm in the main courtroom at this point, so you can't do nothing. I'm thinking, oh, you know me, I'm dramatic, so I'm, hey, shit. I'm about to say, girl, what? She said, what am I supposed to do? I just laid there. Just hoping it was over.
What you
just laid
mean?
there. Wow. She said, I never wanted that to happen. Never wanted that to happen. But it was a turn on for Diddy. She said she felt disgusting. They said, why did you feel disgusted? She said, because there was so much piss in my mouth.
Lord have mercy.
I don't mean to laugh. I'm sorry, God.
She said she didn't want that.
The way he's telling the story.
I hate her mind.
So that lets you know, Young Miami, you're a liar.
Wait.
Miami was getting pissed on. I believe it 100%. She laid there, pissed in her mouth. And then she had to tap her hands up and say, oh, okay, I'm choking. But she was in such a compromising situation. She had two big niggas pissing in her mouth like her mouth was a toilet. Completely.
Again,
I was
why
like,
do we need to know this?
My God.
It gets worse.
And she said she was choking on piss. Wow. It took everything out of me not to just, you know me, and because mind you, I'm in the main courtroom at this point, so you can't do nothing. I'm thinking, oh, you know me, I'm dramatic, so I'm, hey, shit. I'm about to say, girl, what? She said, what am I supposed to do? I just laid there.
Bitch,
just hoping it was over. Just laid there.
The way I would have ran from that room screaming. I was like, I didn't think we was doing all this shit.
Wow.
One and done. You got
she said,
me.
I never wanted that to happen.
Never again.
Never wanted that to happen. But it was a turn on for Diddy. She said she felt disgusting. They said, why did you feel disgusted? She said, because there was so much piss in my mouth. She said she didn't want that. So that lets you know, Young Miami, you're a liar.
Yes.
Miami was getting pissed on.
I agree with that.
I believe it 100%.
Miami.
She was doing it all.
Young Miami seems so different now. Like her soul is the mismatched too. I'm sorry.
I think so too. You know what I think it is, Richie? I know we saying like spiritually soul being crushed or snatched. I think it's drugs off what they do to your brain. These drugs are giving them
Oh
some
my
type
God,
of brain.
I forgot I was just about to say that. I don't know if you were up
Yeah,
here when I said, because I had researched, I had tried ecstasy once upon a time, but I did my motherfucking research
I was
first.
scared of it. I wasn't fucking with
And
that
it
because
said
I
you're
knew what it
not supposed
was.
to do it more than 3 times a year, 4 if you're pushing it, because it empties all of the serotonin from your brains. That's why you feel so euphoric. Is it serotonin? What's the
I
other
think so.
feel good chemical in your brain? Whatever it is, it might be serotonin, it might not be. Whatever it is, it releases it all at one time and it depletes it. So, and it takes months and months to build back up. And not only that, so if you take another hit and you ain't got no serotonin, your receptors become damaged. So it's hard. It makes it extra hard for your shit to go back, for your levels to go back up, for you to experience joy. And if you do it too much, they just completely broke and you just remain depressed. Um, and when I see Young Miami talking about stuff, or she just has this like blank stare. Even like how when she talks about the city girls, like even how she quit the city girls, to me it was given, I'm on these good drugs. And when you on them drugs, the ecstasy, you don't care about nothing. Literally, somebody could talk you into some shit. I I mean, they couldn't talk to me, and nobody, but I'm just saying, like, you just feel so good, like everything's all right. But I feel like it intensifies whatever mood you're in. Like, so if you're in a fucked up mood, you'll have a fucked up role, is what they call it. But what I see from Young Miami, like her talking about the city girls, and just like seeing JT still moving forward with.
Mm-hmm.
JT is such a bitch, especially now. I would reach out to Young Miami if I was JT and be like, girl, come on home. I'm all right, the beef is over. I know you fronted on me for that nigga, but now I see what the fuck.
No, because I think Young Miami's still with Diddy, first of all.
He's in
But
jail.
it don't matter. He probably got her on that phone all day.
But she be though.
But this is the thing. I think that they're not only doing ecstasy, they're mixing it with stuff. And I think that
Oh
what
yeah.
they are doing is causing permanent brain damage and permanent personality changes. I used
Yeah.
to listen to Dr. Drew religiously, like every single day. And I got so much gain from him. And he would explain with some of these drugs how they could alter your brain chemistry permanently.
That's what I just described to you with
Yeah.
the ecstasy. So
But what
they
I'm
were
saying is
doing
they're
way more
doing
stuff
more than ecstasy.
than ecstasy. You got
Yeah. And
opioids,
then not sleeping for 4 days. That sounds like crack to
they
me.
got GHB, which is a fucking date rape drug, ketamine, some other shit. I think it's they name it, it's just a bunch of letters. I think it's like they got something called ecstasy is MDMA, something like that. But they got some other shit that's like MDXA. It's like a variant of it. It's then
I've heard of that. And you know that pink cocaine. I asked my homeboy because he used to be a dope boy. And he said that ain't nothing but repackaged crack. People don't want to smoke crack no more. So basically they made it sort of look like something else. But he
they
was like,
smoke.
once you alter cocaine like that, it's basically just crack.
And they probably had a lot of times the ecstasy, like they said the Molly was pure. I never had Molly, but they said like sometimes ecstasy, depending on, because a big thing they had too was you have to test it too, make sure it's not meth, because a lot of people
Mm-hmm.
put meth in
Oh,
there.
if she's up for 4 days, she's either doing meth or smoking crack.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like the
Yeah.
X is cut with meth. A lot of it. If she fucking for 4 days, even 8 hours straight, that's meth and mixed with the X. I'm telling you. I went on Reddit and went down a wormhole with this shit. This is how serious. Because I don't do illicit drugs. I really don't. Um, I want to see what it was, what it was, all about. When I tell you, I did that shit like twice, and that was it. But I had a friend. He just loves to fucking do it. all the time. But I believe the shit he had was mixed with meth because I was telling them to get it from somebody else. At least you know it's right. But I think the shit he had was straight meth because he would be up for days. And
Well,
now,
you know, if you don't really do like Coca-Cola, like you don't do it all the time, it will keep you up for like 2 days. But the stuff that she was on, Coca-Cola wasn't gonna do nothing to her.
she
She had to have mixed it with something.
oh yeah, she said she had to use the perks
Yeah.
down.
But you know, I used to listen to Dr. Drew, and then plus I live in LA, and you know, it's a drug culture here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I honestly feel that a lot of this behavior, and I'm not excusing his behavior, even with him, is like this brain damage from being on the drugs.
Yeah, this bad.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you, he looked like a monster, like literally in some of the videos. Like I watched this YouTuber in the mornings. I used to listen to him. His name is For No Fame, and he's been coming at just rappers and how he been saying that the end of the rap shit was coming for a long time. He been saying this way before any of this stuff was even hinted about happening. Just how shit was changing, and he would say dark skinned Diddy, but he would show two pictures of Diddy, and literally his skin was darker, his eyes were black. He just looked. He would call him dark skinned Diddy. He'd go dark skinned. He would pull up pictures of Diddy with certain people, just like how they demons really, and his eyes would be black, his skin would be darker, his
That's them drugs. And
yeah.
Alcohol would make the skin turn dark like that too.
Okay.
And I think he also was a heavy drinker. He was an ambassador for a liquor company.
See, I never fucked with alcohol like that.
Yeah, if you drink like heavy, like the way Wendy was drinking, like she was drinking bottles a day, yeah, it will change your skin tone and stuff. You know, I have been around a lot of these things, and that's why I can kind of see that a lot of this is drugs. And I'm not saying that he should not be held accountable for his actions, but I almost feel like he messed his brain up with them drugs.
Yes. Okay.
And you know, Rick James's brother in the Rick James documentary, because you know Rick James was the same thing. He was watching people have sex. He was literally doing the same thing. And his brother said that he felt that it had something to do with, and he used the medical term, there's a part of your brain that gets burnt out when you do too many stimulants. And that part of your brain is gone, and you keep trying to find a way to stimulate your brain, but it's just burnt out.
Right.
And he was saying that, you know, his brother, even before his brother passed away, his brain damage was like, he was basically saying like he wasn't really fit for anything.
Damn. You said he wasn't eating?
He wasn't like fit, like he couldn't like function in the world. Like he had brain damage from being on drugs.
I think my friend, he's so depressed all the time. Like, I had to get the fuck away from him. He had snapped on me once. You only got one time with me.
You know, even marijuana can cause you to be depressed. And I have several people around me that struggle with depression, but they smoke weed, and I keep trying to tell them it's the weed.
Child, I don't even want to say.
Yeah, they don't want to hear it. They think weed is the best thing in the world. It cures all your.
No, it turns
yeah.
To me, it always made me paranoid, and I'm already so from panic disorder and PTSD. That shit, even whether it's an edible or not, it just did I try some edibles I got from Vegas. It's supposed to be I should have got only weed I smoked that didn't get me paranoid was this medical shit that somebody had. But everything else just makes me. So I want to listen to the rest of this version of this swimming pool thing, and then final thoughts, and we're gonna get out of here.
Absolutely. She definitely was going. Let's be very clear.
Thing.
Then they got into the bookings. No, she said she was so squeamish, she couldn't get up. Two men standing, and she said, imagine two men standing over you, peeing on you, and you're high off drugs. What can I do? So when they looked for the guys, she said, in the beginning, Diddy, it would have to be a black man with a big black nigga. They would go on cowboysforangels.com, Craigslist and Backpage. She would respond or Diddy would respond.
Craigslist,
They would
though.
both respond on ads on Craigslist via phone, and she would respond under the alias name of Jackie Star.
You might as well get somebody off of Figueroa.
This is what makes me believe this.
She then found a site called Cowboys for Angels. Then she got cooked in with, I don't know if this is like a male escort madam guy, but he would link her in with all the escorts all over the country. So if you would need one today or tomorrow, you would get on the phone with Garrett, and he would get you what you need and let you know who he has on his roster and what you can do.
Why Garrett ain't on trial?
So his name was saved under the phone as CB4A. Garrett at CB4A. So he was already saving the phone. He was like, okay, it's almost like new shoes. Hey, we got a new guy in today. He just clocked in. He's 23 years old, 6'6", big black. How much, he's going for $1,000 an hour. Just want to let you know, Diddy, if you're in Miami or he can fly out to you, just want to know we got a fresh new one right there for you. Break him in for the free call. They would have to show photos to Diddy of the man. She would have to show photos to Diddy of the man. They like black men and Latin men. Diddy would have to approve over the man. Cassie would have to hire the dancers and the strippers. Diddy would always have her contact escorts, and what she would say is, hey, my husband is into voyeurism, and he likes to watch other men bleep me. But she would wait till the men get to her house, and then she would tell him about Diddy. Okay? I'm telling you, this was a lot. They fantasized this idea that they were married. They would also take their time because they would have to verify if the man is a cop or not. She started becoming uncomfortable because she realized it was illegal. But it wasn't her money. It was Diddy's money. He would be paying for it. They paid thousands of dollars, between $1,500 to $6,000, to blank Cassie in front of Diddy. But in order to get the full payment, you have to shoot, you have to squirt, you have to If you don't, you were docked a fee. You were docked payment. And Diddy would let you know right then and there, you didn't do what you needed to do. But I want y'all to hold on to that because I need y'all to work with me and go with me because I'm taking you somewhere. Okay? The first escort was from Las Vegas. He had dreadlocks. She didn't know his name. There's another escort called Dave. They met him on Craigslist. They flew him to New York, Miami, Los Angeles, and he's dark skinned. Now, I'm not going to pull his pictures up just because I don't know if I can do that. Y'all can do it, but they public record, so maybe y'all can do it. Name is Clayton Howard. The other escort, I don't know if I can say his name, but I don't know if I should say these people's name. I don't know if I can say the rest. I'm just not going to say the rest of their name unless y'all fight it, because I don't know if I can say these people's name. No one said I couldn't. I'm just going to say it. Daniel Phillip was a dancer. That was the second escort, third escort. Jules was one of the main escorts. LA, New York, Miami, Vegas. Honestly, here's the tea. Remember the video that we saw that went viral where Diddy had beat up Cassie? Well, here's the tea behind that video. They were having a freak off with Jules in LA, and Cassie didn't want to freak off no more. She wanted to go home. And because she wanted to go home, Diddy beat her, drug her, and made her stay for the freak off.
Well, they said she went home. Or maybe she came back.
This was another interesting one.
Did you watch the video, Richie?
He's from New York, and he goes by the Punisher.
I was watching it, but it was in and out. It was just nothing new that I saw.
Yes, it is. You gotta watch the whole thing.
Okay,
She follows him down the hallway. She's standing there putting lip gloss on.
I saw the lip gloss.
Yeah. It's not telling me that you wanted to get away from him.
Because
you know what I mean?
when I was watching it, to me, it looked like he was more concerned about her bag, what was in her bag, and her phone. Like, you know how
he says it was his phone. This is what his attorney has been saying for months. His phone and his clothes were in that bag.
He should have said the money was in the bag that he offered to pay the officer.
I'm sure it was too. I'm sure his dope, his money, and his clothes and his gun were all in that bag. I'm sure, but he just saying it was just the phone and the clothes. I'm sure he's lying.
He should have said the money was in my wallet, everything was in that fucking bag. But anyway, but it seemed like once he got there, at first he was like, bitch, you can go, because he started walking back towards the room. Now, I don't know what was being said, but then he started.
You can't hear, but you could just see, arms flailing and people walking toward each other. And I think she said something that really pissed him off.
Yeah, because he came back out.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Because even at one point, you could see the guard telling him, like, back up, like, type of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I had already said from the beginning, I feel like chess pieces are being moved around. I don't know. I could be wrong. But now I have more doubt than I had before. That's all I'm saying. Because I'm waiting for these bombs to drop, and we haven't learned anything new.
I almost feel like we have these women who sort of want to get this evil man, especially this evil black man, but they don't really have the evidence. So they're trying to win this case on the salaciousness and people feeling sorry for her and hoping that people won't really look at the actual definition of these charges. That's what I feel like the tactic is. Because if his lawyer is telling the truth and they didn't find no type of evidence in his house, that's not going to look good. Because I think people in their minds thinking like, oh, he had all these videos. According to his lawyer, the videos actually came from her. So if you thought you were going to be blackmailed, how did you end up with the videos on your computer? And why do you still have them years later? You're a married woman.
And the book, they're going to destroy her with, she says she wrote a book. Her mom helped her write it in order to tell Diddy basically how she felt and the shame she has to live with. But then the next question from y'all's transcript is, so how much for the book? Whoa. How did we get till we selling the book? That sounds like extortion to me.
And also, the shame would be from you writing the book and telling everybody, because we did not know. We just thought you were a battered woman. So you are creating the shame that you have to live with, because he never told nobody about this.
That don't sound like extortion to you?
It is. It is extortion. And then as far as her saying he showed me the video and told me he would release it, when she said it the first time, she didn't say it clearly. She almost said it as though I feared he would do this. So the second day, today, she came back and said he said that. However, that's just you saying that. You have no proof he said that, and the video is on your computer. If they did not find the video on his computer, but you had videos on your computer, that does not look good.
I think that I might be mistaken. That Amon said that she never the first day he was saying something like, I believe it was him, that she never actually ever told him no. It was the fear of telling him no.
Yeah. That was
So
the first day. Then today she sort of said some other things happened where he did threaten her. Again, this is her saying this, and she didn't say that at first.
right. So the
Yeah.
stories are changing. Or they're not clear.
Well, this is a different incident. But my whole thing is, if the first time this came up about these tapes, she said, I feared he might release it. And even Harvey Levin caught that. Harvey Levin said, it sounds like this is in her head. It doesn't sound like this man is actually threatening to release a tape. And we also have to understand, this was his public girlfriend. So this would embarrass him. This would make him look extremely weak. So I don't believe he would have ever released those tapes. Because how does that make him look? I don't know. We'll see. It ain't looking good. But let me go. I guess I'll go get ready to turn in.
Oh shoot, I'm sitting here talking.
You
The mic.
muted. I was gonna say, I was trying to wait for you to realize you was muted.
I said, I don't know if you saw the rest. If you saw this video with him, I don't know if I saw his upload
Oh,
for
I'm
today.
gonna watch it tomorrow, because I haven't been watching him. I was watching Mims, but I love Mims, but Mims is very biased, because I think
Very.
that Mims believes that she is an absolute victim.
Yeah.
And I think that she is a person who, yes, she was a victim of the things that happened to
Of
her,
domestic
but
violence. The victim of-
yeah, but they only happened because she wouldn't leave the relationship.
So I said this in the beginning of the video. I said I've been actually tuning into Tisa and him. For Tisa, I like Tisa during the day because she takes a lot of breaks in court and tells us what's going on in court. And she has to kind of hurry up and get to the point while she's at court. So she doesn't really have time to meander and do a lot of extra shit she be doing. But Armand has the most unbiased review of what went on, even though he thinks Diddy is the devil and this is disgusting and all that, but you're really just getting the fact, like what was said in court. You know what I mean? he's got his little, theatrics, but
Mhm.
most part, he's just telling you what was being said. He,
I'm going to tell you another angle to look at this, and I'm pretty sure that this is where his defense is going to go. If you were willing to do this, and we can argue that maybe you were doing this for money or a lifestyle, would you also be willing to maybe make some stuff up and extort somebody for some money? You know what I mean? Like this
well,
is
that's what
in
they were
another
trying
world.
to say on the Joe Buttons podcast. Not
Yeah.
to take it that far, but one could argue this could be revenge. Like, you destroyed my life, I'm going to destroy yours. Because they were like, you already got the money. Because Mark Lamont Hill was like, well, one could argue that this sentence is based off money because she already has the money. Like, she wants justice or whatever. But if if justice was the goal, because wasn't the
It's not.
deadline for the didn't she just miss the statute of limitations? Like, they waited like to the last day or some shit. Was that her or somebody else?
Well, she never went to the police. This is what is really frustrating me because I don't want to drag this girl. I feel bad for her. But
Right.
when people talking about she's so brave and this and that, she never came forward. She took a payoff to keep this quiet so he could continue to pee on other women.
So
There was never any intent to try to get him locked up ever.
I wonder what changed.
They told her they were going to charge her with soliciting a prostitute. That's what changed. These women, I think they really want this case, and I think that they would lock her ass up. I really do. I think that they are on that bullshit like that. And in my opinion, it was not necessary for her to give this testimony. They exploited her, and if they will do that, they would have charged her with solicitation. I don't think for her, I don't think she ever thought it would go this far and she would end up in a courtroom.
Maybe that's why she got pregnant. Maybe she thought they would have
I
some.
think so too. I think so too. I think she wanted another baby and she probably said, well, I'm going to get pregnant now since this is going on, and maybe they won't make me testify. This is not, to
Maybe that's
my
why she's
knowledge.
so angry all the time.
Hmm?
Maybe that's why her husband looks so fucking angry.
I'm not saying this to be a hater or anything like that. I'm just looking at the decisions that she has made. What are the odds that this man is not also an abuser? I think we have to be realistic.
And I don't get a good vibe from him. I'm sorry, his hair.
Yeah. And I don't get a good vibe from her judgment in general. Yeah.
But apparently he saved her life. Well, he saved her from taking her life, but maybe he won a payday too. He was in
That's
the
what my mom said. My mom said that man gonna take that money and them kids, he gonna drain her dry.
he was also in the house of ill repute. What the
Yep.
fuck was he doing there? He saw an opportunity and seized it.
I think that he saw her as a way to get to Diddy's money. I think he saw her as a weak link. And I think that he's been working this angle this whole time. And also, I believe that Diddy's attorneys tried to get her bank records admitted, and they said no. And the only reason why they would ask for that is if Diddy has been giving her money. There would be no other reason for them to ask for that.
What you said? The only reason why they asked for it because of what?
Her bank records.
And then you said something about Diddy because Diddy wasn't what?
No, the judge said no. But there is no reason for Diddy's attorneys to ask for that to be submitted to this case other than the fact that Diddy has been paying her off. It has nothing. Why would they want that?
Yeah.
So to me, I think that they have been blackmailing him this entire time. And I think they asked for, this is my theory, only this from me, like working in banking. I think they asked for so much money that he had to personally approved that amount of money. And when they tried to call him, he was somewhere drunk high, wasn't answering the phone. When he finally found out what was happening, he approved it, and that's why it was paid like less than 24 hours. Because had he known about it from the beginning, he would have paid it. But he probably was somewhere drunk and passed out and didn't know. Because I feel like people are thinking of Diddy as this businessman. This is a drug head who was an influencer that lucked up on some really big deals. He's not this business whiz that people are making him out to be. He's been on some hard drugs for a long time.
Well, I ain't gonna take away his influence and his
Yeah,
impact
but
on
his influence is sampling other people's music.
Bill.
Those artists created the influence.
Yeah, but not in a way that he did. I'm not gonna take away. I'm not gonna reduce him to that. I grew up on Bad Boy, so and even old heads they approved. A lot of the times when people remake stuff, the old heads don't like it. Old heads was fucking with Diddy. They liked what he was doing over there.
I mean, yeah, I understand people liked
Diddy
it,
was
but
very
we got to be
important,
honest
very
about what it
important,
was.
very
It was music that
important.
had already been a hit.
I'm not gonna just deduce him to a crackhead. I can't do that to him. I don't care what he did. That's the same thing with Kanye West. I can't. I'm not
Oh,
going
see, I never got into his music. At least
to
Diddy has some songs that I like. Kanye West never resonated with me.
on music. I can't do that to them.
But wasn't a lot of Kanye's music produced by like this producing team?
No, I think Kanye's like a musical genius.
No, didn't he have this producing team that did most of his hits?
I mean, if that's what you
It was
think,
led by this man.
I'm not gonna argue with you about it, but I'm not gonna take away their accomplishments and the importance they were, the impact, the influence they had over the music industry and just in culture. Period. So, all right, I'm going to
Anyway,
the chat.
I'm
I'm
gone.
going to get up so I can. I think what's tomorrow? Thursday. I'm gonna try to come on again
Mm-hmm.
tomorrow, but I might be tired. I still ain't
I
watching.
still haven't given up on starting my channel. I just got tired up with the
Oh,
project.
girl, bye. You should have, girl. If my
Girl,
lady,
I gotta, you
you
know
could have.
what the thing is with YouTube is that you gotta build it. It takes a while to start making money. I gotta do stuff where I'm gonna
You
actually have,
gotta
you know what
start.
I mean?
Have to start. I'm not making any money, but
That's what I'm saying. So I gotta
you
have
can sit up here
time.
talking with me for a couple hours. You could do the same thing.
Oh
As
no, I'm working on my computer. That's the only reason why I've been talking
people
to you
can
because I'm
still be
sitting here working on
talking
something.
at the same time. People, and then a lot of the times, like with this, I'm also streaming on Twitter, so I get a lot of views. I met my view hours really quickly because on StreamYard you can stream to several different platforms at once. So when I go live, I'm always streaming on Twitter, so I get those views from Twitter too.
Oh,
And then,
so they can wait a minute. So they count that as a view
yes,
hour?
yes, you could
I
also
had no
stream to Facebook
idea.
too, but I don't do that because a lot of my family and stuff is on there. Um,
No, I'm gonna set up another page. I actually already have it set up. I just haven't been using it.
Just get on there and start talking. People will come up there. You like to
Yeah.
talk a lot, and you like to talk about a lot of different topics. And then we come on this hour, like we'll get people like when we talked about certain stuff, like we were talking about DDG and we talking about Elon Musk and stuff. That's when we had got the guy Gigi come in, and then the trolls come in. But in the middle of the night, and you're talking about that kind of stuff, you're going to get way more different people to come in and talk to you. So I could be more strategic in what I talk about. I just want to talk about what I want to talk about. But if I wanted more people to come in, if I was more abreast on certain topics, like
Mm-hmm.
I bet you if I would have put DDG name up here, all those streaming motherfuckers would have came through, stop past, and see what we was talking about. Just like they did last time when I was trying to take up for
Yeah.
Pat. Remember all those people that came in the chat?
Mm-hmm.
So you can definitely there's definitely an audience, and I just don't. We the only crazies that it's only a few crazies up in the middle of the night.
I'm
We're not.
gonna try some different topics and just try to see what happens because I do see like the people that talk about the trading stuff, they be getting views. But I don't want to talk about anything that I'm not an expert in because
Just
I
talk
just feel
about
like
what
it's
you know and
unethical.
invite people to come up and talk, and y'all just talk together. That's it. Just talk. Callie, one thing you want to do is talk, bitch. Just start the channel and just start talking. Just set up your StreamYard. I think you can get a free trial. I could give you my code and then you could get $25
Oh,
off.
okay.
Here, I'll put it in the link now, right here. It used to be $25. Now it's only 10.
Yeah, I think they only let you do the 25 one time. I'm gonna try StreamYard. I'm gonna try Rescreen too.
Try
Um,
all of them. And try the most premium one for a week so you could, because you got to get like the middle tier to stream on different platforms. And it has all the platforms you can stream on. Let it get the
So
view out
Rescreen
of
might
there.
be better because I think Rescreen lets you do 3 off rip.
Oh, I need to check that
Yeah.
out. Because I got a deal where I'm only paying $25 a month for this for like 3 months, something like that. After that, I was going to switch over to something else. But I'm not paying $70, $80 a month for this bullshit.
Exactly. Well,
Keep
if you
credit.
don't want to talk to other people and you just want to go live, there actually is a free one that you could use.
Yeah,
It's open source.
I like
You have
that
to
for the
Google it. I
channel.
don't know the name off the top of my head, but a lot of people use that one if they don't like do panels because it's
Mm-hmm.
free.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
But
But
just start it and just start talking. I just went up here live one day. I forget my first live. I didn't know what I was doing. I still don't know what I'm doing. I just
yeah,
learned how
I'm
to
gonna go
make a
ahead and do
thumbnail.
it because I'm gonna be honest with you. I kind of don't want to go back to work. I'm kind of over it, and I want to move on.
Callie, start your
Yeah.
channel this weekend. I'll even come up there and talk some shit with you.
Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Start it. Just do it.
And I'm finally making money trading. Like I'm finally like understanding a little bit, and it's a big possibility that I might not go back to work. I'm gonna just be honest because
That's perfect for you. And if
I'm
you can
kind
start
of
building a YouTube base and you're trading and you find a lane for yourself and you start building up not your customers, your subscribers and build a relationship with them. And you could be on more platforms and meet all the crypto people or the stock people or do collabs. Because there aren't a lot of black women in it. So we need
the
like you.
the guy that I follow. I told you, Chris. He made $100,000 on YouTube last month just from his YouTube. He showed us the thing.
What you waiting for, Callie?
Yeah, the trading, the people that talk about trading because they don't get flagged. As long as you're not scamming people, your channel will not get flagged.
So what are you waiting for?
Um,
Nothing.
you know what it was? I'm gonna tell you. I had a job, and I worked really hard to get in this industry, and I was making really good money. And I'm scared. You know what I mean? Because I know if I walk away, tech things change so fast, I might not be able. You know what I mean? Even
Yeah,
now with
so,
me.
right? You can start and stop anytime you want, right?
Well, no, you got to keep up with what's new and current because the problem I'm having now, I worked at my old job for almost 8 years. So it's hard for me to take that and apply that to work somewhere else. So now I'm having to like take courses and stuff again. And I'm like, you know what? I kind of don't want to do this anymore.
There's so many
Uh,
things you can do. If your heart is not in it,
yeah,
fuck
and
it.
I'm not broke. You know what I mean? I'm not
Good
like
girl,
rich
you
where
got
I
all
don't
the
have to work
ingredients.
again,
You just
but I'm
gotta
not
do it.
broke where I'm like
Yeah,
desperate. I
you
can't pay
want
my
to
bills.
help
So I'm
yourself
like,
out
this
of
might
this
be the
shit. Start
time.
your goddamn channel. Just do it. Even if you got two
Yeah.
subscribers. I had 10 subscribers. I got 300 subscribers already. 300 people want to see to like my channel already. That's big to me. It's not where I need to be, but I'm the shit. I did that in like 2 months. Now, once I get my hair stuff really um organized. I'm getting ready to make a few batches of my hair stuff and start my Patreon, like really be serious about it. Then I'll probably get some more subscribers with that. But I'm gonna like, I just don't want to wing that part of it. This
Yeah.
talking is talking shit, but I really want to be serious about my hair and beauty content. So that's taking me a little bit to actually, I want it to be right. I want my product to be trademarked or copywritten or whatever it is. um I want my Patreon. I just don't want to be taking people's money. I actually want to be
Exactly.
something that's different that I'm not doing on YouTube. um with the hair stuff. So, but as far as this, just start. You have to start somewhere. And all
I
this
know.
you've been talking about starting, oh, I need to have this. I used to be like that too. Like, oh well, I'm from. You need to have credentials to do certain things, and this is YouTube. It's your tube. Like, you just get up there
No,
and
I'm
talk.
gonna just have to go ahead and start, and then I'm gonna have to actually set up like my graphics and stuff later. Because if I try to do graphics first, I'm never gonna start. No,
Go on Canva.
honestly, what has happened
Listen,
with
stop
me?
talking. Go on Canva, make a thumbnail, and that's it. It's so
Oh
easy.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
put the pictures together and just do that's it. And just get up there and just talk. Like, you can use the background that you got right now at your desk, got the cute lighting and stuff, and just talk about what you've learned so far and who you listen to, and hey guys, what do you think? Or what do you do? Or just engage with people.
I'm gonna just
People in my chat and on my thing, they're like, they want to know, if Callie, we need you to do this. We want to, people want to invest. They don't know who to trust. So we want to listen. We actually want to hear from you. Who should we listen to? If you're not that far in your journey yet, or where did you learn what you learned from? Or tell us what you learned. Even if it's not, you know, uh, the top of the top or whatever. Like,
Mhm.
just take us on the journey with you. That's all you got to do. And that'll actually probably motivate you to do more. You might get a collab with somebody, might want to come in and be like, okay, here's a black woman. This is a different niche. Like, maybe they'll come in and, like, do a collab with you, or, you never know what'll happen. But I'll come up on your panel and talk with you, ask you some questions, help you out. Like how my friend comes in now. He wants to talk about the Diddy trial. And, like, he loves hip hop, so this is a big thing for him. But we have a good rapport, like, because we grew up together. So
Mhm.
he's funny. So people like him. But I'll come up there with you, ask you some questions.
You know what really, like, I'm gonna tell you what threw me off the rails. I kept doing all of this stuff to try to find another job, and I have never had this difficult of a time designing anything. And I'm starting, and I had this feeling before I lost my job that this ain't meant to be no more. You know what I mean? Like, it's this time to move on to something else.
The writing is on.
And I've been fighting it because I'm scared. But I'm like, it's not like I'm quitting my job because I was my position was already eliminated.
God
So it
work
was like, what am I
in
losing?
mysterious ways. You don't even like to do this shit anymore. You too old to be trying to
Yeah.
learn some shit, keep up with some shit. There's a lane wide open for you. God work in mysterious ways. I'm sitting up here telling you, bitch, just do it. I'm not calling
Okay.
you bitch. This is how I talk.
No,
Just
I'm
you
gonna
know, I'm
do
a
it.
little
I'm gonna
rough around
actually
that shit.
start tomorrow because I think I'm gonna just have to make
Do
myself
it.
start. Yeah.
I'm gonna send you a private chat. I'm gonna put my phone number here. When you're ready to do it, just hit me up. Give me a little bit of notice so I could comb my hair for.
I know, me too. That's why I don't even have my camera
I like
on.
to be on camera. And I'll put my phone number in the chat, private chat. Take it, hit me up. I'm gonna go to. Well, I'm gonna fall asleep to Chicago PD, and
Ah,
I'll text me tomorrow or later on.
Well, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all you guys.
I'm
Actually,
gonna motivate your ass to start because you could have been started. Just
I
like
know
tell
Mims
me.
wanted me to
You know
start
what?
when he
Don't feel
started,
bad.
and look where he is now.
Who? What'd you say?
I said Mims wanted me to start when he started, and look where he is now.
Yeah, you can't compare yourself to other people. However, you on your own journey. You were
Yeah,
trying to do
and
something
I was
else. It
working
didn't work.
90 hours a week
Callie,
at
be
that
quiet.
time. Yeah.
Callie, be quiet. You're on your own journey. Things happen in your own divine timing. This is your journey. You have the lay of the land now, and this is God sending a message through me to you to tell you to start. What are you waiting for?
You're right,
No,
though.
you are.
Right. I have to start.
You are. Nobody else is more qualified, has more qualifications to be doing YouTube. We're all on the same level, is what I'm saying. Like, it's a fucking YouTube page. Just start talking. Like, gotta start somewhere. And
You're right.
your page will grow. Don't worry about only having 10 subscribers. I had 10. I took it as, oh my God, 10 people want to listen to me talk. Oh wow. Like, I have 10 new friends. Like, you gotta think of it like that. Like, just start it. Trust me.
You're
Everybody
right.
has to
You're
start.
right.
I
I'm
have
gonna
to
just
get
have to
over it
just
too.
jump off the ledge. I'm gonna have to just
Because just in a little bit of time, we've been asking you to start. It was cold outside when we was asking you about stocks.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, I have to be honest. I have learned a lot of stuff with the stocks. And I feel like I'm finally starting to like get where I'm like making money. And so it's not like I haven't been doing it. I was like, I really have gotten somewhere with this.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
expecting you by this weekend to do your first live.
I might do it tomorrow. You never know.
Thursday's a good day. So,
But
did you get the number from the chat? Because I'm
yes,
literally
I
getting
got it. And I'm about to go lay down for, I guess, a couple of hours because I got to get up and get the pre market levels.
Well, I need at least 6 hours of sleep so I don't start I don't play that. I get my sleep.
Well, we don't want you around here looking haggard. But
No.
for me, sometimes, especially if I drink, I can't go to sleep. So I might probably have to end up taking a nap tomorrow.
And I chain smoke, so I have to get my sleep somewhere. I got to make it up somewhere. I get my 8 hours. So I will talk to you tomorrow or later on today.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Think
Bye.
about what you want to talk about. Make a little outline, the things you want to talk about.
Oh, yeah, huh?
And yeah, go from there. Text me tomorrow or later on.
Oh, I will.
I mean it. Text me.
No, I will. I'm telling you. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I just gotta
You're
jump. I gotta
going to
jump off the
do it.
ledge. I gotta
You're
go.
going to
I
do it.
gotta
I'm going to
jump.
make you do it. All right. I'll see you
All
tomorrow.
right. All
Later.
right. Bye.
Bye-bye.